Shocking. I swapped souls with the contrasting school Belle. A 6-foot-tall hunk turned into a delicate school Belle? Forced to stay in the girls' dorm that night, and ended up getting teased by the school Belle. Chapter 1, The Guilt of Facing Sururu. Lee Moo, please go out with me. Lee Moo stared in disbelief as a girl bowed 90 degrees and handed him a love letter. Sururu, are you serious? Yes, I am serious. If I can be with you, I'm willing to give everything. Sururu looked at Lee Moo with dreamy eyes as she confessed. Swallow. Lee Moo gulped. Anything at all. Yes, anything, senior. Anything you want. As Sururu drew closer, Lee Moo pouted. Meh. Smack. Damn. That hurts. Lee Moo cried out in pain, unwillingly getting up from the floor. A noticeable stain on the bedsheet caught his eye. Sigh, guess I'll have to wash the sheets again. Lee Moo scratched his head helplessly. Yes, he had been single for 19 years. He thought he would finally let loose in college, but by his second year, he hadn't even held a girl's hand. Just now, was that dream about Sururu. As he recalled the dream, his face turned red. Son, it's time to go to school. His mother, Li Xiuwan, called from downstairs. Huh? Today is the first day of school. Shit. The first class today is Professor Zhang's. If he finds out I'm late, I don't know what he'll do to me. After a brief 3-second pause, Lee Moo snapped back to reality and quickly put on his clothes. He grabbed a book in a hurry, then snatched a piece of bread from the dining table and shoved it into his mouth. Mom, I'm leaving. Lee Moo rushed out, riding an old bicycle that was even older than him. He sped toward the school. On the first day of sophomore year, he hadn't expected to be late, especially after staying up late studying Japanese. The sun blazed high in the sky, its rays blindingly bright. The scorching heat made beads of sweat form on Lee Moo's forehead. As he turned the corner near the school gate, a husky suddenly dashed out from the roadside. Lee Moo swiftly dodged the dog, but unfortunately, the distraction caused him to lose focus and not notice a girl walking from the other side. Damn! So dangerous! Lee Moo shouted, slamming on the brakes, but it was too late. Their bicycle crashed into the girl, and the two of them lost their balance and fell to the ground. The impact sent them slamming into a tree next to the school gate, and Lee Moo felt dizzy. His heart raced, and his breath quickened as if the entire world were spinning. Suddenly, everything was enveloped by a blinding white light. Birds stopped flapping their wings, leaves hung frozen in the air, and pedestrians appeared frozen in place, as if the world had been paused. A calm, silent atmosphere spread in the air, and time seemed to freeze. After a moment, the white light dispersed, and the world returned to its noisy state, as if nothing had happened. It hurt. So much pain. Lee Moo lay on the ground for a long time, gradually coming back to his senses. He supported himself with his hands and tried to stand up, recalling the collision. Hiss. Did I just crash into someone? Lee Moo looked around, but there was no one in sight. No one responded, and he couldn't find the person he had hit. Lee Moo began to doubt whether what had just happened was just an illusion. He shook his head and bitterly laughed at himself. Damn, I really need to quit this. I'm starting to hallucinate. Huh? Why is my bike so high now? Did I break my leg? He tried to get on the bike, but found it impossible to climb onto the usual bicycle. His heart filled with anxiety as he realized his body felt a little off. He struggled to push the unusually high bike, each step feeling heavy and uncomfortable. What's going on? Did I really get weak? Lee Moo's heart raced with unease, but in order to avoid being late, he bit his teeth and pushed the bike forward with all his strength. Just as Lee Moo was about to leave, a faint cry for help came from a corner of the landscaping area. Help me. The voice was soft, like a whisper in the breeze, evoking a sense of sympathy and curiosity. Wang Tai hummed a tune as he walked slowly toward the school gate. Just got my living allowance. Hey, tonight I'll invite Moo Ji to have skewers. Wang Tai was Lee Moo's good friend from another class in the same department. His family did a little business and had some money. In their freshman year, Wang Tai had been cornered by some thugs asking for protection money. Just as he felt hopeless, Lee Moo had happened to show up. They thought it would be a story of a hero coming to the rescue, but in reality, both of them ended up getting beaten. But from that day on, Wang Tai had recognized Li Mu as his older brother, treating him with the utmost respect. The faint cry for help from the landscaping area caught Wang Tai's attention. He stopped and curiously looked toward the source of the sound. Carefully, he stepped into the landscaping area, searching for the source of the cry. Under the dense leaves, a young man curled up on the grass, hugging his body with his hands and letting out soft cries of pain. "Damn it, Mu Ji! Who the hell hit you with a black stick? Mu Ji, don't scare me! Mu Ji! Mu Ji!" In front of the teaching building, Li Mu had exerted all his strength to reach the classroom door. He stopped, panting heavily, and leaned his bicycle against a tree beside him. He noticed the students around him staring at him with confused looks, as if they had seen something strange. Has it been a whole summer? Could it be that I've gotten even more handsome? Inside the classroom, roll call was being taken, and Professor Zhang, known for his strictness, had extremely high standards for students in all areas. The number of students who had failed his classes was countless, making him a figure that everyone dreaded. At that moment, Li Mu, like a little mouse, quietly snuck in through the back door of the classroom and took a seat at the back, where no one was sitting. Nervous, he silently prayed that Professor Zhang wouldn't call his name. Zhang Wei. Here. Liu Jie. Here. The roll call continued, making Li Mu's heart race to its peak. Li Mu. Professor Zhang's voice sounded, and Li Mu immediately tensed up. Here. Li Mu quickly stood up, facing the stern Professor Zhang. He couldn't help but feel sweat trickling down his forehead, hurriedly adjusting his clothes to cover the awkwardness of just entering the classroom. Suddenly, the quiet classroom became noisy. Everyone was excitedly discussing. Some mouths dropped open, some eyes widened, and even some people took out their phones to take pictures. Wow, is this real? Su Ru. She's the campus queen of South Jew University. Hey, how did Su Ru end up here? Did she transfer departments? Oh my god, there is such a beautiful flower in our civil engineering department. The classroom was filled with voices of excitement and admiration. Li Mu's actions had captured the students' full attention. Everyone whispered, endlessly discussing the unexpected scene. Li Mu felt like the center of attention on stage, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. Li Mu stared at the students around him, discussing him, and in shock, he couldn't help but touch his own cheek. Why is it so soft? Li Mu was stunned again. He instinctively looked down at the desk, and as he calmed down, he noticed a long strand of hair hanging down, brushing against his cheek. With his heart racing, Li Mu unconsciously grabbed the phone of a student sitting in the front row, who was secretly taking pictures of him, and opened the front camera. However, instead of seeing his familiar face, what appeared on the screen was the beautiful face of Su Ru, the campus queen. How is this possible? Li Mu said in surprise. He tried shaking the phone, but the image remained the same, showing Su Ru's stunning face. Li Mu stood there, stunned, gazing at the noisy crowd in front of him. I've actually become Su Ru. Chapter 2, The Delicate Campus Beauty Leaps Like a Strong Man. The classroom was filled with a cacophony of voices, but Li Mu remained transfixed, deep in thought. How did I become Su Ru? This is absurd. Staring at the dream girl now so close to him, Li Mu couldn't help but recall the dream he had, and his face flushed with embarrassment. However, he had no idea what was going on with this sudden change. He even wondered if he was still dreaming. Silence. Quiet down. Professor Zhang's furious shout immediately regained control over the chaotic classroom, bringing peace back to the class. Within 3 seconds, every student sat up straight, as still as frost in the dead of winter. Li Mu. Professor Zhang's deep voice rang out once again. Li Mu, are you not here? Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses, then slowly brought his pen closer to Li Mu's name on the roll call sheet, ready to mark him absent. Here. I'm Li Mu, Professor. I'm here. I wasn't late. Li Mu snapped out of his trance and hurriedly raised his hand to respond. At this moment, Li Mu was burning with anxiety. If he skipped class today, he was sure to fail this semester. In a rush, he effortlessly used one hand to support the desk, then with incredible arm strength, flipped over the desk and sprinted toward Professor Zhang at the podium. Li Mu's movements were smooth and swift, but he had forgotten that he was now inhabiting Sururu's body, a delicate and petite Sururu, at that. The normally peaceful classroom felt like it had just been hit by a bomb. Oh my god, am I going crazy? What did I just see? Is this really my goddess? She just jumped over the desk with ease. I'd rather be shot. My goddess, isn't he this delicate and fragile angel? Some students even managed to snap a photo of the moment, planning to upload it to the school's online forum to showcase this miraculous scene. The sudden spectacle left Professor Zhang momentarily stunned. Thankfully, his composure kicked in, and he calmly said, "Classmate, what do you think you're doing? Also, you're not in our class, are you?" Li Mu glanced around and saw that all the students were craning their necks to look, many of them pulling out their phones to take pictures. He knew that while this situation was unbelievable, if things continued like this, Sururu's reputation could be affected. So, he took a deep breath and said calmly, "Professor, Li Mu has an urgent matter and can't attend today. He asked me to personally request leave from you. He has always said that Professor Zhang is an erudite and understanding teacher." After finishing, Li Mu smiled sweetly at Professor Zhang and gave a polite bow. "Did you see that? That is my goddess Sururu. It must have been an illusion before. My heart is melting for her. I'll fight for Ruru." "Fut, Ruru, isn't he someone you can call by that name?" Professor Zhang lightly cleared his throat, and the classroom fell silent once again. It must be said that Sururu's beauty and cultured demeanor had even soothed the usually stern Professor Zhang. "Li Mu, right? If you had a reason, you should have informed me beforehand. Have him bring his textbooks to my office tomorrow. This won't happen again." Li Mu watched as Professor Zhang wrote "personal leave" next to his name in the roll book, and his anxious heart finally relaxed. "Thank you, Professor Zhang Tilder. Then, Professor, I won't disturb you and the students any longer." Professor Zhang nodded lightly, and Li Mu calmly walked out of the classroom. However, beneath his outward calm, his mind was churning with endless unease. Body swap. Then where is my real body? Li Mu anxiously thought to himself, wondering how this strange swap had happened, but he had no answers. In the infirmary of South Ju University, Wang Tai anxiously stood by Li Mu's bed. Mu Ji, wake up. Doctor, when will Mu Ji wake up? He hasn't gotten a concussion, right? Wang Tai sat by Li Mu's side, muttering anxiously. "We're the twin tigers of Nanda. If we lose one tiger, how can I live on?" I knew something was wrong when my right eyelid kept twitching. Turns out Mu Ji is in danger. Mu Ji, if you wake up now, I'll tell you the password to my 1 terabyte cloud drive. You've always wanted it, and I'll give it all to you. Wang Tai clasped his hands together, making an exaggerated bow and closing his eyes, as if silently praying. Cough. Since the body is Li Mu's, but the soul is Sururu's, we'll refer to her as Sururu here. Sururu slowly opened her eyes, and the last thing she remembered was being at the school gate. She vaguely recalled a boy running toward her, and she had been knocked into the shrubbery while trying to dodge him. "It hurts." Sururu frowned, feeling the soreness in her body. Wang Tai noticed a movement from the person in front of him, and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw that Li Mu had woken up. In his excitement, he quickly stared at Li Mu and said, Mu Ji, you didn't hear me talking about the cloud drive, right?" At that moment, Sururu's consciousness wasn't fully awake, and she squinted her eyes, instinctively replying, "What cloud drive?" Wang Tai let out a sigh of relief, silently muttering, "Thank goodness, Mu Ji didn't hear it, so it doesn't can't." Amitabha. Sururu gradually regained her full consciousness and noticed a dark-skinned boy with a few freckles on his face staring intently at her. Startled, she instinctively raised both hands and slapped forward, but what she didn't realize was that this was Li Mu's body, a body that had been conditioned by regular exercise and was surprisingly strong. Wang Tai's face took the brunt of the slap, and a loud smack echoed through the infirmary, causing a sudden silence. Sururu quickly lowered her hands, blushing furiously, and nervously glanced at Wang Tai. Are you alright?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Wang Tai, clutching his slapped face, stared at the person in front of him, Li Mu, with his mouth wide open in shock. "Mu Ji, you never hit someone's face, hitting the face hurts your pride." Li Mu remained unfazed, and Wang Tai became flustered, thinking that Li Mu was waiting for him to speak the truth. Mu Ji, I'm sorry, if I hadn't caused trouble, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. It's all my fault. Mu Ji, stop scaring me, I admit I was wrong. Wang Tai was in tears, his voice choked. Last week, someone bumped into me, and I got mad and argued with him. I told him to come find Li Mu from Civil Engineering Class 3. I just wanted to act cool, but I never expected. Those guys really came. Wang Tai was crying and sniffling, feeling like he had dragged Li Mu into trouble. Li Mu? Cloud Drive? Fighting? Gangs? What is all this nonsense? Su Ru watched as this boy kept calling Mu Ji and crying uncontrollably. She instinctively wanted to comfort him, but in that instant, she felt her hands move in front of her. These hands, exposed to the sunlight, were healthy and tanned, with calloused palms and prominent veins that hinted at strength. Without realizing it, Su Ru started swinging her hands in front of her, and the hands in front of her seemed to follow her every movement. For a moment, she felt dizzy. Su Ru, this must be a dream. It's gotta be a dream. Alright, I'll count to 3, close my eyes, and when I open them, we'll be back in reality. 3, 2, 1. Wake up! Wake up! Su Ru's voice grew quieter, trembling as it faltered, and by the end, she couldn't even speak anymore. Oh! How did I become a man? Su Ru screamed in terror, her voice echoing throughout the infirmary. Her eyes frantically scanned the room, and she suddenly saw her reflection in the mirror, an unfamiliar male face, a strong and muscular body, and healthy, sun-kissed hands. Su Ru, at a loss for what to do, grabbed her hair and yanked it hard, only to feel a sharp pain. What's going on? Why did I turn into a man? She screamed desperately. Wang Tai was so shocked by the sudden scream that he froze in place. His voice trembled, barely forming coherent words. He scrambled out of the infirmary, shouting, "Run! Mu Ji's been knocked silly." Chapter 3, Su Ru is not gentle. At this moment, Li Mu was strolling through the campus when he suddenly heard his own voice coming from the infirmary. That voice sounds so familiar, is it my own voice? Li Mu hurriedly walked toward the infirmary. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was shocked to find his body sitting on the hospital bed, and his surprise was evident. Su Ru also noticed the other version of herself, and her eyes widened in disbelief. "You are Li Mu." "Su Ru." They both exclaimed in unison. "Damn it! Give me back my body." Su Ru jumped off the bed and stood in front of Li Mu, now a towering figure at 1.87 meters. Visually, Li Mu was deeply startled. After all, he was using Su Ru's body, which stood at only about 1.65 meters. Was I always this fierce? No wonder I couldn't find a girlfriend during college. But when Li Mu saw his own body, hands on hips and making an arrogant expression, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Big sis, don't make such a kawaii face with my body. Har har har. Har har har, so I have a soft side too, huh? I can't believe this is me. This is too funny." Li Mu couldn't stop laughing at the sight of a tall, muscular man striking a pose like a girly anime character. Su Ru looked at her body, clutching her stomach as she laughed non-stop. She was about to explode with anger. My God, what kind of curse did I bring upon myself? Who could understand how I feel, suddenly turning into a guy? After a while, Li Mu stopped laughing and began thinking about the situation, discussing the bizarre event with Su Ru. "So, you mean we swapped bodies the moment we walked past the school gate?" Su Ru's eyes widened. "Yeah, it's very likely. Is there any way to swap back?" Su Ru asked urgently. "Oh. I'm not sure for now." Su Ru shot him a disdainful look. "Hey, Li Mu, you're awake." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. A school nurse, wearing a white coat, walked over to Su Ru. Looks like there's nothing seriously wrong." Su Ru awkwardly said, "Thanks, doctor, but I just had low blood sugar. I'm fine now, so I'll leave." Her voice gradually became quieter as she finished the sentence. Li Mu watched Su Ru's clumsy performance. He realized that if they stayed any longer, the nurse might notice something, so he quickly grabbed her wrist and pulled her out of the infirmary. Su Ru, startled, looked at Li Mu as he pulled her out of the room. Walking along the campus path, she reflected on the moment. It was the first time a guy had ever taken her hand, although, for now, it was her pulling herself. Still, Sururu felt a ripple of emotion in her heart. Heatstroke. Why is your face so red? Limu asked, noticing Sururu's flushed cheeks. Sururu snorted and rolled her eyes at him. As they walked along the campus path, many students cast curious glances at the two of them. Whoa, no way, who is that guy walking with Sururu? Is he her boyfriend? He looks so ordinary, and his clothes don't seem like his rich. Who says that if they are walking together, they have to be a couple? Maybe he's an upperclassman or something. Limu, hearing the whispers around them, intentionally slowed his pace, gradually distancing himself from Sururu. Sururu noticed Limu's awkwardness and, feeling embarrassed, apologized. The two of them exited the campus and walked to a cafe near the school gate, where they found a secluded spot to sit. Once seated, Limu looked straight into Sururu's eyes and spoke directly. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I've been thinking about it, and honestly, I don't know how to change back. Even though we VE swapped bodies, don't worry, I'll never do anything out of line. Sururu remained silent. Limu continued, do you have any better ideas? If so, share them with me. Sururu lowered her head, fidgeting and still not responding. Limu thought she might be upset and was wondering how to explain the situation tactfully. However, Sururu's thoughts were tangled in her own confusion. Damn it. I really need to go to the bathroom. Should I go to the men's or the women's? Men's restroom. But wait, given my current body, I'm technically a guy. Sururu lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Limu, still clueless, asked, oh, are you okay? Is your body feeling unwell? Limu, puzzled, instinctively assumed there was something wrong with his body. After all, he hadn't been sick in years. Sururu suddenly had an idea. She rummaged through her pocket and pulled out Limu's phone. With a simple touch, she unlocked it with his fingerprint and found her own phone number. She sent a message. Ding dong. HM? The phone beeped. Limu, realizing the sound was from his phone, took it out. The message that popped up stunned him. I need to go to the bathroom. Limu was completely frozen in shock. His mind went blank, unsure of how to handle the situation. Wait. He suddenly realized an extremely awkward issue. The body occupying his own was Sururu's. So, if she needed to go to the bathroom, wasn't this about to lead to one of the most embarrassing moments ever? Limu's face turned crimson, and his heart raced in embarrassment, unsure of what to do next. Sururu's message plunged them both into endless silence. Limu's heart pounded. Sweat began to form on his forehead. He sneakily glanced at Sururu, only to find that her eyes were also filled with complexity and awkwardness. Oh. I'll take you there. Limu spoke first, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Oh, okay. Sururu stood up, her head lowered in shame, following him. The two of them bypassed the crowd and took a small path back to the campus. I'll wait outside for you. Limu led Sururu to a building where no students were currently having class. He pointed to the building's restroom and said, if anything happens, just call me, or maybe don't call me. He could express the turmoil in his heart what a mess this was. Meanwhile, Sururu was also struggling. She hesitated as she stood before the men's and women's restrooms, unsure what to do. After 3 seconds, she glanced at her body. I can't hold it anymore. I'm technically a guy now, so what am I afraid of? She braced herself and marched straight into the men's restroom. Inside the restroom, she didn't know what to do. But nature called, and she had no choice. Closing her eyes, she unbuttoned her pants. 5 minutes later, Limu, noticing Sururu hadn't come out yet, started pacing anxiously. Suddenly, he heard the sound of running water at the sink. Turning his head, he saw Sururu marching toward him, clenching her fists, looking furious. Limu opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but no words came out. And then a scream rang out. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 4, First time entering the girls' dormitory. The two walked side by side across the wide playground, their steps slow and heavy. Time passed second by second, and their patience was gradually worn thin. Li Mu suddenly broke the silence. "Sai, it's getting late. Aren't you heading back?" His voice carried a hint of exhaustion and helplessness. Suruoruo seemed still stunned by the sudden change. She widened her mouth in surprise and let out an astonished, "Huh." "It's already past 9 p.m., Li Mu pointed to the sky, then to Suruoruo. "I don't mind staying out late, but don't you think it's a bit late for you not to head back?" "Ah." Suruoruo seemed to remember something. "Oh no. Today is Sheshua's birthday. We four promised to celebrate it together." "Who is Sheshua?" Li Mu asked. "My roommate." "Ah." This time, it was Li Mu who was shocked. "Then do I have to go back to your dormitory?" "Technically, yes," Suruoruo nodded earnestly. Li Mu froze in place, scratching his head, not knowing what to do. "Oh, it's almost 10. The birthday party is about to start. No matter what, you need to help me out of this." "How can I help you out of this? Are you joking? Come on, let us deal with this later. Help me out just this once, okay? Sheshua has been looking forward to it for a long time." Suruoruo pleaded earnestly, joining her hands in a begging gesture. Quickly, turn left ahead, and the building at the very end is the girls' dormitory." D503, Suruoruo pointed east, then west, confusing Li Mu even more. Thankfully, the campus wasn't too big, and he could find the dormitory himself. "By the way, you don't live on campus, do you?" Suruoruo asked, staring at him. "I have a dorm, but I usually don't stay there. I live with my mom," Li Mu answered. "How many people are there in your family? Where do you live? What is your family like?" Suruoruo's barrage of questions made Li Mu feel like he was being interrogated. "It's just my mom and me. We live at 604, Shinfang Community, XX Street, Xuanwu District. Our family is harmonious." Li Mu answered absently. "That's good," Suruoruo sighed as if she had made a significant decision. "Since we can't change anything, we'll just accept it." In an instant, her energy seemed to surge, as if she had been injected with some kind of energy. Li Mu was confused. How could Suruoruo's attitude change so much in such a short time? "All right, I've explained everything. I've got to hurry home." "Oh, I mean you're home. Let us stay in touch on WeChat." Suruoruo quickly ran off, leaving Li Mu standing there in the wind, at a loss. "Sai, what is up with this girl?" Li Mu sighed. "Never mind, let us just go back to the dorm." "A girls' dormitory." Li Mu swallowed nervously. "Whatever, I'm a girl now too. What is there to be afraid of?" he thought. HMPH. With determination, he walked straight towards the girls' dormitory. "Ah. Ruoruo, what are you doing here? You should go back. Sheshua is waiting for us." A clear, melodious voice came from behind Li Mu. He froze and turned around to see an 18 or 19-year-old girl. The girl had shoulder-length hair and a fair, beautiful face that was smiling. She was wearing a short skirt, revealing her long, beautiful legs, and quickly ran to Li Mu's side. Li Mu was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. "Come on, don't just stand there." The girl naturally linked her arm with Li Mu's. Li Mu felt a soft sensation. The girl leaned in close and smiled. "Ruoruo, what gift did you prepare for Sheshua?" As a solo person for 19 years, Li Mu had never experienced a scene like this. The real, soft touch on his arm was like a direct hit to his heart, especially for a single guy. In an instant, blood rushed to his head, and he staggered backward, unconscious. "Ah. Ruoruo, what is wrong?" The girl quickly caught him. A few moments later, Li Mu regained his senses, wiped away the blood from his nose, and, with a determined and excited look, said, "I'm fine. Let us hurry back to the dorm." Soon, the two arrived at the bottom of the dormitory building. Along the way, Li Mu insisted that the girl not link her arm with his, afraid he might faint again. Well, no wonder it's a new building. The school really spared no expense. The exterior and the environment are light years ahead of the boys' dormitory, Li Mu thought with sympathy for his dorm mates. He couldn't help but sigh as he thought about the depressing state of his own place. A tear almost slipped out. But then, he remembered that his first time sharing a room with a girl was when he was 5 or 6 years old, so it didn't really count. This time, however, he would be sharing a room with 3 girls. He was a bit excited. He couldn't help but marvel at the strange twists of fate. In just under 24 hours, his life had become so exciting. His heart raced as he walked confidently into the girls' dormitory building. The closer he got to room 503, the faster his heart pounded. He wasn't sure what Ruoruo's roommates were like or how easy they would be to get along with. He had heard that some dorms had up to 8 unofficial groups. If this were a court drama, Limu felt like he wouldn't survive the first episode. Come on, Ruoruo, let us go inside. The girl pushed open the dormitory door, and Limu's thoughts were pulled back to reality. But he clearly wasn't prepared yet. Ruoruo, Xiaogu, you're back. A girl with double ponytails bounced out to greet them. The girl was of medium height, looking like a sweet, cute type, wearing a sailor suit and a short skirt, with white thigh-high stockings. Her sweet smile made people want to protect her. Har har har, what are you saying, 1111? Another girl, tall and elegant with shoulder-length golden hair, dressed in a white polo shirt and a black skirt, gave 1111 a playful glare. Her graceful voice and mature aura were apparent. So, this was Xiexue. Limu had thought Xiexue would be a cute girl, judging by the name. My goodness, what kind of magical dormitory is this? Why is everyone so good-looking? Hey, Ruoruo, what are you saying? Compared to you, we're just the green leaf supporting the flower. 1111 exaggerated dramatically, causing everyone to burst into laughter. As for me? Limu thought to himself, he'd never had much to do with Ruoruo before this incident. If not for the accident, they wouldn't have been so close. Limu walked to the full-length mirror and looked at his reflection. His bright eyes radiated purity, his hair as smooth as silk, his skin fair and delicate, like jade. He exuded a faint floral fragrance. He wore a black short-sleeved t-shirt and denim skirt, showing off a slender, graceful figure. He was indeed a beauty. By the way, where's the cake? 1111's voice snapped Limu out of his thoughts. It's here, waiting for you. 1111 waved her hand, and a 24-inch strawberry cake appeared on the table. This is Xiexue's favorite, strawberry flavor. Let us light the candles and make a wish, Xiexue. Make a wish quickly. 1111 excitedly urged Xiexue. I wish that we, the 503 dorm, will be happy forever. Oh, no, if you say it out loud, it won't come true. Forget it, Xiexue, make a new wish. Just as Xiexue was about to blow out the candles, 1111, who was covering them, made everyone laugh uncontrollably. Limu was swept up in the happy atmosphere, clapping along and singing the birthday song. Soon, everyone began to play around, and everyone's faces were covered in cream. Though Xiexue was the birthday girl, everyone seemed to pay special attention to 1111. She had cream on her face, her clothes, and even on her legs. You guys are bullying me. 1111 complained as she tried to wipe the cream off her face. I'm going to fight back. 1111, with her cream-covered hand, suddenly attacked Limu. Limu, caught off guard, tried to dodge, but at that moment, his body froze, and his face turned as red as a ripe apple. 1111 was also stunned. Chapter 5, What about the bath? At South Jew University, there is no enforced lights-out time, so the group continued their lively chatter until midnight. I'm full. Tonight's going to be another night of gaining weight, she said, sitting on the carpet with no regard for her image. She patted her round belly and added, Xiaoshui, no more feeding me, I can't eat anymore. HMPH, you're the one who kept grabbing food, no one could stop you, Xiaoshui replied, cleaning up the mess with Jiu Qin. Limu didn't know what to do, so he sat in a chair, scrolling through his phone, hoping to find something useful. Lin Shui, Jiu Qin, Shen Shi. Limu read the names from his contacts. Class 2 of Business Administration. And all 4 of you are in the same class, he thought to himself. Good, that increases the safety factor. After a while, she took off her t-shirt and walked to the bathroom. She turned around and said to the others, who wants to bathe with me? Stop fooling around, just go already. Jiu Qin grabbed a towel and threw it at Shi. In the following hour, everyone gradually took their turns in the shower, but Limu remained sitting, unmoved. Ruru, why aren't you going to shower yet? Lin Shui came out of the bathroom, bending over to dry her hair. She was wearing a black silk nightgown, and her long, slightly damp legs looked even more fair and smooth. It wasn't just her, the other girls had also changed into their nightwear. Lin Shui saw that Li Mu was still unmoving, so while bending down to find the hairdryer, she said, Ruru, hurry up and go, don't catch a cold. However, she didn't realize that as she bent over, her chest swelled and heaved like surging waves. Lin Shui had always been a tall, curvy beauty, and this particular movement only accentuated her allure. Li Mu saw this and felt a rush of heat up his nose. He quickly pressed his hand to his face. Okay. He hurriedly stood up from the chair. I'll go shower now. Without thinking, he grabbed a few clothes from the wardrobe and rushed into the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, steam was rising. This is so hard to take off, why is it so awkward? Li Mu muttered to himself, sweating heavily, yet his underwear stubbornly clung to his body, refusing to come off. After some desperate struggling, he finally managed to remove the undergarments, and his body felt liberated. He sighed in relief, being a girl is really tough. It's much easier being a guy. Li Mu couldn't help but lament, then suddenly wondered, how do I take a shower now? Like I used to. He looked down at his body, noticing the lace, black in color. His heart raced, and a strange feeling began to spread within him. Having been single for 19 years, Li Mu never imagined that the first time he would see a girl's body would be in this situation. The shift was so sudden, it left him feeling both excited and strangely unsettled. But after some thought, he wasn't sure if he could ever return to his original body. Maybe he'd have to live with this one for a long time. Why feel shy? He took a deep breath, as if making up his mind, and undid his underwear without hesitation. Turning on the shower. After struggling for over 10 minutes, Li Mu finally managed to wash himself. Long hair is really hard to wash. He sighed as he used a towel to dry off in the bathroom. Before, it only took him 5 minutes to shower and quickly wipe himself down. Then he'd throw on a pair of shorts and walk out. But now, he yawned and reached for the underwear he had brought with him. However, when he held it up, he froze. I don't know how to put this on. Or, can I just not wear it? After a mental battle, he decided to skip it and go commando instead. Fortunately, the other piece of clothing didn't give him trouble. It was a plain, oversized t-shirt, wide enough to cover his hips. It could also double as sleepwear. Phew, finally done. Li Mu pushed open the bathroom door, feeling like he had just survived a fierce battle. Without saying a word, he climbed into bed. The dorm bed was a lofted design with a desk underneath, making it more spacious and stylish than the typical university dorm. This feels so good. Finally can lie down. He let out a long exhale, stretching out comfortably across the soft mattress. He was about to take out his phone to message Sururu. However, he found he had already received a video from her. In the video, Sururu was standing with one foot on the sofa, wearing headphones. The TV had a microphone from 1999, and she was facing the camera, singing humorously yet affectionately. Brother, you've lost weight, you look tired tilde. The hardships of life can't hide the weariness tilde. Brother, you've changed, you've become silent tilde. Tell me, what are those things you've been holding inside? Then she sent a voice message, Li Mu, your house is really interesting. I've never seen such old antiques before. Li Mu was stunned. He had initially worried that Sururu would feel out of place when she visited his home. After all, Sururu seemed to have everything, while he lived in an old neighborhood, a little behind in comparison. But he never expected. Hey! What are you doing? Li Mu replied angrily, gritting his teeth. Sururu didn't respond. Li Mu clenched his fists, his anger bubbling over. I told you, stop messing around. Disturbing the peace is against the law. Whereas my mom. Is she asleep? Isn't she going to stop you? Stop it right now. All the messages disappeared into silence. Li Mu couldn't understand why the quiet, gentle campus beauty Sururu had turned into someone so wild after switching bodies. Was this her true side? Ding dong. Li Mu quickly opened the chat window. No worries, Auntie is already asleep. Li Mu, your house is really fun. I have to say, I'm starting to love this feeling. Hey, there's a box under your bed, I'm going to check it out. Holy crap! Limu jumped out of bed in shock. The sudden noise startled everyone in the dorm. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? She mumbled, then fell back asleep. Ruru, what's wrong? Lin Shui asked softly. It's nothing, sorry, I just had a nightmare. I scared you guys. Okay, as long as you're fine. Get some rest, we have class tomorrow morning. Lin Shui comforted her. Limu lay back down but couldn't suppress his anger. I'm telling you, don't touch that box. Too late. What are these DVDs? They are labeled with Teacher Kang, Teacher Long, and Teacher Bo. I didn't realize it, Limu, you're so serious. You actually have a lot of study materials. Limu froze for a second but quickly realized that Sururu probably didn't know what those things were. That's right. Advanced math is so difficult. As a modern university student, we can't just stick to classroom knowledge. We need to build up some knowledge in our spare time. And surprisingly, Sururu seemed to believe him. Wow, I underestimated you, Limu. Didn't he expect you to be this serious? I'll bring them tomorrow. I heard there's an old DVD player at the library, let us study together tomorrow. I'm getting a bit tired, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Limu's face turned dark. There's no need for that. The teachers didn't teach those courses well, you don't need to bring them. If you don't know them, I can teach you. Are you asleep? Are you really asleep? Chapter 6 The Scumbag Incident. Early the next morning. Hey, Ruru, why are your dark circles so heavy? Didn't you sleep well last night? 1111 saw Limu's haggardness at a glance. Limu replied weakly, it's okay, I couldn't sleep last night. It was indeed insomnia. Limu thought of Sururu's personality and thought that he might take the CD to the library to play it. When he thought of this, Limu simply didn't want to live. Go wash up quickly, class is about to start. Everyone hurriedly prepared and arrived at the classroom on time. However, the moment Limu walked into the classroom, an unfriendly word came into his ears. TSK, why are you pretending to be pure? I don't know how much of a bitch you are behind your back. You're really good at pretending. Limu turned his head to look for the source of the voice, but the sudden ringing of the class bell interrupted him. Ruru, sit down quickly. Oh, okay. Strange, who was talking just now? Was it me? Or my roommate? Limu looked at them. As expected, 1111 had already fallen down. Lin Shui sat upright and flipped through a book, while Ji Yuqin was concentrating on swiping her phone. Looking around, he did not find anything unusual. University courses usually start and end in boredom. I'm so hungry. I don't have classes in the afternoon. Let's go out for something to eat. 1111 suggested. I know there's a place that sells delicious soy sauce pork trotters. Let's go. 1111 ran to Limu, took his arm, and said coquettishly, Ruru, okay. Limu felt the softness of his arm, but his mind was thinking quickly. Isn't it said that 9 out of 10 lolas are average? How can 1111 be so sexy? Don't shake Ruru. Let's go back to the dormitory to change clothes and go out in the afternoon. Lin Shui helped Limu out. Great, go. 1111 is always full of energy. After everyone returned to the dormitory, they began to change clothes and dress up. Limu had nothing to do, so he was lying on the bed and sent a message to Sururu, asking about her situation. Are you awake? What are you doing? Why don't you reply? These 3 questions were asked in a proper manner. Ding dong. Limu, your bed is so comfortable, you are so lucky. Auntie also prepared breakfast for me this morning, that's great. With a silly panda head emoticon. That's right, but don't make a fuss at night, and that CD. I know, Limu, don't think I don't know what it is. I checked it online last night, but I didn't expect it, TSK. Call me sister, I'll keep it a secret for you. Limu was embarrassed and ashamed. Sister, my good sister, you don't know anything, okay? I'll treat you to dinner later. That's better. Okay, little cuties, it's time for us to go. Ji Yuqin greeted everyone. Limu saw that the 3 of them had dressed up, and replied casually. There are classes in the afternoon. Remember to check the schedule. Without delay, he immediately got up and landed on the ground with a set of operations. Let's go, let's go. After saying that, Li Mu ran to the door, but realized that the three of them didn't move at all, and turned his head to look. Ji Yuqin seemed to have seen a ghost. Ru, are you going out like this? Li Mu was confused by everyone's reaction, and looked at the three people blankly. It seems, the style is not right. Following his line of sight, Li Mu looked at his flip-flops, big shorts and big t-shirt, and disheveled hair. He looked at the beautiful looks of the three people again. JK cute girl, girl next door, mature lady. Li Mu pondered for a moment, still didn't think there was anything unusual. No problem, let's go. Everyone stopped Li Mu. Why go, Ru, I'll take you to change clothes. Aren't we just having a meal? Li Mu was puzzled. Ji Yuqin held her forehead with her hand, and said helplessly. Ru, you have to know that girls are live broadcasting every moment from the moment they go out. Try this one. Lin Shui gently pushed open the door of Sururu's exquisite wardrobe, and a faint fragrance came to her face. She searched carefully, and her eyes finally fell on a black jewel dress. When Li Mu took the clothes, his fingers trembled slightly, and an inexplicable tension surged in his heart. Feeling like a cross-dresser wearing girls' clothes, he had some resistance in his heart, but at the same time mixed with a little excitement. Take a deep breath, muster up the courage to quickly change into this black jewel dress. Wow, Ruru, you are so beautiful. 1111 was the first to praise. Especially with your charming face, Ruru, be my wife, I will protect you. 1111 patted his chest. Li Mu actually blushed a little, something was wrong. Stop it, let's go. Ji Yuqin pushed the two of them out of the dormitory. The four people had different styles, and they were particularly eye-catching when walking in the mall, with a high rate of turning back, but Li Mu ignored it. He just wanted to eat, he was too hungry. Baby, I want to buy this. Love you, baby, I'll reward you when I go back tonight. Li Mu instantly became energetic, their voice sounded familiar. It seemed to be their voice in the morning class. Everyone looked together, and saw a girl wearing a hot and revealing dress leaning on a boy's arms, holding various brand name bags and cosmetics in her hands. The two people opposite also saw Li Mu and the others. Before everyone could react, the girl said, "Oh, who did I think it was? Isn't this Ji Yuqin? You didn't pretend to be in school, so you came here to seduce someone. We are all women, who doesn't know what you want? Why are you playing hard to get and wanting to sell yourself at a higher price? Shameless thing." On the other hand, the man remained silent. He even wanted to pull the girl away quickly. Who do you think you are? You didn't brush your teeth this morning and you talk so badly. Look at the way you are dressed, you don't look like a decent woman. Although 1111 didn't know the specific situation, she would never allow anyone to insult her sisters. Ji Yuqin, don't pretend. And you shut up, I'll tear your mouth apart. The girl said and went forward to attack. 1111 was pushed back unexpectedly and couldn't help but lean back, and the girl rushed forward again. Par. The crisp slap shocked everyone present. You hit me. The girl covered her face and shouted wildly. Par. Another crisp slap sound. Li Mu raised his hand and hovered in the air. If you shout again, I'll hit you again. Songja, are you dead? I slept with you so many times for nothing, and you just watched me get beaten. The girl covered her face and yelled hysterically at the boy behind her. Why didn't you act so cowardly when you climbed onto my bed? The boy pulled the girl with a troubled look on his face and said, Jiao, let's go. The girl named Jiao shook off Songja's hand and pounced on Li Mu fiercely. Li Mu grabbed Jiao's hair and clamped her hands from behind so that Jiao couldn't move. As more and more people gathered around, Lin Shui quietly called the police. The police and the mall security rushed over together. Li Mu and others were taken to the police station with Songja and Jiao. Through the intervention of the police uncle, everyone understood the whole story. Songja had always been Ji Yuqin's pursuer, but Ji Yuqin didn't like Songja, so she rejected him. Songja felt embarrassed and felt very upset. The twisted man found Jiao while spreading rumors outside, wanting Jiao to teach Ji Yuqin a lesson, but he didn't expect to run into them today. So this scene just happened. The police uncle saw that both parties were students and no substantial harm was caused. He warned Songjia and Jiaojia not to violate the bottom line of the law, criticized and educated both parties, and then let everyone leave. As for how Songjia climbed onto Jiaojia's bed, no one knew. Walking on the way to school. Ru, you were so handsome just now. When did you become so brave? I love you more after not seeing you for a summer vacation. You protected me, I want to be with you. 1111 has been circling around Li Mu since she came out of the police station. I saw Ruru suddenly take a step forward and slap that bitch in the face. You actually hit me tilde. 1111 imitated Jiaojia's appearance at that time, making everyone present laugh. Ji Yuqin walked quickly in front of everyone and turned to apologize to everyone. I'm sorry, everyone, this happened because of me, and 1111 and Ruru were almost injured. I'm really sorry. Oh, Xiao Jiyu, it's okay. It's not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame that scumbag. Next time I meet him, watch me tear the scumbag apart. 1111 made a boxing gesture. Hey har. Yes, Xiao Jiyu, this is not your problem. If you meet them alone, it will be very dangerous. Lin Shui also comforted her. Xiao Jiyu, don't take it to heart. You see, we are all fine. Don't worry. Looking at Ji Yuqin's lost look, Li Mu also comforted her. Thank you. Okay, I'm hungry, let's go eat. 1111 led everyone to the food street. Suddenly. Ding dong. Received a short message from Sururu. From now on, hello Sururu, I'm Li Mu. What? Chapter 7, Diary, Li Mu, you won't reject me, will you? My name is Sururu, I'm 18 years old. I'm a sophomore at Nanju University. I came to this university a year ago. I thought my life would be the same as before, but from now on, my new life seems to have begun. My parents are good at business, and their business is booming. They have completed class transition in just a few years. But because of this, I was instilled with the idea of paying attention to my image when I was a child, and maintaining the reputation of my family no matter what I do. I represent not only myself, but also the entire family. They think that their wealth and social status require me to be a flawless child. I have no right to choose and am forced to bear the pressure and expectations. I am like a newly fired porcelain doll, starting from clay and going through dozens of processes. The products are processed, polished, and corrected, and finally labeled as qualified products and displayed in the window. I have never been allowed to have my own interests and dreams since I was a child. Even talking loudly and laughing are strictly controlled. My schedule is made by tutors and private tutors. Every minute is planned to be full, and there is no spare time for myself. Even the time for playing is counted as study time, and every small violation will be beaten and punished. What I can't accept the most is that my friends are also arranged by my parents. They think that interacting with those rich children can improve my social skills and indirectly promote business contacts, so my friends are the children of their various business partners. I don't like this, but if I refuse, what awaits me will be responsibility. I was scolded and taught by others, so I never got the chance to choose my own friends. Every day, I wore custom-made gorgeous clothes, as if I was a princess out of a fairy tale. People praised my beauty, but they didn't know the emptiness and helplessness in my heart. No one cared whether I was really happy, they only cared about appearance and external evaluation. I still remember the moment that once tossed in my heart, when I quietly stepped into the park, my eyes involuntarily fell on the swing in the quiet corner. I sat on the gently swaying wooden chair for the first time. At that moment it seemed as if I had transformed into a butterfly flying freely. I was flying in the sky. I wished to fly in the clouds. Speed up, speed up. I kept flapping my wings. Finally reached the peak. But it was still just a corner of the cage. Bodyguards came upon hearing the news. They dared not do anything to me, but they would send me back to the cage. On the way home, I seemed to catch a glimpse of a butterfly with broken wings. As punishment, I was whipped by my father. That night, I lay in bed, covered with red and swollen scars, and my heart was filled with tears and pain. Every day was like this. I was afraid of the future and longed for my own freedom. I longed to grow up, leave this family that made me feel bound, and find my own destiny. By chance, I overheard my father's conversation. I have encountered some difficulties in my business recently. It won't work this way. In my opinion, Mr. Jiang's youngest son is really good. Ruru met him before. He is young and promising. I heard that he has a good impression of Ruru. Ruru is not young now. If it doesn't work, give them a promise first, and then make plans. Plus being able to promote business exchanges with Mr. Jiang, isn't this problem solved? I thought I would cry, but I felt nothing in my heart. I even felt that this was my destiny. I was the porcelain doll in the window. Now, the buyer came. A sudden and unexpected turn of events came. As far as I know, my father's competitor died in an accident, and the company fell into chaos of internal power struggle. In just 3 months, their competitor unfortunately went bankrupt and was acquired by major companies. My father took the opportunity to successfully acquire the competitor's company, making his company the leading enterprise in Taipei. Because of this, my father cancelled the agreement with Mr. Jiang. I asked my father without hesitation, hoping to go to college in Nansha, although I had already prepared for the answer to be denied. However, what I found incredible was that my father actually agreed to my request. However, this was based on the premise that I had to return to Taipei City 4 years later and obey my father's arrangements. I was willing to make this exchange. For me, it was worth it. I left home without any belongings, because this home itself was not worth my nostalgia. In this world without parental control, I felt free for the first time, but my childhood experiences made it difficult for me to integrate into it. Such a voice was always echoing in my mind. You have to pay attention to your image and maintain the reputation of your family no matter what you do. You represent not only yourself, but also the entire family. This is not suitable for you, you can't do this. I am afraid of socializing, making friends, showing my true self, and hurting people around me. However, what is incredible is that on the first day of my sophomore year, I bumped into this boy named Li Mu, and when I woke up, I found that our souls had swapped. How incredible it was. It was hard for me to accept all this, but this might be a chance for rebirth given to me by God. I began to think and try to accept it. I am really shy. Although there are many inconveniences in life. But I envy Li Mu very much. In a short time together, he has always had a mother who loves him very much, a warm family, can act according to his own wishes, and does not need to pretend in front of friends to show his true self. That night, I tried to start my life as Li Mu for the first time, and I felt that he lived so freely, without the pressure and expectations of being bound. He can choose his own life path as he pleases, but I have always felt constrained by the expectations of my family. Perhaps, I don't need to exchange bodies with others to find my own value and rebirth. But while I'm looking for a way to restore my body, I want to borrow your body to start a new experience. He, Li Mu, you will definitely not refuse me. If you don't agree, that won't work. Humph, I'll borrow your body. Chapter 8 Freshman Orientation I. Hello Sururu, I'm Li Mu. What the hell? Li Mu felt a headache. In just 2 days, Sururu completely let herself go. Hey, what tricks are you playing again? Li Mu soon received a reply from Sururu. No, then I ask you, do you know how to change back? Oh. Li Mu was speechless. By the way, you see, we don't know how to recover. In this case, just enjoy your life now. And attached a silly panda head emoticon package, your emoticon package is really ugly. For you, don't have a psychological burden now, just be your own Sururu. By the way, have you taken a shower? My figure is not bad. Li Mu quickly lowered the brightness of his phone. Too shy, I have to buy a privacy screen. Okay, then let's make an appointment to meet and exchange some information. Li Mu replied a message. Tomorrow afternoon is fine. Contact me then. Okay. Li Mu and his group came to the food street. As it was evening, people were coming and going, and it was very lively. Nanju University is located in the suburbs, and it is not convenient for students to go to the city. So over time, a street outside the school gradually formed a food street, which is also a place frequented by students in the school. What's wrong with Ruru? Lin Shui couldn't help asking Li Mu, who was in a trance. It's okay, let's go eat. Li Mu came back to his senses and quickly changed the subject. Lin Shui showed a puzzled expression. 1111 didn't think so much, and was looking for food at various stalls. I'm starving, I want to eat as much as I can. Li Mu stood in front of the pancake stall, and was shocked to hear Lin Shui's words. Ruru, I feel that you are not the same as before. This sudden sentence attracted the attention of the three people. Gu Chin, yes, I feel that Ruru is a little different. 1111, what's different? After saying that, she looked around, and when she saw that there was no one, she suddenly patted Sururu's butt, same. Everyone. Then, what was I like before? Li Mu quietly grabbed the corner of his clothes. Before, it felt a little different. Ruru didn't like to laugh before, and she didn't even laugh. She was not interested in doing anything. When she was with us, she always felt a little alienated. Sometimes I still wonder if you don't like us. Ji Chin said thoughtfully. Yes, Ruru used to keep a certain distance from everyone, whether in class or in the dormitory. If I have to say, it's too perfect. So perfect that no one can get close to you. And I always feel that Ruru is worried. After Lin Shui finished speaking, she took Sururu's hand and continued, now Ruru smiles and shows various expressions. Today she was very brave and even protected us. I feel that our relationship has become closer. In fact, Ruru smiles beautifully, and this kind of Ruru is the real you. Li Mu was stunned. He didn't expect that everyone in the dormitory would be so thoughtful, of course, except 1111. No. People will change. It's great to have your company. Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little too sensitive. No one would believe it if he told others about soul swapping, and no one would think in that direction. Classmates, excuse me. There will be a freshman meeting at the North Playground tonight. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. A greeting attracted everyone's attention. Everyone followed the direction of the voice and looked. A girl in a red vest walked up to the crowd with a flyer in her hand. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. There will be a lucky draw at the end, and there will be a mysterious grand prize waiting. 1111 was curious about everything. I really want to go. But we are not freshmen anymore. We are sophomores. The girl was obviously stunned for a moment, but then said, it doesn't matter. Everyone can go and participate. This is an event organized by our students. And the sisters are so beautiful. If they can participate, the scene will definitely be more lively and interesting. Indeed, the difference between freshman and sophomore is not too big. If there is a difference, perhaps the eyes of freshmen are still full of curiosity about the campus. Okay, let's go and have a look together. Li Mu looked around, Lin Shui and Ji Yuqi nodded. They are not people who like to be lively, but Ruru took the initiative to ask to go for the first time, so they naturally would not refuse. Time passed quietly, and the four people in the dormitory walked on the campus. In front of them was the North Playground. People were coming and going on the playground, some were walking in groups of 3 or 2, and some were running. The grass in the middle was surrounded by a big circle, and many students were sitting on the ground. The activity had already started. A boy stood in the middle, playing the guitar and singing alone. The four people came to the periphery and found an open space to sit down. After the singing, the boy bowed to everyone and said, welcome everyone to take the time to attend our freshman exchange meeting. You come from all over the world and come to NTU. NTU is proud of you. Whether in the next 4 years or even in the future, I believe you will be proud of being NTU students. Students from different departments and majors, you are gathered here to pursue the path of knowledge together. In this big family, you will make like-minded friends, grow together, and encourage each other. I firmly believe that everyone has unique dreams and goals, and NTU will provide you with a platform and opportunity to realize these dreams. Okay, I believe there will be students below who will say that we are not here to listen to your nagging, so stop talking nonsense. The students sitting around laughed. Their host introduced in the middle of the playground, now, please welcome the seniors of the dance club with warm applause to present a wonderful dance program for everyone. Troublemaker. Wow. The students below cheered and the whole atmosphere was completely ignited as the dance began. Senior, I want to join the dance club too. Senior is so beautiful, I love you. The boys wanted to stand up and cheer for them, while the girls were more reserved and only talked in a low voice. Wow, when can I have such charming long legs? 1111 showed an envious expression. Don't think about it, next life. Gu Chin's ruthless blow. In the following time, there were programs prepared by the organizer and students who spontaneously went on stage to perform. The atmosphere of the whole event reached a climax. The host looked around the students present. Are there any students willing to show their talents next? Just now, it was all girls who were singing. Our boys should also work hard. This is a good opportunity to show yourself and get rid of singleness in a minute. The host laughed and teased. A boy raised his hand and stood up. The host invited him to come forward. Okay, students, please introduce yourself first. Hello, students. I am Lee Moo, a sophomore in civil engineering. I will bring you a dance I created called Hope. I hope you like it. Chapter 9 Freshman Meeting Part 2. Hello, students. I am Lee Moo, a sophomore in civil engineering. Lee Moo smiled. That smile looked sunny and fresh, as if emitting warm power. He wore a simple white t-shirt and a pair of jeans, giving people a simple yet fashionable feeling. Lee Moo himself also saw Sururu coming on stage. Why? Why can't I smile like this? Lee Moo gritted his teeth, but was shocked and curious about what kind of performance Sururu would bring. Next, I will bring you a dance I created called Hope. I hope you like it. Lee Moo greeted the host in advance, and after arranging everything, he stood in the center waiting for the music. In this world, everyone has a dream. Pursue hope, so that the heart will no longer hesitate. No matter how dark it is, the sun will always come. Believe that tomorrow will be better, we keep moving forward. When the music sounded, Lee Moo began to move. His dance moves were smooth and powerful, and every move was full of his passion and persistence. His body was as flexible as a spring, and his dance was graceful and free. When we are confused, hope gives us strength. When we are tired, dreams cheer us up again. His dance was full of hope and passion, as if conveying a positive force. His eyes revealed his love for life and his vision for the future. Wow, this boy is so charming. Yes, very charming. Did you hear that? He is a civil engineer and can dance. He is so awesome. I want to ask for his WeChat. Lee Moo listened to the whispers of the girls around him and clenched his fists in anger. Damn it, damn it, damn it, you are using my body to show off. It's okay to show off, but you actually did it. Damn it, why didn't anyone ask me for WeChat before? 1111 saw Lee Moo gritting his teeth and asked, Roo, what's wrong with you, are your teeth uncomfortable? Lee Moo smiled instantly. It's okay, 1111, ha, I'm very happy. Lee Moo in the middle of the playground seemed to have discovered Sururu sitting below, and suddenly smiled slyly. Classmates, the dance below needs a classmate to cooperate with me. It doesn't matter if you can't dance, just come up and clap the rhythm for me. Are there any classmates willing? The classmates below looked at Lee Moo one after another. Some of them seemed very interested in the dance and immediately raised their hands to express their willingness to go up, while some of them were a little shy and hesitant. Thank you, classmates, but you can only choose one, then I'll choose one randomly. Lee Moo on the playground pretended to select, then pointed to Sururu and said, This girl raised her hand very actively just now. Then can I invite you to come up? Lee Moo made a gentleman's gesture to invite Sururu. Lee Moo in the middle of the playground won the favor of everyone present with his politeness, and they all applauded. Sururu was at a loss. Damn, this is obviously intentional, I can't dance or beat the rhythm. Everyone followed the gaze of Lee Moo in the middle of the playground and found Sururu sitting. What a beautiful girl. Some seniors had heard of Sururu, and said, This is the school belle Sururu, you don't know this. Wow, she is really outstanding in temperament, she can be called a campus beauty, I am fascinated by her. I don't know who started the noise, everyone shouted Sururu's name. Sururu. Sururu. Roo, hurry up, hee. 1111 also urged. Lee Moo's heart seemed to be trampled by thousands of horses, but seeing everyone's enthusiasm and the other party's invitation, he had to stand up awkwardly and walk towards the center of the playground. Oh! Everyone applauded. I appreciate the honor of classmate Sue. Since the classmates are so enthusiastic, let's change the way. Can I ask classmate Sue to dance with me? After that, Lee Moo bowed slightly, stretched out his slender arms, and made an elegant invitation to Sururu. Lee Moo in the center of the playground had an extraordinary temperament, which caused many girls to scream. Promise him. Everyone shouted. Sururu stared at Lee Moo's smile, and somehow stretched out her slender right hand, gently touching Lee Moo's hand. But Sururu didn't know how to dance, but when the music started, she could only clumsily follow Li Mu's rhythm, looking at a loss, and had to follow Li Mu's steps. Although she was a little clumsy, she tried her best to dance to the rhythm of the music with a bright smile. Li Mu took Sururu around for a few circles, and then slowly guided her to dance the basic movements of the dance. He gently taught Sururu how to step, turn, and spin, so that she gradually found the feeling of dance. The students on the playground began to applaud and cheer. They were attracted by this sudden dance performance and took out their mobile phones to record this wonderful moment. Time seemed to stand still, forgetting the hustle and bustle around them. Only the two of them were dancing on the playground. They were immersed in the world of dance and forgot their hustle and bustle around them. Their dance moves gradually became smoother, as if two angels were dancing. Finally, with the end of the music, Li Mu and Sururu stopped dancing, clasped their hands tightly together, and stood face to face on the playground. Everyone burst into warm applause again. They were moved by this sudden dance performance. Great! Senior Li Mu, you are so handsome. Senior Sururu is so beautiful too. Senior sister, let's make friends. Li Mu and Sururu smiled at each other, and the embarrassment between them had been resolved by this dance performance. The atmosphere in the whole venue reached its peak, and the host walked out and said, "Thank you for the performance of the seniors. This is a visual feast. I hope everyone can cherish this wonderful memory." Next, it is everyone's favorite lucky draw session. Students can scan the QR code on the screen to participate. Seeing this, Li Mu and Sururu smiled at the audience, then left the center of the playground stage and walked towards 1111 and others. Wow, Ruru, you are so outstanding, I am attracted to you. 1111 immediately rushed forward to hug Sururu, and Lin Shui and others also praised, "Ruru, it turns out that you are also good at dancing, it's really amazing." Li Mu smiled awkwardly. He didn't know how to dance, and he probably never thought that a rough guy like him would dance. But when he stepped on it, he was gently guided by Li Mu, and he unconsciously danced his body, following the rhythm of the music, and completed this performance. Lin Shui turned to Li Mu and said, "Hello, classmate. We are Ruru's sisters. My name is Lin Shui, this is Ji Yu Qin, and that is Shin 1111. Lin Shui introduced the two to Li Mu. Li Mu responded, "Hello, classmate Lin Shui, I am Li Mu. Your dance just now was so wonderful. Is it called Hope? Why is such a tense dance named this? It feels a bit inconsistent." 1111 suddenly asked. 1111, don't talk. Lin Shui gently bumped 1111 with her arm. Li Mu smiled and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, because this dance expresses hope and vision for the future, so it is named Hope." The tension and energy in the dance are meant to make the audience feel the power and impact of hope. Although the name and the feeling of the dance are somewhat inconsistent, it is very similar to my life. I don't want to passively accept hope. I want to actively create hope. Hope should be created by myself, not given by others. Li Mu said with a firm look. "Oh, that's it." 1111 nodded, seeming to be satisfied with Li Mu's explanation. Lin Shui stared at the Li Mu in front of her, and there seemed to be a sense of déjà vu in his every move. Chapter 10 Start a New Life. Lin Shui stared at Li Mu in front of her, feeling a bit familiar, but then shook her head. It was obviously the first time they met. I have something else to do, I'll go back first." Li Mu said goodbye to everyone with a smile. "Wait. This is a good opportunity to be alone together. Li Mu has too many questions to figure out." Immediately proposed, "Classmate Li Mu, let me take you." Under the puzzled eyes of everyone, the two walked out of the playground together. "Hey, something's going on." 1111 obviously looked like she was watching the fun. "Ruru won't be fascinated by that Li Mu. No. Ruru is my wife." 1111 pretended to be protective. Lin Shui and Ji Yu Qin looked at each other, and read helplessness in each other's eyes. "What are you thinking about, 1111, go back." Ji Yu Qin pushed 1111 out of the playground. "Wait a minute, I haven't drawn the lottery yet." 1111 took out her phone to scan the code. "The first prize is a camera." "Really?" Ji Yu Qin also became interested. "Come on, let's draw the lottery together." 1111 encouraged the two excitedly. At this time, Sururu and Li Mu had already walked out of the playground. Li Mu spoke first. Good Sururu, you did it on purpose, I was almost killed by you. What? I see you are also very happy. Sururu responded with a grin. How about it, how does it feel to be a girl? Will it feel different? Li Mu cleared his throat and looked like a gentleman. As a serious person, please don't make such jokes. Oh, really? Sururu suddenly stepped forward with a sly smile on her face. Li Mu was stunned for a moment, not expecting Sururu to approach suddenly. But as a 7-foot man who is still a man in his soul, he naturally can't be stage frightened. By the way, we talked about exchanging information last time. Sururu's eyes suddenly became sharp, as if she had changed into a different person. Since we are now living with each other's identities and studying in the same school, we will definitely have to interact with each other in the future, so from now on, you have to call me Li Mu, and I will call you Sururu. Also, let me emphasize that this is the first time we meet. As she spoke, Sururu raised her right hand and made a "to" gesture. Li Mu seemed to be considering, but Sururu stared at his face and continued, no one will believe if you tell others about the soul exchange, and you don't want this to affect your current life, do you? Okay, you make sense. Li Mu held his forehead with one hand and sighed helplessly, then, hello, classmate Li Mu. Sururu was obviously stunned when she heard what Li Mu said. She stared at Li Mu with wide eyes and a surprised expression on her face. However, she soon reacted and couldn't help laughing. Har har, you win, classmate Sururu. Sururu said to Li Mu while laughing, you got into it so quickly, it seems that you are more suitable to be a girl than me. You? Sururu spread her hands, that can't be helped, but I won't forget that I was a 7-foot tall man. Har har har, okay, now you are the real Sururu, and I am Li Mu. Yes, cool, liberated. What did you say? No. The two walked side by side. Okay, the sudden silence made the atmosphere a little subtle. Li Mu turned around and held Sururu's jade hand in an instant, staring into Sururu's eyes and saying words that only the two of them could hear. Li Mu, thank you so much. You sacrificed your small family for everyone, I am so touched. As a reward, my body temporarily belongs to you, you can do whatever you want. Really? Oh, fake. Sururu rolled her eyes at him. Pretending, then pretending, thinking about it, why do I feel like I have fallen into a trap, but I can't tell what's wrong? Under the dim light, couples in groups of 3 or 2 were holding hands and hugging, and some were kissing passionately. The two walked side by side on the campus path. Li Mu was a little embarrassed. Although he was now a boy's body and he was no longer as shy as before, he was still a little girl who had never experienced the world in his heart. Sururu was completely different, and even wanted to stare at other couples. A couple couldn't stand being stared at like this, so they said a Chinese quintessence directly and pulled the couple away. Unconsciously, we arrived at the bottom of the girls' dormitory. I'm here, I'll go up first. Sururu said goodbye to Li Mu. Li Mu waved his hand and left. I still miss you, my little Ruru. Ji Yuqin and others had just arrived at the bottom of the dormitory. Seeing Sururu standing there for a long time, they joked, you've been seduced just after meeting. Sururu was startled, why are you back too? He, did I disturb you? Xiao Jiu, what are you thinking about? Sururu waved her hand quickly, but then she thought, that's not right, why shouldn't I admit it, it's my body, what am I afraid of, it would be so face-saving if it gets out. Yes. I fell in love with Li Mu at first sight. He is tall, handsome, versatile, gentlemanly and polite. That's right, I tell you, I like Li Mu, I want to pursue him. Sururu held her face with both hands, her eyes were full of stars, and she even lowered her head shyly when Li Mu's name was mentioned, just like a little girl falling in love with her lover. 1111 and Ji Yuqin were completely petrified, and even the usually calm Lin Shui was shocked and speechless. Ji Yuqin, who reacted, hugged Sururu, sorry, Ruru, I'm not joking, don't be angry. Sururu broke free from Ji Yuqin's arms, is Li Mu not good? I think Li Mu is the most charming man in the world. From the first moment I saw him, I felt that he was very special. His smile and his eyes made my heart beat. Sururu said, the shy expression on her face became more obvious. I made myself sick. Silence. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Sururu saw everyone staring in disbelief, and she was overjoyed. After living for nearly 20 years, she was finally confessed by a school beauty. I, Li Mu, will die without regrets. Mom. Your son has made tears streaming down my face. Then she turned around and said to everyone, ahem, don't be too surprised. Let's go upstairs. He tilde. Sururu was in a good mood and jumped upstairs lightly. Everyone watched Sururu's back and stood there in a daze. Ji Chin's mouth twitched, and she thought to herself, Ru is joking. Lin Shui walked quietly to 1111 and patted her shoulder gently. 1111, happy breakup. Woo, I'm out of favor, damn Li Mu, you're trying to steal my wife from me. If I see you again next time, I'll beat you up. Li Mu, who had just left the school, sneezed. Hiss, why is it still a bit cold in September? I need to put on a coat. Chapter 11 Sudden Accident. The morning sun shone through the curtains into the dormitory, like a warm spring breeze. A scream resounded throughout the dormitory like thunder. It broke the silence. Ru, Xiao Shui, Xiao Jiu. I won the prize. 1111 shouted excitedly, dancing with excitement. Ru, I won the prize. Xiao Shui, I won the prize. Xiao Jiu, I won the prize. 1111 excitedly lay down on the bed of everyone one by one, excitedly sharing the good news. Sururu was the first to open her hazy eyes and yawn. 1111, what's wrong? What prize did you win that makes you so happy? 1111 saw that Sururu had woken up, and couldn't wait to come to Sururu's bed to share. Ru, look. 1111 handed the phone to Sururu, looking very proud. First prize at the freshman meeting. A camera worth 7,000 yuan. Sururu was also stunned. Har, I am indeed the chosen one, the lucky star. 1111 smiled proudly, and then sat in the recliner humming a little tune and thinking about how to receive the prize. Everyone lost their sleepiness after being woken up by 1111. Today is Thursday, and it is the crazy shopping day in the dormitory. The crazy shopping day is also the product of 1111. 1111 likes to eat snacks very much, but it is always not enough. She simply proposed that the whole dormitory go out to buy daily necessities every Thursday. In fact, it is just buying snacks for herself. It is called Crazy Thursday in the dormitory. Everyone washed up, changed clothes and went downstairs. They came to the school supermarket. 1111 excitedly rushed into the snack area on the 4th floor and began to choose her favorite snacks. Ji Chin and Lin Shui walked into the daily necessities area on the 2nd floor together. Sururu was not as crazy as others in shopping. She walked quietly on the 1st floor of the supermarket, observing the people and goods around her. She didn't pursue shopping too much, and her dormitory had everything. She preferred to think and observe. Suddenly at a corner, a girl blocked Sururu's sight. She looked closely and saw that it was Jiao who made trouble in the mall last time. Sururu was furious and was about to turn around and leave, but Jiao immediately stepped forward to stop Sururu. Hello Sururu, I'm so sorry for that day, can I apologize to you? Sururu didn't have a good impression of Jiao, and just replied lightly, it's nothing, don't worry about it. Yes, it's all misunderstandings, we are all alumni, and I was also deceived by Songzhe. If it weren't for this misunderstanding, maybe we could become good sisters. But this flattering face made Sururu feel sick. She couldn't help but turn her head away, pretending to concentrate on picking up the goods on the shelf next to her, and replied coldly, if it's okay, I'll go back first. As if she noticed Sururu's impatience, Jiao didn't give up easily, but continued to pester, that. Sururu, how about I treat you to a meal? I just want to apologize to you in person. Her words were full of earnestness. No, it's really unnecessary. Sururu refused decisively. She really didn't want to have too much contact with Jiao anymore. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the exit, leaving Jiao standing there in astonishment. Sururu, are you afraid to go? Why should I be afraid to go? Sururu stopped, turned around and looked at Jiao coldly with her arms folded. Well, I don't mean anything else. I also invited Ji Chin and the others. I just want to apologize to you. We are all alumni, he. Sururu was a little surprised. What? You said you invited Xiao Jiu and the others. Yes, everyone is happy. A girl is buying snacks, and Ji Chin and another girl are in the daily necessities area. Or they told me that you are here, otherwise I can't meet you. Sururu touched her pocket and opened her phone in front of Jiao Jiao to ask where everyone was, but after waiting for 5 minutes, no one replied. Jiao Jiao was also quite patient. I didn't lie to you, did I? They are probably here by now, and they should reply to you soon. Sururu wanted to refuse, but no one in the dormitory group answered, which made Sururu a little worried. Then she thought that if it was just opposite the school, it would be fine. Let's see what she was up to. Seeing Sururu nod, Jiao Jiao smiled even more brightly, and immediately took Sururu's arm and walked out of the campus like good sisters. When passing the security room, Sururu greeted the security uncle. He, good morning, uncle. Hello, classmate. I heard that a new restaurant opened opposite, let's go to eat. Uncle, I didn't bring my campus card, can you help me open the door later? The security guard was a little confused, but still replied warmly, okay, classmates, please be careful when crossing the road. Then the two came to a restaurant box, but after entering, they found that Ji Yuqin and others were not there. Sururu frowned, didn't you say they are here too? Sorry, I think I said the wrong box number, I'll go downstairs to pick them up. Jiao Jiao's eyes flashed a trace of disgust, but immediately returned to a smile. Just then the door of the box was opened by someone, and Jiao Jiao stumbled and fell to the ground when she was about to open the door. Brother, our box is occupied. Then two rough men came in, their faces were full of flesh, they were drunk, and one of them had tattoos on his arms and chest. Oh, it turns out to be two pretty girls. If you stay and have a drink with us, we'll let this go. Otherwise, he. The two looked at each other with lewd smiles. The tattooed man locked the door of the box. Sururu saw his undisguised greed and knew that this time it was bad. Who the hell are you? You really don't know who I am. Get out of here. Jiao Jiao got the courage from nowhere and threw a chair at the other party with both hands. The chair was easily taken away by the big man. Little bitch, get out of here. The big man slapped Jiao Jiao, and Jiao Jiao fell to the ground unconscious. Just when Jiao Jiao fell to the ground, Sururu, who was standing beside her, keenly noticed the weird smile that flashed across the corner of Jiao Jiao's mouth. It's bad, a group of people. Little beauty, would you consider having a drink with me? Seeing the big man approaching her, Sururu knew that she didn't have much time left. Brother, I'm drunk, so forget about drinking. She knows how to drink. Can I ask her to drink with you? I'll pour you some wine. Sururu said as she stepped back, pointing at Jiao Jiao who was lying on the ground. The space in the box was limited. The tattooed man came to Sururu from the side and back, pressing his calloused hands on her shoulders. Baby, I think you're the most beautiful. Let me have a taste. Sururu felt a chill and kicked the tattooed man hard. The tattooed man let go of his hand pressing on Sururu, covered his crotch and cursed, little bitch, you're shameless, Huzi, just take off her clothes. Okay, brother, the big man named Huzi's eyes were full of desire, rubbing his hands and approaching Sururu. Sururu could not care about anything else and could only shout for help. Before Sururu shouted for the second time, the tattooed man immediately came to his senses, clamped Sururu's arm with force, pulled her into his arms, and slapped Sururu hard with his big hand. The difference in strength between the two was huge. Sururu suddenly felt stars in her eyes, but she still endured the dizziness and struggled to stand up. Huzi, remember to film the whole process later. If she dares to call the police, I will send the video to their school. Let them see what this woman looks like. Okay, brother, don't forget me later, brother. Har, the tattooed man smiled evilly, don't worry, I'll give it to you after I'm done. Sururu struggled to stand up, and the tattooed man slapped Sururu's cheek again with his backhand. Sururu fell to the ground with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her vision had become blurred, and she could only let the tattooed man sit on her and pull the clothes in front of her. Sururu watched the ugly face approaching her in a daze and closed her eyes helplessly. For a moment, despair and fear filled her heart. Chapter 12 Xieshue, your hair smells so good. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Jiao Jiao was a little panicked. Seeing the tattooed man riding on Sururu and tearing her clothes, she didn't care about pretending to be dead, and quickly got up and walked to the tattooed man. Brother, enough, let's stop here. I'll give you money. Let's stop. Fuck you. You come when you want me to, and you leave when you want me to. I tell you, it's too late. The tattooed man then grabbed Jiao Jiao's hair and sneered, "Har har, you're not a good thing, little bitch. Huzi, this is for you." Then he threw Jiao Jiao over. Jiao Jiao was also completely panicked, fear surged in her heart, and she shouted for help with her hair disheveled. "What are you arguing about? I'll come to you after I finish this." The tattooed man stared at Sururu, who was lying on the ground, with a lewd smile on his face, and his right hand was impatiently unbuckling his belt. "Sururu! Sururu! Are you in there?" Sururu vaguely heard Li Mu's voice, and then the door was broken open in an instant. A large group of people rushed into the box, and the tattooed man and Huzi in the box were pinned to the ground by several policemen and security guards, but at this moment Sururu's eyes were blurred, and she couldn't tell whether it was an illusion or reality. "Sururu, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital." Li Mu picked up Sururu anxiously, and at the same time noticed Jiao Jiao, who was terrified in the corner, and immediately understood the whole story. Li Mu stared at Jiao Jiao coldly. "She is someone you can't afford to offend. If Ruru is hurt in any way, I will never let you go. Bitch! You're dead." 11:11, Lin Shui and others rushed in one after another, and slapped Jiao Jiao. "Do you have any shame?" Even Lin Shui, who was always calm, looked serious at this time, and did not stop 11:11 from coming forward. Jiao Jiao's eyes were wide open, her mouth was open but she couldn't speak. She was dazed because of fear. She was indifferent to 11:11's beating and scolding, and just mechanically repeated, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Li Mu held Sururu and avoided the crowd. He walked downstairs and opened the car door, urging them to drive to the hospital. Sururu only felt that she was lifted up by a pair of strong hands and was sent to the car in a daze. "Is it Li Mu?" When Sururu woke up again, she saw the white curtains and the pungent smell of disinfectant. "Hiss, my face hurts." The first thing Sururu felt after waking up was that her face must be swollen. Looking around, this is a single ward, but she can't move and can only lie quietly. After a while, the door of the ward was opened, and Lin Shui came in with a fruit basket, but was surprised to find that Sururu had woken up. After a moment of hesitation, she immediately stepped forward and said with concern, Ru, you are awake, are you feeling uncomfortable? I'll call the doctor." "Xiaoxue, no need, just help me pour a glass of water." Sururu answered hoarsely. Lin Shui poured a glass of water and helped Sururu sit up. After drinking the water, Sururu's eyes gradually brightened. "What's going on? How did I get here again? Ru, you really scared us to death. But this is also our fault. We were shopping in the supermarket at the time. 11:11 later insisted that we go to receive the prize together, which was the winning camera. Xiao Jiyu and I accompanied 11:11 to the student union. 11:11 said she wanted to come back to give you a surprise, so we quickened our pace and wanted to come back early, so we didn't see your message in the group at the first time. Later, when we came back, we couldn't find you, and then we found out that you said Jiao asked you to go to a restaurant outside the school. We called you again but couldn't get through. We happened to meet Li Mu who was jogging in the morning, and he took us out of the school gate to find you." Lin Shui held Sururu's hand guiltily. Her eyes were red. "Ruru, I'm sorry, if we had paid more attention at that time, this wouldn't have happened. Okay, Xiaoxue, it's not your fault. I was careless." "What happened next?" "After that, Li Mu took us to find you. The uncle from the security department said that two little girls had just left the school gate, and the girl greeted her, so he had some impression of her. Then we always felt something was wrong, so we called the security uncle and the police in the guard room to find you together. Later, when we found this place, the restaurant owner said that the four of you came to eat so early, but no one ordered food for a long time, so we knew something must have happened. We didn't care so much at the time, so we just kicked the door." Lin Shui hugged Sururu with a worried look on her face. Ru, fortunately you are okay, otherwise. It's okay, I'm fine." Sururu patted Lin Shui's back. "Xiaoxue, let's go back to school." "That won't do, you haven't fully recovered yet, and it's dark outside now." Sururu touched the phone under the pillow. 11:20. "I've been lying down all day." Sururu was no longer calm now. "Yes, we all came to see you, but it was too late, so I asked them to go back first. Hee hee, Xiexue, you are so nice. Come and stick with me. I don't know if it's because time has passed, I feel more and more like a girl, even my heart has become more delicate. Xiexue, let's go to bed. Hee hee. Sururu looked at Lin Shui delicately with her big sparkling eyes. Come on, she said, and made some space inside. Okay, Xiexue. Lin Shui was a little shy, and under Sururu's soft and hard persuasion, she turned off the lights and lay down beside Sururu. It smells so good, girl's hair smells so good. Xiexue, you smell so good. Sururu hugged Lin Shui and took a deep breath. Lin Shui did not respond, but in the dark, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she unconsciously clenched her little fists. Ruru, stop making trouble. Lin Shui took Sururu's little hand away from her chest. Ruru. Ruru. After confirming that Sururu was asleep, Lin Shui quietly sent a text message. Mr. Su, Ruru is awake. After what happened during the day, she can still sleep so soundly now. Feeling the steady breathing beside her, Lin Shui gently touched Sururu's hair. I will never let anyone hurt you again. Ruru, good night. Chapter 13 Airborne Exchange Student. Early the next morning, the two packed up and prepared to take a taxi back to school. As soon as Sururu went out, she received a text message from Li Mu. Are you awake? I'm sorry I couldn't go to the hospital to accompany you yesterday because I had class. I'm in the police station now. You need to come to the police station in person to deal with yesterday's matter. I'll send you the location. Sururu snorted. Xiexue, let's go to the police station first. There's a good show to watch. Xiexue nodded and went to the police station with Sururu. On their way, Sururu turned on the location and confirmed the address sent by Li Mu. Not long after, the two arrived at the police station. Entering their hall, Sururu saw Li Mu, 1111 and Ji Yu Qin were sitting aside, looking a little anxious. Li Mu saw Sururu at first sight and stood up quickly. You are okay? Do you think my face looks okay? Sururu pointed to her face that was swollen like a bun. Li Mu's expression was a little embarrassed, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Poochie, I'm teasing you, but I still have to thank you, otherwise I would be really finished. Just then, a policeman came over and saw Sururu and Lin Shui and asked, Excuse me, who is Sururu? We need your help to investigate yesterday's incident. Please follow me. Sururu took a step forward and followed the police into an office. Several policemen were checking surveillance video in the office. When they saw Sururu coming in, a policeman came over and handed her some photos. Excuse me, do you know these people? The policeman asked. Sururu took the photos and saw the photos of Jiao Jiao, the tattooed man, and Huzi. She nodded. I know them. The police nodded and took the photos back. They continued to ask Sururu about what happened yesterday, and Sururu answered one by one without hiding anything. After the investigation went on for a while, the police told Sururu that Xie Bing the tattooed man and Xie Hu Tiger had confessed that it was Jiao Jiao who contacted them and asked them to take indecent photos of themselves with 3,000 yuan. They currently have solid evidence to accuse Jiao Jiao and others of instigating others to rape and rape. Hearing this news, Sururu felt angry and helpless. They are all college students, why is there such a big gap between people? The police told Sururu that they had taken the suspect to another interrogation room, and now Sururu needed to confirm it. Sururu nodded and followed the police to the interrogation room. Jiao Jiao and others had been handcuffed and sat on the chair with haggard faces. Seeing Sururu coming in, Jiao Jiao cried excitedly, Sururu, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I didn't mean it, I don't want to go to jail. Sururu, I'm sorry. I'm only 20 years old, I was really wrong. Jiao Jiao cried heartbreakingly. You know you're wrong, you don't want to go to jail. Alas, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Sururu stared at Jiao Jiao tightly. No matter how much Jiao Jiao regretted and begged for mercy now, she could not forgive them for hurting her, let alone tolerate their criminal behavior. She calmly approached Jiao Jiao and said in a cold and firm voice, Jiao Jiao, your regret and crying are no longer important to me. The harm you have done to me is irreversible. I hope you can pay the price for what you have done. Jiao Jiao was stunned, but then she burst into a more hoarse voice and shouted, Sururu, you are so cruel. You bitch, you bitch. Sururu sighed helplessly and left the interrogation room without looking back. Everyone surrounded Ruru when they saw her coming out. Ruru, are you okay? It's okay, I'm just a little tired. Wow, Ruru, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. 1111 threw herself into Sururu's arms, burying her head in her arms with tears in her eyes. I should have taken you with me at that time, woo-woo. Sururu touched 1111's head and comforted her. What are you thinking about? I don't blame you. I'm fine. That. Limu, thank you for sending me to the hospital that day. Suddenly mentioning Limu, the latter also scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. You're welcome, I'm glad you're okay. Looking at Limu rubbing his hands and looking confused, Sururu burst out laughing. So you can be embarrassed too. Got it. Everyone returned to school together. Limu has been mysterious recently. He said goodbye to everyone in advance at the school gate. When asked what happened, he hesitated and didn't say anything, which almost made Sururu angry. As a result, he whispered to Sururu, "Don't interfere in the affairs of beautiful women." Sururu was so angry that she almost had to be hospitalized again. Ruru, what do you think this is? 1111 walked to Sururu mysteriously, opened the school bag behind her, and Sururu leaned over. Camera? Not. Sururu looked at Lin Shui in confusion, and Lin Shui pouted to signal 1111 to continue. That one actually didn't win the prize at all, I bought it myself yesterday, and I want to use it to record our lives and take pictures. As a grass-growing girl, how can I not have my own camera? Sururu was confused. What chicken is grass-growing? I fainted. Ruru, don't you know, it's a grass-growing girl. It's. Oh, forget it, let's go back to the dormitory. Let's take pictures, yes. I'll take pictures for you. 1111 volunteered. Sururu didn't really like taking pictures, but facing 1111's enthusiastic invitation, her posture for taking pictures was to stand there stupidly. Har ha 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 ha, Ruru, are you in military training? Can you smile? Sururu laughed awkwardly, and everyone's laughter spread involuntarily. Okay, let's take a picture together, everyone get ready. 1111 fixed the camera, ready to leave a beautiful memory of this happy moment. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. 1111 shouted loudly, and the four of them made their own funny expressions at the same time, and the flashlights lit up instantly, freezing the happiness of this moment. Look, this one will be posted on WeChat Moments, it will definitely be a hit. 1111 looked at the photo she had just taken proudly. Lin Shui and Xiao Jiyu also laughed, and the laughter of the crowd attracted the attention of passers-by around them. After all, the four of them were so dazzling and eye-catching. Classmate, is this Nanju University? Just as they were immersed in the joy of taking photos, a strange boy came over. Sururu subconsciously turned around and saw that the boy in front of her had delicate and three-dimensional features, and a hint of gentleness between his eyebrows. He exuded a unique charm, like a literary youth. The boy smiled, and there was a touch of politeness and friendliness in his eyes. Any girl would probably be overwhelmed by him. But Sururu was unmoved in her heart. Brother, you are already in the school, and you still ask me if this is Nanju University. I can see that you don't know how to strike up a conversation, change the words next time. Yes, classmate, this is Nanju University tilde, Sururu said gently with her eyes blinking. That's good, I'm a new exchange student, I'm not familiar with this place, can you take me to the cafeteria? It's time to show off, no more pretending. Oh, sorry, I'm playing with my little sister now, sorry classmate. Sururu replied with a smile. Brother, how can you flirt with a girl and ask her to take you to the cafeteria? There is no atmosphere at all. Sururu smiled awkwardly and walked forward quickly with 1111 and others. Ruru, it's been 12 years, and we meet again. Chapter 14. Hello, I am Jiangshu. R tilde 1111, be gentle. It hurts, it hurts. Ruru, bear with it, it will be fine soon, I'm very gentle tilde. The picture of dormitory 502 in the early morning is not right. You two, stop it. Lin Shui couldn't bear it any longer. Ruru, why don't you ask for leave? I won't. Sururu protested quietly while lying on the bed, while 1111 gently applied a cold towel to her swollen face and said with a smile, Ruru, you know, you now look like the puppy emoji that was stung by a bee. Har 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 har. Why is my face swollen again after waking up? It was almost gone yesterday. This thing has a rebound effect. Sururu was puzzled. Is Ruru feeling better? No. Then let's go to class. Can you take a leave and rest in the dormitory? I don't. Ruru got up from the bed and muttered, let's go to class. Lin Shui sighed, let's go. Don't look at me if you can't see me. Ruru was sandwiched between the three people, using Lin Shui as a cover. She finally came to the classroom and found a seat to sit down. After class, today's class was a professional class. The professor was giving a lecture, but 1111 was still sleeping in it, while Lin Shui and Ji Yu Qin were taking notes seriously, which was in sharp contrast to 1111. And our Ruru is also writing furiously. But her phone browser records exposed her. How to quickly reduce swelling on face. 10 tips to reduce swelling. How much compensation can I get if I am hospitalized? Recommended beautiful skirts for girls. I'm a man, and I feel like I'm becoming more and more like a girl. What should I do? Ruru held her cheek with her hand, thinking. Hello, teacher. I am a new student. My name is Jiangshu. The sudden voice attracted the attention of the whole class. Ruru also subconsciously looked towards the classroom door. Fuck, it's actually him. The boy was carrying a shoulder bag, holding a new book in his hand, and wearing casual sportswear. His sunny and friendly smile won the favor of many girls present. Wow. So handsome, is he from our class? You're so tall. I think you can have the cutest height difference with me. I'm a little excited and want to get to know you. Many girls started to discuss quietly, their eyes focused on Jiangshu, while the boys, as if their status was threatened, began to make noises. The teacher nodded. It was impossible for a university teacher to know every student personally, so he motioned for Jiangshu to find a seat to sit down. Jiangshu looked around with a smile, and finally sat down in the empty seat next to Ruru under the gaze of everyone. Ruru looked puzzled. There were so many empty seats and you sat next to me, which made me even more certain that this boy had bad intentions. Ruru took the book back from the next table, leaned over the table and tilted her head away, supporting herself with her arms, obviously not wanting to pay attention to him. Jiangshu saw Ruru's hostile actions, but he was not angry and still smiled. Hey, hello, classmate. My name is Jiangshu. Jiangshu greeted Ruru in a low voice, but Ruru did not respond. Jiangshu remained calm and neither angry. Seeing that he was getting bored, he simply opened the textbook and started listening to the class. Ruru saw that Jiangshu didn't make any movement and thought that Jiangshu was mad at her. When she turned around, Jiangshu also turned his head to look at Ruru. Hello, I'm Jiangshu. Jiangshu greeted Ruru again with a smile on his face. Ruru was a little embarrassed and responded softly, Hello, I'm Ruru. Yeah. I know, I finally found you. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and the noise of everyone getting up and leaving the classroom made Ruru unable to hear Jiangshu's words clearly. What did you say? Jiangshu shook his head, indicating that it was nothing serious. Ruru didn't care either. She took 1111's arm and walked out of the classroom with everyone. After a short period of time, the students in the classroom left one after another, leaving Jiangshu alone sitting in his seat. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, seeming to be lost in thought. The sunlight shone through the window onto his face, slightly blinding him, and he covered his eyes with his hands, as if immersed in some memory. As time passed, he seemed to have made up his mind. He sighed deeply, looked out the window at the direction where Ruru left, took out his phone and edited a text message. Dad, I don't want to go to Germany anymore. However, the slender fingers were reluctant to press the send button and stayed there for a long time. After a long time, it seemed that the message was finally sent. Jiangshu stood up and left the classroom neatly. I'm so tired. Ruru returned to the dormitory, and the first thing she did was to turn on the air conditioner and change her clothes. Nansha is still hot in September. Every time Ruru complains, it's so hot. I really want to take off my clothes. It would be better if I were a boy. Come on, Ruru, I'll help you take it off. 1111 came over with shining eyes. Seeing 1111's wretched appearance, Ruru rolled her eyes and said, Go. Go play somewhere else. Sis doesn't like me, so I'll just leave. If I were 1/10 as charming as my brother today, I would definitely be able to win your heart. 1111 pinched the tissue with her orchid fingers and pretended to cover her face and cry. Faint. 1111, believe it or not, I will beat you up. If you like, go after her. It's none of my business. 1111's little face changed into various looks in Sururu's hands. Do you know that I only have eyes for Li Mu? Everyone thought Sururu was joking, so Lin Shui interrupted and said, but the boy today is really good. He is very attractive in all aspects. Who of you likes him? I will ask for his WeChat for you. Goodbye. You didn't see the look in his eyes when he looked at Ruru today. He was really eager to see her. His eyes were full of love. Ji Yuqin said while eating potato chips. How is that possible? I don't even know him. Sururu immediately retorted, but this name sounds familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Sururu let go of 1111 and took out her phone. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly opened WeChat and started to browse the WeChat contact list. No way, don't be so ridiculous. Sururu quickly scrolled through the screen. Suddenly Sururu paused. The list clearly shows Brother Jiangshu. Chapter 15 My blushing is caused by the sun. Jiangshu. Sururu thought about it, but still couldn't come to a conclusion. Maybe it was a friend of the original Sururu. She was about to send a message to Li Mu, but she didn't expect Li Mu to send it first. Wow, a busy person actually contacted me. I wonder where he has been. Sururu snorted and opened the chat box. Where are you? Do you have time to come out? Oh, Wang Tai is here too, come and save the day. Wang Tai. Sururu took a deep breath. Apart from her family, he was the person she spent the most time with in college. She was afraid that Li Mu would not be able to handle it. If something really happened, she would have to go and smooth things over quickly. Where are you? I'll come to you right away, Sururu asked hurriedly. I'll send you the location. I won't say anything for now. But at this moment, outside the amusement park, two boys were squatting on the roadside drinking iced tea and eating popsicles, looking so leisurely. Brother Mu, are you serious? Can you still date girls? Hey, how are you talking to your big brother? Am I that incapable? My friend, let me tell you, not only can I date you, I can also date the school beauty, do you believe me? Brother Mu, we've hung out together many times before. I won't mention the campus Belle. If I can date a girl, I'll eat her upside down. Oh, forget it, that's too much, I'll just treat you to a meal. Wang Tai seemed timid, but he still didn't believe that Li Mu could date a girl. They were obviously good friends who played together. If there really was a girl, Brother Mu would not have hidden it until now. I'm afraid he would have boasted about it in front of me a long time ago. Okay, it's settled. Wait. Li Mu was full of confidence. Little guy, I will convince you right away. Sururu hurriedly changed her clothes, said hello to her roommates and went out. Ruru, why are you so anxious? I don't know, Ruru, be careful Tilder, Ji Yuqin shouted loudly outside the dormitory. I know Tilder. Sururu sprinted at full speed, jogging all the way, attracting the attention of many boys, and one boy even chased her and asked for her WeChat. She waved her hands awkwardly. Fortunately, the dormitory was only a few hundred meters away from the school gate. Sururu quickly arrived at the school gate, hailed a taxi, and rushed to the location Li Mu sent her. Soon, Sururu arrived at the amusement park. Since it was not the weekend, there were not many people in the park, and it was even a little deserted. Li Mu and Wang Tai saw Sururu coming towards them at first sight. Wang Tai opened his eyes wide in shock, showing an extremely surprised expression, and punched Li Mu on the shoulder. Brother Mu, you are awesome. But the distance was too far, and what Sururu saw was Wang Tai seemed to suddenly punch Li Mu. Sururu's face changed. It was over. Could it be that the soul swap was discovered? It's over, it's over. It's obvious that they are calling me here for a face-to-face confrontation. If things go wrong today, I'll end up here. She walked towards them stiffly, with an awkward smile on her face, thinking about how to explain all this. Li Mu suddenly stepped forward and pulled up the corner of Sururu's clothes, and they both came to Wang Tai together. Li Mu couldn't stop smiling, and looked up at Wang Tai with an expression of taking advantage of someone. Are you convinced? I am convinced. What? Can't hear. Clothes. Wang Tai bowed. Brother Mu, please accept my respect. Ha 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 ha. Li Mu couldn't suppress the pride on his face. Sururu also reacted. You are so good, Li Mu, you are taking advantage of me and making me worry about you so much. Snort. Sururu put her hands on her hips, pouted her lips, and looked angry. Don't be angry, this is just a small incident. I wanted to ask you out to play today, and Wang Tai just happened to be there. Wang Tai? If you do this again next time, I won't care about you. Okay, let's go in first, little buddy, go. Wang Tai gave Li Mu the middle finger and walked towards the ticket office with small steps. Afterwards, the three of them entered the amusement park together. Li Mu pulled Sururu to the big pendulum, his eyes sparkling with golden stars. This. Play with this. No. Li Mu said disdainfully, are you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? I vomited when I was a kid. Come on. Sururu pulled Li Mu to line up. When it was their turn to perform, Li Mu and Sururu sat on the pendulum, while Wang Tai was afraid of heights, so he sat in the audience seats nearby and watched. The pendulum began to swing, and Li Mu screamed in excitement. He felt like he was thrown into the sky, and then suddenly fell down, as if he was about to fly out. Sururu held the handrail tightly without saying a word. But her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were full of excitement and fear. She turned to look at Li Mu, who opened his arms and cheered loudly. The feeling of weightlessness made him extremely excited. This seems to be the first time I see Li Mu so happy. After a while, the pendulum stopped, and the two of them stood up from their seats, panting. Li Mu's face was flushed, but his eyes were full of excitement and satisfaction. It's so exciting, let's do it again. Li Mu said to Sururu excitedly. Sururu looked at him with some fear, but finally nodded in agreement. They lined up again and got on the pendulum. The pendulum began to swing again, Li Mu screamed again, and Sururu closed her eyes tightly. They seemed to be in an unknown world, feeling the speed and impact brought by the pendulum. It feels so good. It feels so good. I've never felt so good before. Li Mu shouted, giving free rein to the emotions that had been suppressed for so many years. The swing of the pendulum became larger and larger, and their bodies were thrown back and forth as if they were about to fly out. Li Mu's laughter and screams echoed in the air, while Sururu bit her lips tightly, not daring to make a sound. Time seemed to slow down, their heartbeats and breathing echoed in their ears. The pendulum continued to swing, their bodies were constantly pulled and compressed, and they felt an unprecedented stimulation and pleasure. Finally, the pendulum stopped. They both walked off the stage, panting and blushing. Li Mu's eyes were full of satisfaction and excitement, while Sururu stood there stupidly, seemingly still not recovered. Li Mu looked at Sururu, and for some reason he gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. But he seemed to feel that something was wrong, and said quickly, your hair is a little messy. Sururu didn't care. She turned sideways, took off the hairband with both hands, and tied her hair into a high ponytail again. Li Mu looked absent-minded and his face turned red unnaturally. What the hell am I doing? This is my body. He quickly shook his head. Let's go to the next one. Although Wang Tai looks naive, he is not stupid. Wang Tai looked at Li Mu's shy and helpless look and keenly smelled something different. While Sururu was walking alone in front, Wang Tai hurried forward, took Li Mu's arm and whispered, Brother Mu, do you like Sururu? Your face is so red. Bullshit. You're hurting my face. Li Mu broke free from Wang Tai's restraints and walked forward, then turned around and added, it's the sun. Chapter 16, The Fiancé. Sururu and her group were strolling in the amusement park. During the time, Li Mu was very interested in all kinds of thrilling projects. After playing all the time, Sururu's legs were weak, but Li Mu was still excited and energetic. How about we go and experience shooting? I'm actually very interested in these things. Li Mu suggested excitedly. Sururu looked up at Li Mu in confusion. Huh? No way, big sister, how come you are more boyish than a boy like me? Your childhood and my childhood seem to be different, why is it getting more and more exaggerated? Try it. Sururu couldn't persuade Li Mu, but I don't know where it is. And it's getting late now, right? Sururu took out her cell phone and checked the time. How come it's not even 12 o'clock yet? I know there is a shooting range nearby, about 10 kilometers away from us. Do you want to go? If you want to go, I'll call and ask now. Wang Tai looked at the two of them and said. Little Tiezi, well done. Li Mu gave Wang Tai a thumbs up and said, let's go eat first. I'm hungry too. My dear, you know what I mean, hee hee. Brother Mu, you only know how to bully me, Wang Tai said, spreading his hands. What do you want to eat? What do you want to eat? Wang Tai will treat you, you're welcome, Li Mu looked at Sururu and said with a smile. Sururu also understood Wang Tai's temper and knew that he would not care about these things, so she smiled and said, there is a good restaurant that is not expensive. Can we go there? Let's go. Wang Tai nodded. The three of them took a taxi to a restaurant. The decoration inside the restaurant was simple and elegant, exuding a strong European style. Fuck, why is he here too? As soon as Sururu walked into the store, she caught a glimpse of Jiangshu sitting in the restaurant. I suddenly have a stomachache. Let's go. Sururu wanted to leave, but Li Mu followed her gaze and naturally saw Jiangshu. He was stunned at first, then smiled playfully. It's okay, there's a bathroom here. He pushed Sururu into the restaurant and chose a seat with her back to Jiangshu. Sururu held the menu and buried her head in it. Li Mu was delighted, and then he raised his voice slightly and said, Sururu, what do you want to eat? The sound was not loud, but Jiangshu, who had his back to him, could definitely hear it. Sure enough, when Jiangshu heard Sururu's name, he turned around subconsciously, and when he saw Sururu, he showed a happy expression. Ruru, what a coincidence, you're here too. Sururu put down the menu awkwardly and avoided his gaze guiltily. Har har, what a coincidence, have you eaten? After saying that, he felt that he must be having a seizure as to why he asked such a question. I just arrived too. Then let's go together, do you mind? Li Mu immediately responded and even winked at Jiangshu, acting like a wingman. Jiangshu was overjoyed and gave Li Mu a look of gratitude. Sururu didn't say anything, so the four of them sat together awkwardly. The atmosphere was awkward and tense. After they ordered the food, Sururu tried to calm herself down and not think too much. Jiangshu spoke first. Ruru, I really didn't expect you to come to NTU to study. We haven't seen each other for many years, right? Why didn't you contact me later? When we were kids, you used to follow me around. Sururu was stunned, thinking that Jiangshu was indeed the friend of the original Sururu. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me in advance? What if I get caught? I didn't expect you to come to NTU too, har ha har ha yes, I lost my phone later and couldn't contact you har har har. What the hell am I talking about? Sururu was speechless, and Li Mu next to her couldn't help but burst out laughing. Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom. Wang Tai, where is the bathroom? Let's go together. After saying that, he pulled the confused Wang Tai to the bathroom. Ruru, you've changed a lot from before. I mean your personality, Jiangshu said softly, how have you been lately? I'm fine. I'm happy here, Sururu smiled awkwardly. Actually, I came back from Germany this time just to. At this time, Li Mu and Wang Tai came back, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Li Mu joked, what are you talking about? You look so happy. Sururu smiled awkwardly and did not answer Li Mu's words. Jiangshu did not continue to speak, but just sighed slightly. Li Mu looked at the two of them, pulled Wang Tai and said, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Mu, and this is Wang Tai. We are Sururu's classmates. Hello, I'm Jiangshu, an old friend of Sururu. Jiangshu, who was usually calm, was also panicked at this moment. The girl he had been thinking about day and night in Germany was now sitting opposite him. She had a lot to say, but now she didn't know what to say. Jiangshu, what are you doing? Calm down, calm down. Jiangshu took a deep breath, adjusted his glasses gently, and regained his calm demeanor. Has everyone finished eating? Let's go, Sururu asked. Everyone nodded. After Wang Tai paid the bill, everyone left the restaurant together. Ever since Sururu knew that Jiangshu was the real Sururu's friend, and she herself had not been exposed, she was not so embarrassed anymore. She even suggested to Jiangshu that they go to the shooting range together. Jiangshu agreed immediately, and the three of them got in Jiangshu's car and went to the shooting range together. During the trip, Jiangshu and Sururu had a very pleasant conversation. Sururu completely let go of her funny nature and told several jokes that made Jiangshu laugh out loud. The two of them also opened up the conversation. Sururu naturally did not talk to Jiangshu about the past, but talked about her own stories at Nanjing University. How is it, I didn't get caught, did I? Hee hee, you should have told me you're my old friend earlier, otherwise I would have behaved better. This will help promote your old friendship. Sururu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, hummed a tune and sent a WeChat message to Li Mu. As expected of you, I just wanted to tease you at first to see how you would react. Looking at what you said, is there a follow-up? Sururu asked. Li Mu in the back seat smiled knowingly. Old friends are indeed old friends, but if you knew the true relationship between Jiangshu and you wouldn't be so calm. More than old friends, with a panda head questioning emoticon. Jiangshu is your fiancé. But it was before. The engagement has been cancelled now. Li Mu pressed the screen keyboard hard, not knowing how to express his emotions. However, when he watched Sururu and Jiangshu chatting just now, he always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Mu said this, but his hand somehow deleted the words behind the typing box. He only left a sentence, Jiangshu is your fiancé, and then clicked send. Jiangshu is your fiancé. Sururu's laughter stopped abruptly. She turned to look at Jiangshu, who was driving. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the phone screen. She turned her head and looked at Li Mu in the back seat with wide eyes. Li Mu's mysterious smile made her doubt her life a little. Is it really so ridiculous? Chapter 17. It's dark, please close your eyes. Sururu looked at Li Mu, but Li Mu did not look at her. Instead, he held his face and looked out the window, as if he had something on his mind. Sururu turned her gaze to Jiangshu. Jiangshu was still concentrating on driving the car, and Sururu didn't want to disturb him. Is this a joke or not? This is too outrageous. Sururu turned to look at Jiangshu again. Hey, he doesn't look like him. He my fiancé? No, what do you mean by my fiancé? I'm a man. I can't accept it. Okay, even though I'm a girl now. But it's not like I'm going to get married. Maybe one day my body will be changed back. What do I have to worry about? Sururu shook her head and stopped thinking about these complicated things. Self-consolation really worked, and she became happy again and continued to watch short videos. Everyone quieted down, and the atmosphere became subtle. Soon they arrived at the shooting range. Sururu got off the car, and Wangtai greeted everyone and said, I've been here once before, let's go in. A group of people entered the shooting gallery. A young lady warmly received them and led them into their hall. The interior space was very spacious and various weapons and equipment were displayed in the hall. For gun enthusiasts, it was simply a paradise. Wangtai walked forward to observe excitedly, exclaiming, wow, from time to time. Li Mu also seemed to have opened the door to a new world, and he and Wangtai looked around and touched things, having a great time. The young lady led everyone to the counter to sign a safety commitment letter, confirming that they were willing to participate in the shooting activity and understood the possible risks. After that, they paid the fee. A burly, smiling middle-aged man came over and said to everyone, Hello everyone, I am your shooting coach this time. My last name is Zhang, and you can call me Coach Zhang. Now please follow me into the shooting area. Li Mu looked around expectantly, seeming a little impatient. Check-in successful. Only 83 items left to complete the 100-item exciting challenge. Coach Zhang led everyone through a door to the shooting area. A strong smell of gunpowder hit their noses and filled the entire space. Bright lights are projected on their wide shooting range, and the walls are covered with dark wooden decorations, giving people a low-key and quiet feeling. The ground is paved with soft targets and thick bulletproof mats, providing players with a comfortable position and stable support. Various guns and equipment were placed around the shooting area, flashing eye-catching lights. The coaches were busy instructing the players, patiently correcting their movements and adjusting their postures. Some enthusiastic players were focused and serious in shooting at the targets. The sound of the shooting gallery was a mixture of the excited shooting sounds, the sound of guns hitting the targets and the coach's instructions, forming a unique rhythm and atmosphere. Sururu was also infected by this atmosphere and was eager to try, her heart filled with nervousness and anticipation. Li Mu, how about we have a competition? Sururu blinked and signaled Li Mu. Okay, the loser is the puppy. Li Mu responded. HMPH, you're bound to lose. Sururu was full of confidence. After all, she was a grown-up boy in the past, so how could she not beat a little girl like you? Coach Jong introduced the basic knowledge of shooting, safety rules and how to use guns, and then led everyone to choose guns. Sururu picked up a pistol, tried the feel of it, and felt it was pretty good. This is a Beretta M87, which uses 9mm short-powered potential ammunition. However, the bullets here should be 22 caliber, and the power is far below the standard. Jiangshu analyzed while looking at the pistol in Sururu's hand. Oh, the boy is a military fan. Coach Jong smiled and said, but the shooting range is mostly filled with ordinary people. It's good to just experience it. Young man, do you want to try this? Coach Jong took out an AK-47 and motioned Jiangshu to come forward and try it. Jiangshu smiled and said, come on, it's been a while since I last touched you. Coach Jong fixed the safety lock and left the stage to Jiangshu. Jiangshu touched the gun and his eyes became firm instantly. He turned on the safety, loaded the bullet and did it all in one go. He put the AK-47 against his shoulder, held the handle and cheek support with both hands, aimed his sight at the chest ring target on the sight, and lightly pressed the trigger with his index finger. Bang! 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 After a few gunshots, the system announced 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 9 rings, and 10 rings. Jiangshu, you are so powerful. You are so amazing. You haven't just returned from military service, have you? Sururu's words amused Jiangshu. No, I just used to practice with my friends in Germany. I got familiar with it naturally after playing it many times. Come on, Li Mu. Sururu pouted, indicating that it was his turn. Li Mu responded with a TSK. He did not choose any other gun, but walked to the position where Jiangshu had just shot, picked up the AK-47, checked the gun, then opened the safety, loaded the bullet, and after a few seconds, stabilized his breathing, prepared his posture and aiming point, and then slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The system announces 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Li Mu took off his earmuffs, calmly put down his gun, and walked aside. Everyone was shocked, and even the surrounding players applauded. Li Mu was calm and thought to himself, oh my god. Fortunately, I made up for the shooting tutorial last night. I got all 10 rings. It was really luck. Wow, Li Mu, you are so awesome, you didn't play this game often before. Li Mu replied calmly, no, it's the first time. In fact, he was thinking, little guy, I can't stop charming you. You're so good even for the first time. I won't compete with you anymore. I admit defeat. Sururu pouted, looking aggrieved. Li Mu stepped forward and touched Sururu's head. Well, just admit your defeat. Call me brother and let it go. Roll. Sururu ran away and tried the pistol alone. Although she might not be able to hit the 10th ring, she should at least get 8 or 9 rings, right? Watching Li Mu and Sururu's fight, Jiangshu felt a little uncomfortable. In these few short years, Sururu has also formed her own circle. Although he is not Sururu's nominal fiancé now, he feels a strong sense of crisis in Li Mu, and a strong desire to compete surges in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, he has always wanted to be the first in everything, and he also got the first place, but why does he feel so frustrated this time? Little sister, you have to aim like this, come on. Coach Jong walked to Sururu and started special training. Very good, hold this position and pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. Miss the target, miss the target, miss the target, 6 rings, miss the target, 6 rings. Har 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 har, har 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 har. Sururu, did you play with your eyes closed? Har har har. When Li Mu saw Sururu's result, he laughed out loud. But, to get this result with your eyes closed is actually pretty impressive. Jiangshu comforted her, Ru, don't shoot with your eyes closed. It's very dangerous. Li Mu. Har 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 har, buddy, you're so funny, did you do that on purpose or by accident? Li Mu was almost rolling on the ground holding his stomach. It would have been fine if this wasn't comforting. Hearing this, Sururu was furious, don't listen to Li Mu's nonsense. I didn't close my eyes. Jiangshu looked at Sururu awkwardly. Did I say something wrong? Chapter 18. Who is the most beautiful woman in the world? As dusk approached, everyone left the shooting range reluctantly. The happiest people were Li Mu and Wang Tai. After getting in the car, they kept discussing various firearms knowledge. Sururu saw it and felt angry. Damn it, I'm so embarrassed today. Later, Sururu tried 3 rounds again, and her best score was only 8 rings. Although everyone said that this result was already very good for a newcomer's first shooting, she was furious when she saw Li Mu's smug face. Ruru, let me take you back to school, Jiangshu said to Sururu while driving. Sururu nodded. The car drove into the school gate and stopped directly under the girls' dormitory building. Jiangshu got out of the car first, walked to Sururu and opened the door, while putting one hand on the car frame. Sururu got out of the car, turned around and said to Jiangshu, "Thank you, Jiangshu," then looked in the direction of Li Mu and Wang Tai, "And these two may have to trouble you too." "Of course not. If you need any help from me in school, just feel free to contact me." Jiangshu's voice was very magnetic, making people feel like spring breeze. After saying goodbye to Jiangshu, Sururu walked into the dormitory gate, and Jiangshu returned to the car. "You too, I'll take you back." Wang Tai looked around through the glass. "Can you take us to the north gate?" "Of course you can. You are Ruru's friends, which means you are my friends. I say the same thing. If you need my help with anything at school, just come to me." Jiangshu smiled and sent the two of them to the north gate. After Wang Tai and Li Mu got out of the car, Jiangshu stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Brother Mu, Jiangshu was not easy to deal with. The two walked side by side, and Wang Tai was seriously analyzing the current situation for Li Mu. "If you were 100% sure, Brother Mu, but is handsome, you have to reduce it by 20%. Their family seems to be rich, so they can reduce it by 20%. The point is that you and Sururu are old acquaintances. Brother Mu, you still have to reduce your salary by 20%. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first, and the relationship between old friends warms up when they reminisce about the past." OMG. Wang Tai jumped up excitedly while counting on his fingers. "Brother Mu, you have no hope. Fuck you." Li Mu raised his leg and kicked Wang Tai in the butt. "Did I say I want to pursue Sururu? Even if she's the only one left in the world, I won't even look at her, okay?" Wang Tai listened to Li Mu's words and looked at him with disdain. "TSK, I don't believe it. Hey, the door is not closed." Sururu looked at the half-open dormitory door, feeling puzzled. Just as she was about to push the door open, she heard the rustling sounds of Jiyu Qin and 1111 coming from inside. "Xiao Jiyu, keep your voice down. Don't let others hear our plan." But will Ruru agree? This is too revealing." "Oh, it's okay. I have a good idea when the time comes." Sururu listened to the noise inside and suddenly pushed the door open. "What's your plan?" "Oops. 1111 and Jiyu Qin were frightened and quickly hid the things behind their backs, smiling guiltily. Ruru, why did you come back so early?" "Har har har." Sururu raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and pressed 1111 step by step. "Xiao 1111, what are you doing behind my back?" No. Har har har." 1111 stepped back and was forced into the corner. The thing in her hand fell to the ground. Sururu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and picked up the thing while 1111 was distracted. "Huh? What is this?" "Clothes." Sururu fiddled with the item in her hand that looked like clothes. 1111 was about to continue quibbling when Jiyu Qin said, "Oh, 1111, just say it straight. You will have to say it when the time comes anyway." 1111's eyes revealed excitement. Ruru, this is not an ordinary piece of clothing. It's our magic weapon for victory." After that, she continued to take down a few more pieces from the bed and handed them to Sururu. "Wow, there are 4 short skirts in total, so beautiful and sexy. This." Sururu looked puzzled, and 1111 pouted and said, "Ruru tilde help me tilde you are the best tilde Ruru tilde." Stop. What's going on?" It's that, I." Seeing that 1111 couldn't hold back a complete sentence for a long time, Jiyu Qin couldn't bear it any longer. "Actually, 1111 spent all her living expenses on buying a camera last time. There will be a campus dance competition next month, and everyone is encouraged to participate. The first prize is 10,000, the second prize is 5,000, and the third prize is 2,000. 1111 wants to sign up. No, she wants to get us to sign up together. But I can't dance. Sururu was puzzled. Well, you hit the nail on the head. So we're going to find another way. 50% of the scores for this competition are in the hands of the audience. If we can get as much of this 50% of audience scores as possible, it won't be a problem for us to win the second or third prize. So how do we get audience ratings? NAO, what you have in your hand is our magic weapon. Let's split the bonus equally. 1111 said confidently. Sururu recalled the balance in her wallet and decided to participate in the competition without any hesitation. Did Xiaoxue agree? Sururu asked suddenly, and 1111 and Ji Yuqin were stunned at the same time. This is our plan B. After you agree, Ruru, the three of us will go talk to Xiaoxue and try to win her over. 1111 said somewhat awkwardly. Faint. I don't have any problem. I'll talk to Xiaoxue when she comes back. Yeah, Ruru, you are the best. I now declare that you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Come on, give me a kiss. 1111 happily hugged Sururu and kissed her on the cheek. Get lost. In the evening, as soon as Lin Shui entered the dormitory, a uniform voice came from the dormitory. Welcome back, Xiaoxue tilde. Thank you for your hard work tilde. Ji Yuqin stepped forward and took Lin Shui's handbag. I'll get the bag for Xiaoxue tilde. 1111 picked up the slippers and gently placed them in front of Lin Shui. I'll change Xiaoxue's shoes tilde. Sururu walked behind Lin Shui and said, I'll massage Xiaoxue's shoulders tilde. Wrong dormitory. While Lin Shui was stunned, 1111 pulled Lin Shui into the dormitory, closed the door, and the three of them surrounded Lin Shui. Seeing the three people's hopeful eyes, he immediately reacted. Do you want to ask me something? 1111 looked at Lin Shui with tears in her eyes, and then expressed the thoughts of the three people. Lin Shui sighed and patted 1111 on the head. I told you not to spend ahead of time. Just this once, and don't do it again. Yeah, Xiaoxue, you're the best. I now declare that you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Sururu, why do I seem to have heard this somewhere before? Chapter 19 Playground Confession. Oh, by the way, Li Mu danced very well on the playground last time. Ruru, you can ask him to teach you. Ji Yuqin seemed to have discovered a new world. It can also enhance your relationship, he tilde. Don't mention Li Mu, humph. She became furious when she thought of Li Mu's asking, Sururu, did you shoot with your eyes closed? Even if I jump down from here and break my legs, I won't let him teach me to dance. Sururu said viciously, clenching her fists. I don't have K, dinosaurs fight wolves tilde. 1111 was puzzled, whose phone is ringing? The ringtone is so dynamic. Sorry, mine. Sururu smiled awkwardly. Ha! Is it Li Mu calling? Everyone gathered around and signaled Sururu to answer the call quickly. Hello tilde. Sururu answered the phone and pressed the hands-free button. Hello tilde. 1111 imitated Sururu's tone when answering the phone. Little clip, look at the sword. Sururu, are you okay now? It's okay, what's wrong? I want to tell you something, but, never mind. Is it convenient now? I'll wait for you at the playground. Sururu looked at everyone, and everyone nodded in unison. Sururu replied, okay, I'll be down in a moment. Li Mu nodded and hung up the phone. Oh tilde confession tilde. 1111 and Ji Yuqin cheered in unison. What are you talking about? Maybe he has something to do. Why can't you say it over the phone? Why do you have to say it in person? And it's so late at night. Walking in the playground and confessing in the woods, how romantic tilde. Ji Yuqin fanned the flames. Hurry up, Ruru, this outfit doesn't look good. Change it quickly. Before Sururu could react, Ji Yuqin took out a white dress with small floral patterns from her closet. Ruru is wearing this, it's a first love style, I'll help you change into it and keep it for tonight. 5 minutes later, Ji Yuqin sent Sururu, who had dressed up, to the dormitory door. Come on, Ruru. But you must be reserved at first, politely refuse first, and then agree. Go quickly, Tilda. Sururu went downstairs a little nervously. She didn't think about it in this direction at first, but Ji Yuqin and 1111 kept teasing her. She was so confused that she didn't remember a single word. She only remembered 2 sentences, refuse first, then agree. I walked towards the playground nervously. Students, we are from the Campus Stray Cat Protection Association. $1 can help us donate a small bag of cat food. Limu was walking back and forth on the playground, thinking about how to explain the matter of Jiangshu. A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking back, he saw 2 boys wearing vests with the words, Love Club, on them, smiling and greeting Limu. What are you doing? One of the boys explained enthusiastically, we are volunteers of the Love Club. Our main task is to pay attention to stray cats on campus and provide them with food and medical help. We raise funds through various channels, such as collecting donations from students, holding charity sales, and seeking donations from caring people outside the school. The $1 donation for a small bag of cat food activity we just mentioned is one of our ways to raise money for feeding. Limu nodded, showing his understanding. It feels good. He felt his pocket and found a coin, so he handed it to the boy. The boy took the money and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your support, classmates. Every donation is very important to us. After that, he waved to another female volunteer on the playground in the distance. The female volunteer trotted over, took a bouquet of flowers from the bundle in her hand and handed it to Limu. Thank you for your support. These flowers are also sponsored by the gardening club. Please accept them, classmate Tilda. Limu took the flowers and the volunteers waved goodbye to Limu with a smile. Hey, isn't that the school beauty Sururu? Oh my god, will the goddess come to visit the playground too? It's so beautiful, like my first love. Stop swearing, okay. Sururu walked into the entrance of the playground and looked at Limu's figure. Among the people coming and going, there were also sharp-eyed boys who recognized that this was Sururu from the business school. Sururu was wearing a dress embellished with floral patterns. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. She walked like flowing water, lightly and gracefully. Every smile revealed her moving charm. Limu also saw Sururu stopping in the playground, as if looking for him, so he trotted over to meet up with Sururu. Wow, what's wrong with that guy? He ran towards Sururu with flowers. Fuck, big news, someone is going to confess his love to Sururu on the playground. What? Sururu is in love. The noises around were getting louder and louder. There were people coming and going at the entrance, and the news spread quickly. Soon, a large group of onlookers gathered at the playground. Limu, who was completely unaware of the situation, looked at the dense crowd. He just stopped and someone seemed to push him from behind. He vaguely heard a sentence. Brother, I will help you till here. I wish you happiness. Before he could react, he staggered in front of Sururu. Sururu had never seen such a scene before, especially when she saw Limu coming with flowers. Her face turned red with embarrassment and she was so shy that she didn't know what to do. Limu looked around, then at the environment he was in, and subconsciously looked at the flowers in his hand. Even if he was slow-witted, he would know what was going on. Well, actually. Limu was interrupted just as he was about to speak. Promise him. Promise him. Some unknown onlookers began to shout slogans, the sound was deafening. Limu looked at Sururu, whose cheeks were like ripe red apples, and she lowered her head and dared not raise it. At this moment, Sururu's mind reappeared Ji Yuqin's words, refuse first, then agree. Agree first, then refuse. Agree. Reject. Reject. Agree. It's too fast to be together now, I'm not ready yet, no, how can I like him, I'm a man. How can I be confessed to? On second thought, Limu is pretty good. He protected me last time and he cares about me usually. Stop, what am I thinking about? It's over, Sururu, you were kicked out of KTV. Forget how he bullied you. Did he laugh at you? In just a dozen seconds, Sururu had already conceived countless plots and scenes in her mind. I don't know what happened, but in front of everyone present, I said. Wow, bastard Limu, you only know how to bully me every day. Chapter 20 Late Night Communication. Wow, bastard Limu, you only know how to bully me every day. Sururu stomped her feet, and her voice with a hint of crying stunned everyone present. Limu also stood there in a daze. Sister, what are you doing? Limu suddenly felt a chill on his back and a hint of murderous intent coming from behind him. He was sure that as long as someone took the lead at this time, someone would definitely rush up and tear his skin into pieces. Sururu, are you okay? Limu asked cautiously. Sururu squatted down, lowered her head, and didn't know what she was thinking about. Hiss, this is difficult. Limu looked at the increasing number of people watching. This was not a solution, so he decided to go all out. He walked up to Sururu, embraced her in his big hands and carried her like a princess. Sururu screamed instinctively, and Limu felt that he could go to the hospital's ear department for an ear treatment tomorrow. After Sururu realized this, she shyly buried her face in Limu's arms, not daring to look at anyone. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes today. This is a misunderstanding. Sururu is feeling a little unwell. I am here to take her to the infirmary. Everyone has seen enough of the excitement, please make way. Limu carried Sururu to the edge of the crowd, and everyone dispersed to make way for them. Thank you. Thank you. It finally came out. Limu carried Sururu to a remote park and put her down. He also stood up and stretched his muscles. Phut. Sururu couldn't help laughing out loud as she sat on the bench. Har ha 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 ha. Hey! Stop laughing. Limu turned around and gently pushed Sururu's shoulder, but unexpectedly, Sururu did not use her hands to support her body. When she fell backwards, she subconsciously tried to grab something for leverage and accidentally grabbed Limu's collar. Limu was startled by Sururu's action. He took advantage of the situation and held her waist, and the two of them fell on the bench together due to inertia. Sururu was lying on the bench, with Limu pressing on her. In the darkness, their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Limu couldn't help but feel a tender emotion rising in his heart. He gently stroked Sururu's cheek. Sururu shyly closed her eyes slightly, and gradually their lips came closer and their breathing became more and more rapid. Just when the contact was about to take place, Limu stopped and hesitated. I don't have K, dinosaurs fight wolves, tilde. Limu climbed up from Sururu's body in shock, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. He explained hurriedly, his face as red as an apple. Sururu also sat up somewhat awkwardly and coughed softly. It's okay, I didn't stand firmly. I picked up my phone and checked it. It was 1111 who called me. But she hung up. The two looked at each other tacitly, and then laughed at the same time. I remember you brought a bouquet of flowers. Sururu asked casually, supporting her face with her hands. What's wrong? Limu answered while casually kicking the flowers on the steps. Hey, stop kicking it. Sururu stretched out her right hand and picked it up. Oh, it's still a rose. You have good taste. Limu. Do you like flowers? Limu asked puzzledly. What girl doesn't like flowers? Sururu gently stroked the petals of the rose. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Oh, that's not right. I'm not a girl. No. Sururu explained quickly. Limu was also stunned. Har ha har ha, it seems that you are more suitable to be a girl than me. Shut up. I'm a real man. Sururu glared at him shyly. The two of them leaned on the bench, the moonlight sprinkled on the lake, creating ripples, the gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, and they silently enjoyed the happiness and tranquility. Tell me, what should we do if we can't change back? Sururu stared at the lake and spoke softly. Looking back on the past 2 months since the exchange, it passed in a flash. We have gradually become familiar with our new bodies and are living a new life. Can't change it back. If I can't change it back, I will take care of you, don't worry. Limu answered firmly. Sururu's lips curled up slightly, as if she was very satisfied with his answer, and then she smiled slyly. Take care? How are you going to take care of me? I. Goal achieved. Sururu smiled with satisfaction. By the way, what do you want to tell me this time? Oh, I almost forgot, it's about Jiangshu. Him? What happened? Sururu turned her head and looked at Limu with blinking eyes. Jiangshu's father and my father were business partners. They often attended various banquets. That's when I met Jiangshu. Among his peers, he was more caring towards me, but I always regarded him as my brother. But my father encountered difficulties in business, and he hopes to marry me to the Jiang family so that they can help us overcome the difficulties. When he said this, Li Mu's expression was a little lonely. But then he shrugged and said, "What I said last time was only half right. Jiangshu was indeed engaged to me, no, to Sururu, that is, you." Li Mu pointed at Sururu and said, "We were engaged, but due to some special reasons, the engagement has been cancelled. Don't worry, you will not marry Jiangshu." "Oh. Li Mu? No way, why aren't you shocked at all?" Li Mu jumped up and looked at Sururu in disbelief. Sururu hugged her legs with her arms and looked at the lake. "You also said that it was just an arrangement between adults, and we should live according to our own ideas." After listening to Sururu's words, Li Mu fell into deep thought. He suddenly understood what Sururu meant. He had been bound by the interests of his family for the first 18 years, but deep down he did not want to be controlled by these arrangements. He also hoped to be able to choose his own life path and live out his true self. "You're right." Li Mu sighed and sat down relaxed. "We are all living people and should not be restricted by other people's arrangements. I don't have K, dinosaurs fight wolves tilde." Suddenly. A sudden sound suddenly sounded in the darkness. Li Mu frowned. "No, sister, can we change the ringtone?" Sururu signaled for silence and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Ruru, where are you?" 1111's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Sururu looked around. "I'm in the school park, what's wrong? Come back quickly. There are still 10 minutes left for dormitory inspection." "Faint. Okay. I'll be back right away." After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked at Li Mu with a wry smile. "Let's go." "Why are you still standing there?" Li Mu stood up and patted his clothes. "I won't leave. I want you to carry me. My legs hurt when I fell just now." 3 seconds. Silence all around. Li Mu. Li Mu. There was still silence around. Li Mu seemed to have left. "Asshole." Sururu stomped her feet in anger, but the surroundings were eerie. The sudden croaking of frogs scared Sururu so much that she ran after Li Mu. "You deserve to be single forever." Chapter 21 Devil's Training. Early morning, South State University, open air sports field. Come on, don't just sit there, run 10 laps to warm up." Li Mu, wearing a sports outfit, blew a whistle and shouted, "If you don't have enough physical strength, all the dancing will be useless." On the track, 4 girls wearing sports shorts and vests were jogging in a neat line on the playground. Their long legs attracted many eyes. "Oh, I'm so tired. I don't want to run anymore." 1111 gradually fell behind, and in the end she just gave up. "Running is so tiring. It's not at all what I thought." 1111, hurry up. Sururu slowed down her pace and jogged side by side with 1111. "If you don't run, Li Mu will have to add more laps, and this is what we agreed on, you can't give up." "Ruru, you run first." "I can't do it anymore. I'll take a break and catch up soon." 1111 waved her hand to signal Sururu not to care about her, and then sat down on the grass. Sururu sighed lightly and quickened her pace to catch up with the team in front. "Oh, dear God. Look what I found. Isn't this Shin 1111? She is actually slacking off. Oh my God. The whole team, at 1 lap." Li Mu, who was standing at the starting point of the runway, shouted to everyone. "Oh. Li Mu." The story goes back to last week. On Saturday, all the inmates of dormitory 502 were out in the dance studio at NTU. "Ruru, you said Li Mu wants to give us special training." "Yes, I told him about the dance competition. He said that teaching one person is teaching as well, so why not just let us come together and he will give us some training." Sururu nodded. "It seems that Ruru's boyfriend is not bad." Ji Yu-chin joked. "Don't talk nonsense." Sururu was a little shy. Here it comes." "Hello, I'm Li Mu. We've met before." Li Mu walked into the room with a smile and greeted everyone, and everyone responded one by one. Ji Yu-chin asked first, "Well, how are you going to teach us?" Good question. Li Mu clapped his hands. I heard from Ruru that you have a certain dance foundation. You can show it off. I will develop a training plan based on your level. Who will go first? Let me go first. Lin Shui took a step forward. I know some classical dance. As the music started, Lin Shui danced to the music. Her posture was graceful and her dance steps were smooth, showing her solid dance foundation and excellent skills. Li Mu carefully observed Lin Shui's movements and noticed that she still had room for improvement in some details. After the music ended, he applauded to show his appreciation. Lin Shui, if I'm not mistaken, you're dancing Chinese classical dance, right? You have a good foundation and beautiful body lines, but there are still some areas that can be improved. When switching between some movements, you need to be more fluent and natural. In addition, your expressions can also be richer to better convey the emotions of the dance. Lin Shui nodded. Who's next? Ji Yuqin stepped forward and said, although I have never learned any special dance, I have loved dancing since I was a child. Li Mu signaled to Ji Yuqin that she could start. Ji Yuqin began to dance. Although her movements were not as graceful and smooth as Lin Shui's, they were full of energy and passion. Many of her dance moves came from her inner expression. Her performance made people feel her enthusiasm and confidence. After observing for a while, Li Mu said to Ji Yuqin, Ji Yuqin, although you haven't learned any special dance, your dance performance is very individual and gives people a unique feeling. Your movements are not smooth enough, but your enthusiasm and confidence make your performance more vivid. I think you still need to improve your dancing skills so that you can better display your dancing talent. After listening to Li Mu's evaluation, Ji Yuqin nodded slightly. Now it's Shin 1111's turn. Well, I'm not feeling well today, maybe next time. Everyone, what are you wasting time on? Ji Yuqin pushed 1111 forward. Let's get started. When the music started, 1111's face turned red, she twisted her body unnaturally, her eyes wandered, and she made each move awkwardly. Her dance looked very stiff and unnatural, and she didn't show any dance foundation at all. Li Mu frowned and thought seriously, Shin 1111, what dance were you just doing? Robot dance. Everyone fell silent, and then even Lin Shui, who was usually not good at expressing herself, burst out laughing. Ji Yuqin and Sururu couldn't help but join in the laughter. Our 1111 stomped her feet in anger. You all bully me, Tilda. Li Mu saw that everyone was laughing, and he looked at them in confusion. What are you all laughing at? Wasn't Shin 1111 dancing a robot dance just now? It would have been better if they hadn't said this, but after they did, their whole dance studio was filled with the three people's laughter. 10 minutes later. Shin 1111, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I didn't know what happened to you. It doesn't matter, there is still more than half a month, I will definitely help you win the prize. Li Mu encouraged everyone. No one said a word, obviously not believing it. However, your common problem is that you lack physical strength, which leads to lack of strength in subsequent movements. In this regard, I have decided to go to the playground for physical training at 7 o'clock every morning. Do you have any objections? No. Everyone answered in unison. Shin 1111, do you have any objections? Ji Yuqin nudged 1111 with her arm and whispered, 1111 tilde living expenses tilde living expenses tilde. No. I guarantee to complete the task. I really can't run anymore, I can't do it anymore. Shin 1111 disobeyed the instructions, their whole team will do another round. Li Mu, I'm going to kill you. Shin 1111 insulted the coach, their whole team will do another round. FCK me. 1111 struggled to get up and continued to run. Ji Yuqin teased, report. Sururu is tired and can't run anymore. Oh. Then Ruru, take a rest. 1111. An hour later, everyone was exhausted and sat on the grass panting. Li Mu walked in front of everyone and said, very good, everyone's performance was great, especially Shin 1111, who even led the team to practice a few more laps, which deserves praise. Everyone, take a rest. You don't have classes in the afternoon. Let's gather at the dance studio at 3 p.m. After Li Mu finished giving the instructions, he left. Sururu was so tired that she collapsed on the ground, mumbling, back then, I could run 10 laps without even breathing hard, but now, not only can I not run anymore, I have to run with a load. Ruru, do you think Li Mu is a psychopath? He tortures four of us beautiful girls for his own amusement and to satisfy his twisted psychology. 1111 said viciously. Stop it, 1111. It's your robot dance that attracts too much attention. Damn it, Ruru, you bully me too. 1111 threw herself on Sururu, her little hands tickling Sururu's waist while pinching the wrong places. Do you accept it or not? Har har har, 1111, stop making trouble. We're outside. Sururu said shyly. Don't make trouble. If you continue, I'll fight back. Sururu turned over and pressed 1111 under her, holding 1111 with both hands so that she could not move. Are you convinced? I don't agree. Sururu stared at 1111's face, then lowered her gaze. You have the guts, take it. R. Chapter 22 I live for Senior Mai. There are only 10 days left until the dance competition. During this period, Sururu and others have put in their best efforts. Everyone goes to the dance studio to practice dancing whenever they have free time, especially Shin 1111. Every time after checking her balance, she is more motivated than anyone else. Go, 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 sisters, come on, there are only 10 days left, victory belongs to us. It's time to start our plan B. What is plan B? Sururu lay on the sponge mat with her arms and legs spread, gasping for breath. Every time after dancing practice, she would say that a girl's body is really flexible, but also really tiring. Ruru, have you forgotten? The audience rating session. Audience scores. 1111 approached Sururu and said seriously. Besides, Ruru, you are our secret weapon, he tilde. 1111, your smile is so vulgar. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place. 1111 pulled everyone up one by one, urging them to set off quickly. Let's go. Soon, they arrived at the animation club. When they opened the door of the animation club, they were greeted by a sweet-looking girl. Oh tilde 1111 Chen tilde you guys are here tilde please come in tilde. Yao yao. Come on, take out your secret weapon, and then pointed at Sururu and said, this is my secret weapon, he, you know tilde. 1111 hugged the girl named Yao Yao and acted coquettishly. I know. I've been waiting for you. Yao Yao turned around and greeted everyone. Hello, I'm Yao Yao, the president of the animation club. 1111 told me about the dance competition. Let's start right away tilde. When Sururu was still confused, Yao Yao walked up to her. Hello, sister. What's your name? Hello, I'm Sururu. Okay, Sister Ruru, leave it to me from now on. Their big transformation begins. Yao Yao circled around Sururu and seemed to be thinking about something. She is about 1.65 meters tall, with round thighs, tight calves, fair and tender skin, delicate facial features, an excellent temperament. And, the most important thing, is C. Sururu felt as if she was naked in front of Yao Yao and felt a little embarrassed. Great, wonderful. I know. Yao Yao pulled Sururu into the locker room. 10 minutes later, the locker room door opened again and Yao Yao stepped out first. Sister Ruru, come out quickly. Huh? Still want to escape? Yao Yao went back in and pulled her out. Sururu was dressed as a bunny girl with a black bunny ear headdress, which added a lovely sense of mystery to her. She had a lace bow on her neck and wore a black tight leather jacket, which fit her delicate figure perfectly and showed off her slender waistline. She wore a pair of black pantyhose on her lower body, which also showed off the curves of her long legs. In addition, it was Sururu's first time wearing high heels, so her movements were not steady and her legs were trembling slightly. Combined with her shy expression, anyone would want to hold her in their arms. How about it? This is the dress I carefully matched for senior sister Mai. Yao Yao proudly showed her masterpiece to everyone. Senior Mai. Sururu leaned against the wall. Do you really have to do this? I'm so shy. Ruru, you are so beautiful. Really, don't be shy. 1111's eyes were full of love. Is that so? Is that so? Yao Yao, thank you. Let's go to the playground first tilde. Everyone left the animation club and headed straight for the playground. The animation is about the distance from the playground to the cafeteria and supermarket. Sururu tried to back down many times, but was always stopped by 1111, who refused to let her escape. In her words, the revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. What's even more abominable is that when passing the supermarket section, 1111 suddenly pulled Sururu and shouted, "Don't miss it if you pass by, come and see. My senpai is on sale for a limited time, my senpai is on sale for a limited time." Many people were attracted by 1111's voice, and they saw Sururu dressed as senior student Mai. Fuck. The school beauty Sururu is cosplaying. And she's a hipster. My senpai. So beautiful. We live for my senpai. Wow, senior sister Sururu is so beautiful, I like her so much. Some girls came forward and wanted to take photos with Sururu, and some brave boys blushed and said they wanted to add her on WeChat. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost created, 1111 took out a stack of flyers and waved to promote the event. On the 1st of next month, a dance competition will be held in the auditorium. Senior Mai will also participate. I hope everyone will support her. Dancing competition? How come I didn't know about it? Damn, I almost missed it. I must support you. Senior sister Sururu, I love you. Full marks, must be full marks. I turn around for you. In this way, 1111 took Sururu all the way from the animation club to the playground, and then made a circle back to the dormitory building. After a few rounds, Sururu was no longer so shy and greeted everyone with a smile. She even felt that there were more girls who liked her than boys, which she never expected. Okay, let's stop here for today. Everyone is tired, you can go back and rest. Remember, on the 1st of next month. 1111 waved goodbye to everyone, and everyone left reluctantly. Sururu and others also returned to the dormitory. Yeah, a big success. 1111 jumped up excitedly. Ruru is so lucky today thanks to you, I love you so much. Sururu sat on the chair and took off her high heels. Forget it, every time you love me, it's all some ghost ideas, you'd better not love me. HMPH, cruel woman. Ruru, you're on Kwaiin. Gu Chin screamed, turned around and handed the phone to Sururu. Wow, 200,000 likes. More than 50,000 comments. Ruru, you're famous. I don't know who took the photo of Sururu and uploaded it to Kwaiin, with the caption, "The ultimate invincible cute girl Senior Mai from Nanjing University wins." From the perspective of passers-by, Sururu's appearance is still online, and her bunny girl outfit is particularly eye-catching. Just as Sururu was immersed in joy, messages from Li Mu and Jiang Shu popped up at the same time. Ruru, I have something to tell you. Urgent, come back quickly. Chapter 23, Transformed into a Rich Woman. Sururu expressed her confusion. What was going on with these two people? Ding-a-ling. Sururu answered the phone, and Li Mu hurriedly said, Sururu, were you posted on Kwaiin? I saw you on the school forum. Yes, eh? You peeked at me, I'm pretty. Sister, stop joking. I forgot to tell you something about the Su family. After a while. You mean, they have been taking care of you at home since you were young, and your words and actions have been strictly trained. If they knew that I was wearing strange clothes outside, they would definitely use it as an excuse to destroy the family's reputation and bring shame to the Su family, and then let you drop out of school and go home. In the end, send you abroad and never come back without your permission. Sururu expressed disbelief. No, this is ridiculous. Are there still parents like this now? Oh, it's true, believe me. You'd better pray that they didn't see it, and then contact that classmate to take down the video. Li Mu sighed. But, it seems to be too late, a call came from Taipei. Li Mu, you take it first. I wish you happiness. The next morning, Jiangshu's car was already parked downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Li Mu leaned against a tree and sighed repeatedly. Alas, in the end, I can't escape this. Jiangshu also expressed helplessness. He knew something about Sururu's situation. As soon as he saw the video, he contacted the classmate to take it down, but it was too late. Now all he could do was to send Sururu to the airport. Are you too startled? I'm just going back to take a look. I'll be back in 2 days. Then he turned to 1111 and said, 1111, wait for me to come back. You can take care of the dormitory during this period. 1111 gave Sururu a hug and nodded vigorously, her eyes full of reluctance. South City and North City are more than 1,000 kilometers apart. Sururu finally arrived in North City at 2 p.m. The housekeeper met her at the airport. Sururu was fresh about everything. Oh my god, what kind of conditions does Sururu have? This must be the latest model of Rolls-Royce. She touched the car door and looked at the interior. The housekeeper was stunned. The young lady is much more lively now that she is back. Sururu scratched her head in embarrassment. She had already found out that the housekeeper who picked her up was Uncle Jong. He had worked diligently in the Su family for 20 years and had watched Sururu grow up. So she said sweetly, "Uncle Jong, I haven't been home for a long time. I feel happy. He, Miss has indeed changed a lot." Looking at the scenery outside the window, Sururu's thoughts couldn't help but drift away. What will it be like when I meet my parents later? Father, well. Miss, we're here. The butler opened the car door and reminded Sururu that she could get off. What caught Sururu's eyes was an elegant and unique Chinese-style villa with red glazed tiles on the exterior walls and exquisite stone carvings on the eaves. She followed the housekeeper across the arch bridge, through the garden, and came to the main entrance of the villa. Following the butler into the villa, I saw that the hall was filled with antique furniture and famous paintings, exuding a strong cultural atmosphere. Sururu was excited. She didn't know much about classical culture, but what she did know was, this was too powerful. "Miss, madam is waiting for you in the study," said the butler respectfully. Sururu followed the housekeeper to a gorgeous study room filled with bookshelves and ancient books. A beautiful middle-aged woman was sitting at the desk reading a book. She should be Sururu's mother, Songshin. "It's over. I'm so nervous and feel an inexplicable sense of oppression." Sururu was extremely anxious and blurted out, "Mom. I'm back." The beautiful woman in front of him trembled and the book fell uncontrollably on the desk. "What did you just call me?" It's over. Is it too late to run now?" Sururu subconsciously took a step back, ready to run away at any time. The housekeeper Wenbo actually closed the door. Songshin walked quickly to Sururu and hugged her excitedly, tears streaming down her face. "Ruru. This is the first time you've called me mom in 10 years. What? Sururu stood there in a daze, allowing Songshin to hold her. "I'm sorry, Ruru, mommy just missed you so much, can you call me mommy again?" "Mom." Sururu felt like she was being strangled to death, gasping for breath. "Ruru, mommy loves you too. I've waited for this day for so long. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Have you been bullied at school? By the way, kid, you never ask for money from your family. Did you spend all the 5 million I secretly transferred to you last month? If it's not enough, ask mom for more, okay?" Is that true?" Sururu instantly perked up. Suddenly my waist and legs stopped hurting. After searching for the mobile phone software, I finally found the mobile banking in the hidden software. After opening it, the balance showed 6,255,712.37. 3 seconds later. Mom, dear mom, I love you so much, mom, I love you the most, mom, I will take care of you in your old age." Songshin smiled happily and let Sururu hug her and act coquettishly. Although she was not Sururu's biological mother, this was the first time in 10 years that Sururu called her mother. She hugged Sururu gently, her eyes full of happiness and satisfaction. "Mom, this is called cosplay. It's very popular among young people. Isn't it beautiful? This, and this. It's a little bit pretty, what is this? This is walnut, which is also very popular." Late at night, Su Chengwen returned home. As he walked in the yard, he heard the giggling voices of Sururu and Songshin in the house. He pushed the door open in confusion. His daughter was actually lying on the sofa with his wife, and the two of them were talking and laughing in front of their iPads. This was normal in any family, but it was absolutely unrealistic in their Su family. Su Chengwen coughed lightly, and the two women said in unison, "Dad, you're back. Hubby, you're back." Su Chengwen was stunned, his legs went limp, and he stumbled into the entrance. 16 years ago, Su Chengwen's family was still squeezed in a basement of less than 10 square meters. At that time, little Ruru needed someone to take care of her, and Su Chengwen was the only one who supported her. Although he took on business and was busy with social events every day, every time he returned home, his lovely daughter and wife would warmly welcome him home. "Dad, you're back. Hubby, you're back. Every time at this moment, he would feel that no matter how hard or tired he was, it was all worth it. But since Ruru's biological mother passed away unexpectedly, there has been no more laughter and joy in the family. So many years have passed, and now he seems to feel the warmth of home again, and his thoughts are inevitably a little dazed. Ahem, yes, I'm back. Sururu and Songshin quickly stood up, turned off the iPad, and came to Su Chengwen. Dad, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Sururu asked with concern. Songshin supported Su Chengwen's arm and said with concern, You are so grown up, but you are still like a child. Su Chengwen waved his hand and walked to the sofa and sat down. He leaned back and closed his eyes, then slowly said, Ruru, have you hated Daddy all these years? Chapter 24, Confusing. Ruru, have you hated Daddy all these years? Sururu asked Li Mu about his childhood story and answered without hesitation. Of course not, you are my father, how could I hate you? However, when Sururu turned her gaze to Su Chengwen, she was stunned. The man who was so proud of himself in the business world was now curled up on the sofa like a child, sobbing silently. I destroyed this family. Melian, I'm sorry for you and our daughter. Songshin understood that Melian that Su Chengwen mentioned was Sururu's biological mother, but she didn't say anything. She just hugged Su Chengwen gently, because she knew that even her usually strong husband needed a hug at this moment. Su Chengwen's sudden loss of composure moved Sururu a little. Before the accident, he also lived with his mother. As a single-parent family, he had never felt fatherly love, but he didn't care. Now he has grown up and can take care of himself and his mother. From childhood to adulthood, he has endured all the grievances with gritted teeth. But do you really not care? Sururu's eyes became slightly moist, and the vague outline of her father appeared in her mind again. Dad, when I was little, I was ignorant and couldn't understand you, but now looking back, I realize that you have contributed a lot to this family. I don't blame you, let alone hate you. You forced me to learn etiquette and manners, forced me to receive a well-rounded education, and forced me to have a sense of responsibility and independence from an early age. I used to think that you were too demanding and that you didn't care about me enough, but now I understand that you are doing this for my own good and are teaching me how to be a good person. Although you have never said you love me, I can feel the fatherly love revealed in your dedication and care. Su Chengwen listened to Sururu's words, and his eyes became moist. He never thought that he would hear such words from his daughter. This was the voice he had always wanted to hear the most. He hugged Sururu gently, and tears rolled down her shoulders. Thank you, Ruru. Su Chengwen's voice was trembling. I apologize to you. I was very extreme before. I thought that the company's affairs were the most important things. I did a lot of wrong things and neglected this family. I also lacked a lot of patience in caring for you. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Sururu shook her head and said softly, Dad, the past is the past. It is the best arrangement for our family to be together in health and safety. Songshin stood quietly by the side, her heart filled with emotion and relief. She married Su Chengwen, worked hard with him so much, took care of him and Ruru without regrets, and now she has everything she has now. Even when Su Chengwen felt sorry for her and suggested having another child to keep her company, she shook her head and refused, saying that it would be unfair to Ruru. Ruru, I'm sorry, Dad was wrong, please don't blame me. Sururu gently held Su Chengwen's hand and comforted him, Dad, I don't blame you, really. I know you've been working hard, but sometimes we are too busy, and we all neglect things sometimes. Okay, Dad. It's rare for our family to get together, so let's have some fun. Sururu said with a smile. Su Chengwen and Songshin also smiled. My dear daughter, what cosplay were you talking about just now? It's the video about me on Kwaiyin. Didn't you and Mom see it? Uncle John called me and said there was something urgent and asked me to come back quickly. Isn't it because of this? Sururu answered puzzledly. Su Chengwen frowned, I don't know what cosplay is, nor do I know what Kwaiyin video is. I didn't ask you to come back this time because of this. At this moment, Sururu opened her mouth in surprise. 3 people sat together in the living room. Su Chengwen also put away his emotions at this moment, crossed his hands in front of his chest and clenched his fists and said, Ruru, you know who Jiao Jiao, right? Who, Jiao Jiao? Sururu thought about it for a moment. It's Jiao Jiao from your school, The girl who hurt you before. Songshin added. I know. It's her. Wasn't she arrested? No, how did you know? Sururu shrank back, feeling a little guilty. How can parents not care about their daughter? You didn't tell us about such a big thing, but later we heard that you were fine and handled things well. We were very relieved and felt that you have grown up. Su Chengwen and Songshin looked at each other and smiled. But the key to the matter happened right here. When I went to investigate Hu Jiaojiao again, she had already been released on bail. What? Bail? Su Chengwen nodded slightly. Yes, the people below told me that the two brothers Xie Bing and Xie Hu suddenly changed their confessions and changed their testimonies. The reason is that the two brothers had evil thoughts about you in the mall before. They happened to be drunk that day. When they were not sober, they threatened Hu Jiaojiao and asked her to take you out of the school, otherwise they would hurt her family. Hu Jiaojiao was forced to agree. When Xie Bing and Xie Hu were harming you, Hu Jiaojiao tried to stop them. Based on these alone, Xie Bing and Xie Hu have pushed all the responsibility onto themselves. Hu Jiaojiao is at most an accomplice. Impossible. They are lying. It was Hu Jiaojiao who did it, and she admitted it at the time. Sururu was greatly shocked. What you see is not necessarily the truth. Su Chengwen folded his arms, leaned back and said, when I went to investigate again, there was no news about Hu Jiaojiao, and her family was nowhere to be found, as if they had disappeared from this world. Besides, all clues point in one direction. What direction? The Jiang family. Jiang family. Sururu stood up subconsciously in shock. Jiang Shu's Jiang family. Su Chengwen answered directly, just looked at Sururu quietly, and said softly. Whether this matter is related to the Jiang family or not, I can't let you stay in Nankai University any longer. Chapter 25 Return to South City. Jiang Shu. Sururu was in deep thought. Su Chengwen stood up and said soothingly, don't worry, no one in Beisha can shake the status of my Su family. No, I'm going back to South City tomorrow. If it was the Jiang family who did this, and I'm hiding in North City, they will definitely think that they've been exposed and stop there, and it will be more difficult to find them in the future. Sururu looked at Su Chengwen, her eyes showing determination and decisiveness. Now the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. We cannot restrict our actions or cut off our own hands and feet. A slight surprise flashed in Su Chengwen's eyes. He knew this kind of look too well. When he was young, he was also full of fighting spirit and ruthlessness, which eventually enabled him to carve out a name for himself in the business world full of intrigue. Okay, it's late, go to bed. Su Chengwen nodded, patted Sururu's shoulder, and then walked upstairs. My daughter has grown up. Late at night, Sururu tossed and turned. Things were not as simple as she had imagined. Jiang Shu, the Jiang family, the Su family, Li Mu, Hu Jiaojiao, and Lin Shui, all of these seemed to be shrouded in a fog, difficult to grasp. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? Sururu stood up and stared at the door. Ruru, it's Mom. Mom, the door is not locked. Songshin walked to Sururu's bed and sat down, looking at her daughter happily. Ruru, Dad and Mom have things to deal with tomorrow, so they can't send you off in person. Take this. Your dad is embarrassed to give it to you, so let me pass it to you. What caught my eye was a yellowed notebook, the cover of which was already worn out. Ruru, be careful when you return to school. If you miss home, come back anytime. Songshin hugged Sururu tightly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Sururu knew that Songshin had already regarded her as her own daughter. She also hugged Songshin tightly and said softly, Mom, thank you. Early the next morning, Sururu said goodbye to her parents and boarded the plane back to Nansha. She did not choose to keep a low profile, but instead sent a message to tell everyone that she was back. The most puzzled person was Li Mu, because based on his understanding of his parents, this was not something they would do. Li Mu and Sururu were walking in the park. In the 20 minutes since he picked up Sururu, Li Mu was still looking at her as if she had seen a ghost. You're back just like that. That's it, don't you see who I am, huh? Li Mu gave a thumbs up. Great, I'm afraid you are the only one who can calm them down. In November, the temperature in Nansha gradually turned cooler. The two of them walked along the path in the park, where the ground was covered with golden fallen leaves. Actually, the reason I came back is very simple. I just wanted to see you. Limu was stunned for a moment, his expression changed slightly, but soon he showed a sly smile again. Where are you thinking, Xiaoruru? Sururu blushed. Pervert. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Limu chuckled, what did I say? Don't wrongly accuse an honest man. Sururu rolled her eyes at her, and they continued their stroll, enjoying the tranquility of autumn. Suddenly, Sururu stopped and stared at the lake in the distance. What's wrong? Limu asked curiously. Sururu turned her head and looked at Limu, then took out a notebook from her bag and handed it to him. I'll watch it when I get home, okay? Limu took the notebook casually. What is so mysterious? If I look at it now, what can you do to me? But when he looked up and saw the murderous intent in Sururu's eyes, he smiled awkwardly. Okay, I'll go home and watch it later. Don't look at me like that. It's creepy. Hee, that's good tilde pat on the head tilde. Sururu regained her former vitality, running and jumping forward happily. Limu looked at Sururu's departing back and was involuntarily attracted to her. If it was during the time when he just changed his body, he would never have such thoughts, but as time went by, his attitude towards Sururu gradually changed. When I saw Sururu and Jiangshu talking enthusiastically, I couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. When I learned that Sururu might not come back, a trace of worry and sadness flashed through my heart. He realized that his feelings for Sururu might no longer be that of classmates or friends, but rather some special feelings. Wait for me. Limu took a deep breath, put away his notebook, and started to catch up. Har, come and chase me. Ruru, why didn't you tell me what time you would arrive in Nancha so I could pick you up? It's okay. They scolded me when they got back this time, and I completely broke up with them. I ran away secretly and I'm back in the dormitory now. Don't worry. Sururu replied to Jiangshu's message and walked straight into the dormitory. Jiangshu, please don't let me down. Oh, Ruru is back, I missed you so much. 1111 spotted Sururu at the dormitory door and rushed forward to hug her. I miss you so much, Ruru. It's only been one day. By the way, where are Xiaoxue and Xiaogu? 1111 let go of her hand and said, they knew you were coming back, so they went to reserve a seat in advance. They'll welcome you tonight. Oh, Xiaoxue sent me a message saying it's already been booked. I told them you're back and we can go straight over. The two walked out of the dormitory building together and came to a Chinese restaurant inside the school. Ruru, this way. Lin Shui and Ji Yu Qin waved to Sururu happily. Sururu also waved in response and then sat down next to them. Ruru, you're finally back. This saves me from having someone nagging me 24 hours a day about why you haven't come back yet. Lin Shui said. Yes, Ruru, when you were not around, 1111 hugged your pillow and said she missed you. Xiao Jiyu, what are you talking about? How can it be so exaggerated? I am just expressing my longing for you. Ji Yu Qin's words drove 1111 crazy. Everyone was laughing. Sururu felt the warmth and care. She felt warm in her heart. It was really a blessing to have a group of such good sisters. By the way, Ruru, after the Quayin video went viral, a shopping mall contacted us. If you weren't here, we would have responded for you. The city gymnasium is going to hold an anime festival next month. We hope you can be their official cosplayer and help promote it. 1111 looked at Sururu excitedly, it's so lucky to be noticed by the authorities tilde. I'm not interested. I'm not going. Sururu said casually while enjoying the ice cream in front of her. Oh, what a pity. I can only turn it down. It's a pity for the 50,000 yuan. All Sururu heard was Guji bala Guji 5080 boom Guji. 50,000? 1111, why didn't you tell me about this good news earlier? Give me the contact information. Send me the address. Quick. Although he is now a millionaire, Sururu will never touch him. He has to find a chance to return it to Limu so that he won't feel itchy every day. Ding dong. Sururu glanced at her phone, then said to everyone with difficulty. I have 2 pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Of course I'd like to hear the good news first, eh? 1111 widened her eyes. 1111, stop making trouble. Ruru, go ahead and talk. Lin Shui touched 1111 with her arm to signal her to stop making trouble. That's right, my living expenses have all been spent on the round-trip airfare this time. Ruru looked embarrassed, and her voice became smaller and smaller. When the time comes, I will need your help. Lin Shui nodded, and Ji Yuqin waved her hand. What am I supposed to do? I'll give it to you later. Xiao Jiyu, you are biased. I don't have any living expenses anymore. Why don't you lend me some? Ji Yuqin knocked on 1111's head. How dare you say that? Who do you eat with every day now? Ruru is someone who wants to date. Unless you find a boyfriend now, I will transfer the money to you immediately. 1111 immediately lost her temper and shrank her head. Forget it, I prefer to be alone. Ruru quickly explained that she was not in a relationship and that she and Li Mu were just good friends, but the more she explained, the darker it got. Ruru, I'm not pointing fingers at Li Mu, har 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 har. Ji Yuqin laughed even more proudly. Ruru's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. Ji Yuqin and 1111 laughed so hard that they fell backwards. Seeing Ruru's embarrassment, fortunately Lin Shui came to the rescue. Ruru, is there another piece of news? Ruru looked around at everyone and said solemnly. The notice said, the organizer said that they took into account the different rest time schedules for students of different grades. So, the dance competition has been moved to this Sunday, which is the day after tomorrow. Chapter 26, Men are unreliable. Men are reliable. Ji Yuqin and 1111's laughter stopped abruptly. They raised their heads at the same time, with a hint of surprise and nervousness in their eyes. Ruru. Are you kidding? 1111's voice trembled a little. She obviously didn't expect the competition to come so soon. Ruru nodded with difficulty. Looking at 1111's expression, she knew that this competition was probably over. Let's get ready to go to the comic convention. It's okay. We still have tomorrow. We will definitely be able to do it. Ji Yuqin encouraged, but her voice also revealed a hint of uncertainty. Ruru took a deep breath and dialed a number that she could recite by heart. Beep, 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 after a few beeps. Hello? What's up? Hearing Li Mu's voice, Ruru actually felt a little relieved. Hey, Li Mu, the dance competition has been moved up. There's only one day left tomorrow. Can you come over and give us some more guidance? Ruru muttered softly, even with a hint of coquettishness. Oh, I'm busy. I'm going fishing with Wang Tai tomorrow. Li Mu's voice suddenly rose a few degrees, and he seemed to be getting excited. Hey! Speaking of fishing, let me tell you, there is a science to fishing, such as when to put the hook. Before Li Mu finished speaking, Ruru hung up the phone and said to everyone with a smile, Sisters, men are unreliable. We have to rely on ourselves. After everyone finished eating, they left the restaurant and returned to the dormitory. 1111 and Ruru sat together and began to carefully discuss the next plan. Ruru Tilder, I'm counting on you, okay Tilder? When Ruru heard this, she knew that 1111 was up to something again. Before she could reply, 1111 continued. Last time, Ruru became popular from the perspective of passers-by. If you ask me, Ruru, you should create a Quine account and start a live broadcast, and promote the competition the day after tomorrow. The effect will definitely be good. If it were before, Ruru would definitely not be willing, but special treatment is required for special times, for that little bonus. Okay. I agree. Ruru really agreed. There is a saying that goes, a penny can make a hero fall. After a while, Ruru put away her phone and started the live broadcast. Title: The charming schoolgirl from NTU mentioned you. 1111, the title you wrote is so perverted. A tilde. Ruru, you don't understand. This is called marketing. Just wait and see. 1111 raised her head proudly. The invincible handsome guy entered the live broadcast room. Huh? Is this our junior from Nanjing University? I feel so excited. The crazy big bison entered the live broadcast room. I remember now, this is Senior Mai from 2 days ago. Senior Mai is so beautiful. Crazy Big Bison shared the live broadcast room. Less than 5 minutes after the broadcast started, more than 300 people entered the live broadcast room. Sururu was not at all nervous and sang in unison with 1111. My dear family members, if you haven't followed us, please pay attention. Senior Mai's true identity is revealed for the first time. Light up the little stars. 1111 shouted hard. By the way, I heard that Sururu will be participating in a dance competition the day after tomorrow. I really want to go and watch. At this moment, a barrage of comments passed by, and Ji Yu-chin was sitting in her seat and laughing. It was obvious that she was the internet troll. Oh my, don't expose my whereabouts. I don't want to dance in front of so many people. Sururu covered her face shyly while performing. The host is so interesting. I will definitely go watch it the day after tomorrow. Just a quick question, can I go watch the show outside the school? I don't mean anything special, I just have been very interested in dance since I was a child. Upstairs, I heard your calculations at home. As more and more people entered the live broadcast room, Sururu and 1111 also smiled. The number of comments suddenly increased, and the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 1,000. Does their host have any talent show? Yeah, dance for us. That won't work. There won't be any surprises if we dance now. You can come to the auditorium the day after tomorrow to watch. My good sisters will also be there. Sururu replied to every comment seriously. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room became more and more lively, with barrages of comments constantly emerging, and the audience showed great interest and expectations in Sururu's dance competition. Sururu, come on. I will definitely come to cheer you on. Someone posted this comment. I was rewarded with roses by your brother Moo 99. I am your brother Moo, who gave me a gift of roses 88. Sururu looked at the name and smiled slightly. Thank you, brother Moo, for the roses tilde. Sururu blinked playfully and showed a lovely smile. Oh my god, I clicked the wrong button. At this time, Lee Moo hurriedly exited the live broadcast room. He originally just wanted to peek at the screen, but accidentally clicked on the gift sending button. Suddenly, he felt embarrassed as if he had been discovered while spying. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. Lee Moo buried his head in the quilt, wailing in pain. But then, he couldn't help but sneak into the live broadcast room. Host, do you have any other talents to perform? Someone else asked curiously. Sururu thought about it for a moment, and an idea flashed through her mind. Actually, I can draw a little bit. If you are interested, I can draw a picture for you during the live broadcast. There was an immediate burst of approval on the barrage. Great. The anchor is drawing. Show us now. Sururu smiled, took out a piece of drawing paper and a pencil from the bedside drawer, and then began to demonstrate her painting skills in the live broadcast room. She first drew a puppy, and then a river. The river and the puppy complemented each other very well, and the audience expressed their confusion. Host, you are so talented. You are so good at dancing and painting. Someone expressed envy. Their host's artistic attainments are unfathomable. Mortals like us really can't understand it. Like. Sururu chuckled. Thank you for the compliments. This painting is called Puppy Fishing and it's quite good. Afterwards, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became more lively, and the audience interacted with Sururu one after another, expressing their desire to go to the dance competition to cheer for Sururu. Okay, it's getting late, it's time to go to bed, everyone should also rest early, good night. Sururu yawned. Sururu, I will go to cheer for you. Come on, a comment read. I'll be there too. Looking forward to your dance performance, another comment followed. After the live broadcast ended, Sururu slumped in her chair and waved her hands. It's too tiring. I won't play it next time. But fortunately the publicity has been achieved. I will practice for another day tomorrow and it should be fine. The next day, everyone came to the dance studio early. The door of the dance studio was half open. Sururu made a hushing gesture and tiptoed in. As soon as she entered the door, she caught a glimpse of Lee Moo sitting on a yoga mat. Hey, isn't this the famous I'm your Moo brother? Brother Moo, how come you have time to come to our dance studio today? Sururu bent down and moved closer to Lee Moo, pouting her little mouth, blinking her big eyes, and looking at him with a silly and cute face. Lee Moo rolled his eyes at her, then stood up and said, If I don't come again, I'm afraid that the next time I draw a picture of a pig fishing. Chapter 27. Am I pretty? Har ha har har. Sururu held her stomach and giggled. Your name is very good. Next time I will change my name to Sister Ru. Li Mu glared at her. Are you still going to practice? Brother Mu, please come this way. Come, pay attention to the steps. Sururu nodded and bowed, motioning Li Mu to come this way. Afterwards, everyone did some warm-up exercises and started the last day of dance training. Come on, follow my beat, walk. Sururu, you took the photo. Shin 1111, you're almost stepping on Ji Yu Chin's foot. Move a little to the right. Shin 1111, are you performing the Thomas spiral with me? Time passed by, and the dance studio was filled with everyone's sweat and enthusiasm. Everyone was trying their best, constantly correcting their movements, and pursuing perfection. Even 1111, who was usually the most naughty, was as obedient as a kitten at this time, constantly working hard to correct her mistakes. Do it again! Li Mu shouted loudly. Everyone got up from the ground, immediately refocused their attention and started a new round of training. After several hours of continuous training, everyone's dancing skills have improved significantly. Their movements are more coordinated, their expressions are more natural, and the tacit understanding of the whole team is getting better and better. It was almost noon when everyone was able to rest. I'm so tired. I feel like I've lost at least 10 pounds, 1111 said, panting. Li Mu was not having an easy time either. While leading the dance, he also had to correct everyone's wrong movements. At this moment, he was sitting on the floor in the corner, panting and resting. Here. This is for you. Sururu sat down next to Li Mu and handed him a bottle of water. Seeing that Li Mu did not take it immediately, he said unhappily, no poison. Thank you. Why are you talking about this? We should be the ones thanking you. Li Mu lowered his head and said, I read the diary. It turns out that he has been secretly paying attention to my life. He also printed out my photos from each year into an album, recording my growth every year. There are many things I didn't know. I am very grateful to him. Do you still remember what I told you that day that he sent me to the Jiang family to get engaged to Jiang Shu? Later I realized that I didn't hear it completely and I blamed him wrongly. Ru is not a child anymore. If it doesn't work out, make a promise to them first and then make plans later. Coupled with the fact that I can promote business with Mr. Jiang, wouldn't that solve all the problems? Su Chengwen. You are getting old and confused, that is your biological daughter. No matter how difficult the company is, you can't trade your daughter for her. Songshin scolded. Hiss, I'm sorry, how could I say such words? I'm sorry, Ruru, I am not in my right mind. I am really getting old and confused. I will think about the company's affairs later. Su Chengwen grabbed his hair in regret. He was exhausted at this moment and had not slept for 3 days. Well. Thank you for letting me see something deeper. Li Mu looked at Sururu with a smile. Sururu read a hint of tenderness and happiness from his eyes, which she had never seen before. Suddenly she felt a little shy and whispered. Don't look at me like that, Tilda. After all, that's our dad. Oh Tilda, you said that's our dad. Li Mu suddenly leaned close to Sururu and smiled playfully. Why is it our dad? Sururu also realized that her words at this time were too misunderstood, and hurriedly explained in a low voice, I am just borrowing your body now, and you are half my father, so this is not too much. Oh, so that's how it is, Tilda. Come on, let's practice one last time and then we'll be done. Li Mu stood up and clapped his hands and shouted, and everyone started a new round of practice. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in a shopping mall. Sururu and others are choosing clothes for tomorrow's performance. 1111, why don't we just wear our own clothes? Why do we need to buy them last minute? No, our clothes don't match. Xiaoxue, try this. After saying that, 1111 handed a pair of shorts to Lin Shui. This is too short. It's okay, Xiaoxue, come here, Ruru, try this one. 1111 took the clothes and pushed Sururu into the fitting room. Sururu said hesitantly, this style doesn't seem to suit me. 1111 explained, you need to attract attention when you go on stage tomorrow. This color will make you stand out. This is a white knitted cardigan, with a light green plaid suspenders underneath and white casual trousers on the lower body. Sururu's skin is already fair, so the overall outfit looks very textured under the light. Ruru, you look so beautiful in this. It will definitely attract everyone's attention. 1111 said excitedly. Ji Yu-chin put her arms around Sururu's slender waist and said, she's really pure and sexy. I like her so much. Seeing her like this, Lin Shui was full of praise. Sururu smiled shyly, stop making trouble, okay. After shopping for a while in the mall, the four of them found clothes that suited them. While everyone was paying, Sururu secretly took a selfie and then sent it to Li Mu. Does it look good? Li Mu, who was in class, received a selfie from Sururu. Sururu in the photo is smiling like a flower. The knitted cardigan fits her graceful figure softly, outlining her slender figure. The thin shoulder straps gently outline her fair skin, and her rosy lips are slightly open, making Sururu look even more charming. Li Mu was so distracted for a moment that he almost dropped the phone and quickly lowered the brightness of his phone. It's just average, I can only give it 82 points, just barely passing. It's just average, why not 100 points? Because the remaining 18 points will be given to you in the form of 666 on site tomorrow. Sururu couldn't help laughing for a moment, and then replied, Brother Mu is the best, you must come to watch his game Tilder. Hey Tilder, stop pretending, I have goosebumps. Angry. Looking at Li Mu's reply, Sururu smiled sweetly, which made everyone present feel moved. Chapter 28, Stunning the Audience. Nanju University, lounge behind the auditorium. Ruru, I'm so nervous. 1111 walked back and forth in the room, muttering to herself, what should I do, what should I do, what should I do? Sururu stepped forward and held 1111's hand, comforting her, it's okay, 1111, we have been preparing for so long, no matter what, we just have to do our best. The hand holding 1111's was also slightly sweaty. The entire auditorium can accommodate about 2,000 people. It was her first time to perform on stage in front of so many people, so she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. 1111 bit her lip, held Sururu's hand tightly, and tried to calm herself down. She knew that she must not make any mistakes and must not hold back the entire team. Lin Shui and Ji Yu-chin also encouraged, okay, don't think too much, just believe in yourself. Don't be nervous later. Just follow what I teach you. It will be fine. I believe in you. The message from Li Mu flashed across the phone screen, and Sururu felt a little calmer. Dynamic music came from speakers on all sides, and Sururu and others knew that the show had officially begun. Good evening, teachers and students of Nanjing University. Welcome everyone to our school auditorium. Today we will bring you a wonderful dance competition. I am today's host Lu Yunju. I am very honored to present this wonderful competition to you. Lu Yunju wore a red dress, showing her elegance and confidence. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and the slightly wavy hairstyle added a soft temperament to her. Senior Yunju. Senior Yunju. Many people in the audience recognized that this was Lu Yunju, a senior from the School of Management, and they cheered and applauded. Dance is an art that can express emotions and convey power through beautiful movements and music. Today, we will have 20 teams from all grades, who will chase after our champions tonight. They have gone through months of hard training and preparation. In order to show their talents on this stage, they have put in countless sweat and efforts. Let us applaud and pay tribute to them. At the same time, we have also invited a team of professional judges who will score based on dance skills, creativity and expressiveness. Our audience can also log into the campus official website on their mobile phones to rate their favorite team, from 1 to 10, with a full score of 10. The judges' scores plus the audience's scores will eventually select the champion, runner-up and third place of this competition. Finally, I hope everyone can enjoy today's dance feast and feel the charm of dance and the power of art. Let us give warm applause and cheers to every dancer and let them feel the warmth and support of our school family. Lu Yunju's words were very infectious and brought the atmosphere to a climax. In order to ensure fairness and justice, we have invited 20 captains to come on stage to draw lots and choose the order of performance. 1111 urged Sururu, Ruru, hurry up, it's your turn. It's okay as long as you're not the first one. The moment she stepped onto the stage, Sururu realized that sitting in the audience and standing on the stage were two completely different concepts. She felt countless pairs of eyes cast upon her. The empty large stage and the bright spotlights made her know where to hide in front of the audience. At this moment, any of her micro-expressions and movements would be displayed to the audience in full view. She couldn't help but become nervous. Lu Yunju's voice rang out in the microphone, "Captains, please pick up the lottery paper and choose your own order." Sururu took a deep breath, stretched out her shaking hands, and gently pulled out a piece of paper from the lottery box. She unfolded the paper and saw the number 3 written on it. Number 3. 1111 is right, as long as it's not number 1. I don't know who started it, but the audience cheered Sururu's name and shouted for her. Some enthusiastic audiences also waved and greeted Sururu. Sururu felt a hint of warmth, bowed gently to the audience, then walked off the stage and returned to the lounge. In the lounge, 1111 rushed over impatiently and hugged Sururu excitedly. "Great, we are number 3, woo-woo, it's okay if it's not number 1. Next, we invite team number 1 to perform the dance Breaking the Limit. This is a multi-person team with 6 sexy and charming girls wearing hot tights, showing off their perfect body curves. They stood in the center of the stage, gazing at the audience eagerly, ready to show off their passionate dance. As the music started, their bodies seemed to be injected with electricity, instantly full of vitality, and every movement was as fast and accurate as lightning. They spun, rolled and jumped at an incredible speed, and their dance steps exuded a strong energy. The audience was conquered by the stunning dance scene and applauded enthusiastically. Number 1. Number 1. R. Tilder. Su and Tilder champion. Su and Tilder champion. The audience below the stage cheered continuously, and the atmosphere was instantly blown away. 1111 opened her mouth wide. "This one is so talented, it's like a professional dance troupe. It turns out their center is called Suwen, so amazing." Lin Shui also remained silent, with a complicated expression, as if she was thinking about a countermeasure. Sururu and the others saw the dance performance of team number 1 on the display screen in the lounge and couldn't help but frown. If every participating team was at this level, then they would have absolutely no hope. Change of plan, implement plan B. Sururu looked at the message from Li Mu, looking embarrassed, not knowing what to do. Lin Shui noticed that Sururu was a little hesitant, so she asked, "Ru, what's wrong with you?" Li Mu said, "Implement plan B. R." Fortunately, there are only a few teams with such strong strength, and the number 2 team took the field and performed fairly well. Perhaps it was because Team 1's dance was too explosive that Team 2 simply couldn't reach the same level. Team number 2's dance is still outstanding, so will Team number 3 be able to bring us a different and wonderful performance? Sururu. Sururu. Senior Ruru, I love you. Senior Mai. People live for Sakurajima Mai. There were cheers and thunderous applause from the audience, and the scene was very lively. Lu Yunju smiled and said, "It seems that our team number 3 is very popular. I believe they will bring us a different and wonderful performance. Let's invite team number 3 to the stage. The music and dance they will bring to us is." Lu Yunming was obviously stunned, but with her years of experience in controlling the situation, she immediately regained her normal tone and said in a high voice, "The music and dance they brought us was I Offer Oil to My Motherland." Chapter 29. Tell me if you like me. When Lu Yunju said that the dance of team number 3 was I Offer Oil to the Motherland, everyone present was stunned. The entire auditorium fell into silence for 3 seconds, and then burst into thunderous applause. Wow, that's unique. This is probably the grand finale. We must see it. There were many viewers who didn't know what was going on, but seeing the excited expressions of the people around them, they also joined in the applause. Sururu temporarily changed into a red dress and stood solemnly in the center of the stage. Lin Shui, 1111 and Ji Yuqin changed into yellow dresses, stood behind Sururu, lowered their heads slightly, ready to go. The music started, accompanied by the passionate melody. Sururu raised her head, smiled, looked firmly at the audience and began to sing. Beautiful scenery. The construction of the motherland. How glorious it is to be an oil worker. Wearing an aluminum helmet to travel the world. The lights on the stage then focused on Lin Shui and the others, who began to dance gracefully, with smooth and powerful movements. They worked in perfect harmony, and their dance moves were like dancing flames, full of energy. Sururu stood in the center of the stage. As the music reached its climax, she sang in unison, I offer oil to the motherland, selflessly dedicating myself, with my heart set on China. The song is majestic and passionate, full of love for the motherland and respect for the oil workers. As the dance reached its climax, Lin Shui and the others danced more passionately and unrestrainedly. Their dancing figures were like flying sparks, full of power and vitality. Good. Marvelous. The audience burst into warm applause. I was so moved that I cried. It was so difficult for our ancestors back then. What a unique performance, it deserves recognition. Sururu, I love you. Many students were stunned at the beginning, but became extremely excited at the end. The passionate singing and graceful dancing won applause from everyone present. Many veteran artists on the judging panel took off their glasses and rubbed their eyes gently. Sururu looked at the audience cheering enthusiastically, bowed to everyone sincerely, and then left the stage under the gaze of the audience. Wow, Ruru, I'm so excited. Did you hear the applause? Oh my god, I felt like I almost fainted. As soon as they arrived at the lounge, 1111 hugged Sururu's arm and said excitedly, Okay, 1111, if you shake it for a while longer, I'm afraid Ruru will be the first to faint. Ji Yuqin joked. Sururu gently touched 1111's head and smiled. I didn't expect such a big response. It has to be Li Mu. The day before the game. NTU Dance Studio. I feel like my chances of winning the award are slim if I continue like this. I need to change my approach. Li Mu sat on the steps and thought, that's right. I got it. Come on, everyone, come over here. I've come up with a plan B. Everyone sat around. 1111 asked first, what's wrong? Is there any good solution? I thought about it. First of all, we are not a professional dance troupe. We are at a big disadvantage in this respect. Secondly, we can't just take the audience's points. We also need the judges' points. But you also said that our dancing skills are limited, so the judges' scores will definitely be low. This is my method, Li Mu smiled proudly. You see, most of the people who give the ratings are old professors or teachers from art academies. They don't appreciate modern dance like spicy dance very much, but that doesn't mean their comments are not professional. But in terms of preferences, there must be a little taste missing. As for the audience, although there is no passionate dance to enjoy, Sururu now has her own aura. Secondly, don't underestimate the patriotism and empathy of contemporary college students. Most importantly, if we perform well, our score will definitely not be low. You know the specific reasons. Let's go over this later. If a strong enemy shows up, we'll use Plan B. Li Mu handed the phone to everyone and took a closer look. I serve my country. Donate oil. 1111 Guchin was a little confused. Okay. I believe you. Sururu nodded, and then everyone nodded in agreement. Li Mu is really awesome. I found that he does have some abilities, and I don't hate him that much anymore. 1111 said excitedly. Okay, let's go and rest for a while. The final score will be announced after all teams have finished. Lin Shui also smiled. Time passed by minute, and every time the auditorium broke out into warm cheers and applause, 1111 couldn't help but look, with a worried look on her face. Dear friends here, hello. After fierce competition, we have finally arrived at the moment of announcing the final results of this dance competition. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lu Yunju to announce the final result. After careful evaluation by professional judges and on-site voting by the audience, we have finally determined the final results of this dance competition. Now, please let me announce the final results. In this competition, the third prize winner is team number 15. The scores of the second and first place were almost the same, so you can imagine how tense and exciting it was. The second prize goes to team number 3. Finally, the team that stood out from this fierce competition and won the first prize is team number 7. Congratulations! The whole audience burst into thunderous applause, and everyone in the lounge was also extremely excited, cheering and hugging each other to celebrate. Wow! Second prize! We actually won the second prize. The happiest person is 1111 because her living expenses are settled. We should celebrate properly. Let's go out for a big dinner together tonight. Oh, and call Li Mu along. We have to thank him properly. Ji Yuqin suggested. Then I must have a big meal. I am a rich man now, huh? If you spend it all, I won't care about you anymore. Xiao Jiu tilde, I know you won't abandon me tilde. Bar, I'll hit you. 8 o'clock in the evening, at a Sichuan restaurant outside the school. Come, let's celebrate our winning of the third prize, and also celebrate the guidance of Li Mu, the military advisor. Let's toast together. After a few drinks, everyone relaxed. 1111 said, "It's boring to just eat food, why don't we play some games together?" Play games. What games do you want to play? Sururu asked excitedly after a few drinks, her face flushed and her big eyes blinking. Everyone also became interested and looked at 1111. 1111 took out a deck of cards from under the table, shuffled the cards and placed them face down on the table. It's a guessing card game with a simple rule. I'll draw a card from the deck and you have to guess the suit of the card, she explained. If you guess correctly, you can designate someone present to tell a little secret that no one else knows. That person can refuse, but he has to drink a full glass tilder. If you guess wrong, you'll have to drink a glass of wine as punishment. 1111 looked at everyone with a sly smile. Is there anyone who wants to quit? We won't laugh at him if he quits now. TSK, who's afraid of who? Come on. Sururu shakily raised her hand first to show her agreement. No one refused, so the game began. Everyone draws a card first, starting with the smallest one. 1111 dealt a card to everyone. Xiaoxue, yours is the youngest, you go first. After saying that, 1111 handed a card to Lin Shui. Lin Shui held the card in her hand and thought for a while, then said, I guess the suit of this card is hearts. 1111 turned over the cards, revealing a 2 of hearts. Congratulations, Xiaoxue, you guessed it right. You can choose someone to tell the little secret that no one else knows. 1111 said with a wicked smile. Lin Shui blinked, thought for a moment, and pointed at Sururu. Ruru, tell us about your favorite movie. Lin Shui asked. Wow, Xiaoxue, let me win. 1111 snorted, seeming a little disappointed that she didn't see any good show. Sururu giggled, hugged Lin Shui and said, I love you. My favorite movie is The Shawshank Redemption. TSK tilde not exciting at all. Okay, it's the next person's turn. 1111 reminded. The game continued, and this time it was Sururu's turn. Ruru, hey, what suit is this card? Ji Yuqin pushed the playing cards in front of Sururu. I guess it's Plum Blossom. Sururu tilted her head, seeming to be thinking seriously. 5 of clubs. Ruru. Ji Yuqin also looked incredulous. You can choose one person to ask the question, and that person can't refuse. I want to ask Li Mu. I want to ask Li Mu. When Li Mu heard his name, he felt something was wrong. Sururu's cheeks were slightly red, her eyes were slightly blurred. She stood up, put one hand on her waist, pointed at Li Mu and said, Li Mu, let me ask you. Do you secretly like me? Chapter 30 Belated Kiss. What? Li Mu looked at Sururu in shock, and the latter rushed over with a bear hug, clinging tightly to him. Wow, it's so comfortable. I'm a koala. After saying that, she rubbed against Li Mu's arms. 1111 and others stepped forward to pull Sururu away, but she hugged him tighter and tighter, almost making Li Mu unable to breathe. Hey, Ruru seems to have drunk too much. Li Mu, please send Ruru back home. We will leave first. Ji Yuqin also nodded at Lin Shui and 1111, and after eye contact, she looked as if she understood everything. Before leaving, 1111 did not forget to take a picture of Sururu's ugly photo, and walked out of the box while laughing secretly. Li Mu was filled with helplessness. Sururu suddenly became so proactive that he was caught off guard and even felt a little shy. Although Sururu's hug made him feel suffocated, he tried his best to calm down, patting Sururu's back gently, trying to keep himself calm. Sururu, you've drunk too much. Let me take you home. Li Mu said gently. Sururu hummed and loosened her arms around Li Mu, but she became dizzy after standing for less than 3 seconds. Li Mu was really worried about her walking alone, so he carried Sururu on his back and walked out of the restaurant. However, just as they reached the school gate, an accident happened. No. I don't want to go back. I want to continue playing. Sururu struggled to jump off Li Mu's back and ran straight in the opposite direction of the school. Ouch. Just as Li Mu turned around and prepared to sprint 100 meters to catch up with her, Sururu tripped over her right foot and fell on her back. Li Mu, I am really numb. Sururu, are you okay? Li Mu squatted beside Sururu and gently poked her little face with his index finger. It hurts so much, Sururu said with a pout. Li Mu was about to help Sururu up, but she suddenly showed great potential, got up and ran forward again. Hey, there's a car, be careful. After Sururu crossed the road, the green light turned red, and the traffic flow blocked Li Mu's steps. He looked ahead anxiously, fearing that Sururu would get into an accident. The red light turned green, and Li Mu hurriedly caught up. Run! Aliens are catching children. Sururu, stop making trouble and stop. Just when he was about to catch up with Sururu, an accident happened. Sururu fell down again. Li Mu subconsciously reached out to protect Sururu, but he stepped on empty air and they both rolled down the riverbank at the same time. The moment they fell, Li Mu held Sururu in his arms, and the two of them rolled onto the grass before stopping. It hurts. Li Mu rubbed his head and looked at Sururu, who was lying in his arms safe and sound. He sighed softly, I'm glad you're okay. Sururu. Sururu. Hearing her steady breathing, he felt a little relieved. I can even fall asleep like this. Looking at the beautiful face in his arms, he couldn't help but scratch Sururu's nose with his hand. Poochie. Li Mu couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is a moat park. It is quiet and silent except for the rustling of fallen leaves in the wind. At this time, Sururu fell asleep, so it's not impossible for me to do something. Li Mu's heart instantly became hot, and he unconsciously moved closer to Sururu's cheek. However, at this moment, Li Mu suddenly stopped. No, 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 you can't take advantage of someone's misfortune. But when he looked at Sururu again, her lips were tender and trembling slightly. Just in a moment. Li Mu kissed her gently and felt Sururu's soft lips. His heart was beating rapidly and his whole body was filled with an electric-like stimulation. Sururu's eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she also felt the kiss in her dream, but she did not wake up. Her lips exuded a sweet fragrance that made Li Mu unable to stop. Hum. Hearing Sururu's faint moan, his brain woke up as if it had exploded. He pulled away abruptly, a look of embarrassment and regret on his face, as if he had done something wrong and was discovered by someone. Fortunately, Sururu did not wake up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The surroundings were unusually quiet, and the moon was hidden in the clouds, within reach but invisible. Ruru, I like you. Li Mu took a deep breath, his voice full of sincerity and frankness. I don't know since when I started to pay special attention to you. Your every move always tugs at my heartstrings. Maybe it sounds a little ridiculous, but your existence makes my life more meaningful and makes me full of hope for the future. This throbbing makes me think of you every day. If you can, will you stay with me and be my girlfriend? But Li Mu then shook his head and smiled bitterly. You probably don't like me, after all, I always make you angry, and there are so many people around you. Looking at Sururu sleeping in his arms, Li Mu shook his head. Oh, forget it, I was just talking casually anyway, you don't know anything, I didn't say anything. Hum. Suddenly, Sururu's lips pressed against Li Mu's mouth. This sudden kiss shocked him so much that he almost lost his breath. Can. Sururu's lips were soft and tender, as if containing endless love and warmth. At that moment, he felt his heartbeat quickening and his blood burning. His hand unconsciously stroked Sururu's back, feeling her soft skin. Their breaths intertwined, as if two hearts merged with each other at this moment. Chapter 31 I seem to like you. You're not asleep. Li Mu widened his eyes, gently pushed Sururu away, and climbed up from the grass in a panic. If I fall asleep, I will miss someone's passionate confession, har har har. Sururu stood up calmly and sat next to Li Mu. I was so moved that I almost couldn't hold back my tears. When did you wake up? I don't know. I felt a puppy biting me in my sleep, and I woke up. It's that simple. Sururu spread her hands. Li Mu came back to his senses and looked at Sururu seriously. So you are serious? Asshole, you want to not take responsibility. Sururu raised her fist and prepared to hit Li Mu. No, I just want to confirm. After all, it's too much of a surprise. Li Mu smiled and hugged Sururu, holding her in his arms. You hurt me. Sururu gently struggled to break free, then she leaned on Li Mu's shoulder and closed her eyes. The two sat quietly on the grass, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. No, did you forget something? Fuck, what time is it? They both said in unison. It's 12:30. The door is closed. Is there no way back? They both froze at the same time. There's no other way. Let's just find a hotel to stay in. Limu spread his hands helplessly. Impossible. I won't go to the hotel with you even if I have to sleep outside or on the grass. Okay then. Limu leaned back on the grass, put his hands behind his head and closed his eyes to rest. Time passed by minute, and Sururu became very angry when she saw the leisurely Limu. HMPH, just lie down, who's afraid of who? She lay on the grass in a huff. After a while. Something is crawling up my leg. Limu was suddenly awakened and saw Sururu jumping on the spot in fear. What's wrong? What's wrong? Something is crawling on my legs. It's so scary. Limu, I don't want to stay here anymore. Let's go. Okay. Let's go. Limu patted Sururu's back gently and comforted her. Although he didn't know what happened, he smiled slyly and whispered into the air. Thanks, bro. The two men climbed up the riverbank and walked along the roadside, one in front and one behind. But you need an ID card to stay in a hotel, and I don't have one. Sururu frowned. Forget it, let's just find a park bench. Yes, I brought it with me. Limu said, took out his ID card from his pocket, and looked at Sururu with an innocent face. Something seemed a little off. Limu. You'd better explain it to me clearly. Sururu grabbed Limu's ear and said, you go to class every day, and you carry your ID card with you. Oh, no, I just happened to go to the academic affairs office to submit my materials today, and I brought it with me. Auntie, please believe me. Limu explained while wailing. You see whether I believe it or not, huh? You too, we only have one king-size bedroom available right now. The aunt at the front desk looked at Limu and Sururu with a smile. Then let's go. Sururu's face flushed. It's so late, it's not safe outside, young man. I heard that things are not safe outside recently. This is it. Limu was a little embarrassed at this time, but he still pretended to be calm, took the room card, and went upstairs holding Sururu's little hand. After the two of them left, the aunt at the front desk silently changed the fully booked option on the display screen to a vacant room option with a green mark. I really envy the young people nowadays. I was young once too. Young man, I'm here to help you. In the room, Sururu curled up in a corner of the sofa, staring at Limu. Wherever Limu went, Sururu would follow him. No, why are you looking at me? Limu said with some amusement. Sururu stared at Limu fiercely and said, I'm afraid someone will take advantage of me, hee. How is it possible, I am? Limu sat on the edge of the bed, looking in the direction of Sururu, but his eyes unconsciously looked at her flawless white thighs, then her slender waist, and finally her full breasts. Gurgle. Limu swallowed his saliva unconsciously. Sururu noticed Limu's gaze, and the blush on her face became more obvious. What are you looking at? Don't you want your eyes anymore? Limu smiled awkwardly, sorry, I didn't notice. Sururu curled her lips and stopped talking, but she also felt a little satisfied in her heart. She suddenly felt that her charm should not be underestimated. Oh, Sururu, what are you thinking about? Limu felt the awkward atmosphere, and he coughed awkwardly, trying to change the subject. It's a bit hot, har. He suddenly stood up and looked at the night view outside the window. There was a subtle atmosphere in the room. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. You don't come near the bathroom. Sururu stared at Limu, stepped back to the bathroom, and quickly turned around to lock the door. In the bathroom, Sururu turned on the faucet, feeling the impact of the hot water, but her heart couldn't help but recall the scene in the park. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and her thoughts were in a mess. They had suddenly gone from being friends to lovers. The point was that she had never been in a relationship before. What should she do next? Sururu closed her eyes and let the hot water wash away the chaos in her heart. She needed to calm down. She had to calm down. After taking a shower, Sururu changed into her pajamas and walked out of the bathroom. She saw that Limu was already lying on the bed with his eyes closed, seemingly having fallen asleep. She walked over, tiptoed to the edge of the bed, trying not to make any noise. But after a while, her body was slightly closer to Lee Moo's. She could feel his warmth, and then she fell asleep unconsciously. Late at night, Sururu felt someone pressing on her. She suddenly woke up, and in the darkness she found that it was Lee Moo who was pressing on her, holding her hands. Lee Moo! What do you want to do? You? Before she could finish her words, Lee Moo covered her mouth. Ouch. A night of silence. The next morning, Sururu woke up and found Lee Moo lying next to her. She subconsciously looked at her body and felt a little cold. Sururu suddenly sat up from the bed, turned her head and looked at Lee Moo, who was sleeping soundly 800 meters away from her, and her clothes were intact. Only then did I come to my senses and realize that it was just a dream. Hatilda, that's so scary. Sururu touched her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief, but when she thought of the scene just now, she felt embarrassed and shy again. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Sururu took a few deep breaths, slowly got up, walked to the window, and looked at the morning scenery outside. The sunlight shone into the room through the gaps between the leaves, bringing a touch of warmth and tranquility to everything. The mobile phone screen was full of missed calls, including some from 1111 and Lin Shui, and some from Su Chen Guen. Seeing the missed call from Su Chen Guen, Sururu felt a little scared. Could it be? I'm being monitored. Chapter 32 Danger is coming quietly. Sururu was frightened. Su Chen Guen knew about it after I didn't go home for one night. Suppressing the uneasiness in her heart, Sururu went into the bathroom and quietly called Su Chen Guen. Beep, 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 the call was quickly connected. Ruru, where are you now? Why didn't you answer my call last night? Dad, I'm in the dormitory. My phone ran out of battery and turned off last night. Her voice gradually became smaller. Perhaps even she herself didn't quite believe this excuse. Su Chen Guen was silent for a while, then said. Ruru, my subordinate said Hu Jiaojiao appeared in Nansha. You'd better go home. Sururu was also stunned, but quickly responded, this is also a good time for us to catch them, Dad, believe me, I will protect myself. Well, I knew you would say that. I will send 2 people to protect you. Sururu heard the sound of Lee Moo getting up outside the door and quickly said, Dad, I'll be fine, don't worry. My roommate needs to wash up, so I'll hang up first. Oh, you kid. Sururu quickly hung up the phone, took a long breath, and calmly opened the bathroom door. What are you doing, sneaking around? Lee Moo yawned. It's okay. Sururu smiled awkwardly. You frown so deeply, there must be something fishy. Lee Moo wiped his eyes and stared at Sururu. Tell me, some things can be solved together, after all, we are a couple now. Do you still remember Hu Jiaojiao? The one from school before? Yes, it's her. What? You didn't tell me such an important thing. Lee Moo was a little angry after hearing what happened. He put his hands on Sururu's shoulders and said solemnly. In the past, you had your own way of dealing with many things, and I didn't interfere. But now, I am your boyfriend, and you must discuss dangerous things like this with me, understand? Sururu felt a little warm in her heart and couldn't help but go forward and hug Lee Moo. I know. The two left the hotel and walked towards the school. Lee Moo held Sururu's hand, his brows furrowed, as if he was thinking about a strategy. Okay, now that we're here, I won't go in. I don't have classes in the afternoon, so I have to go home. Standing at the school gate, Lee Moo rubbed Sururu's head and said gently. Okay, then will you come to school in the evening? We can have dinner together. Okay, I'll come tonight. Careful. There was a sharp sound of brakes and horns, and a car rushed towards them out of control. The air was filled with tension and fear. Lee Moo immediately sensed the danger. He was shocked, but he reached out and grabbed Sururu without hesitation. At the critical moment, he pulled Sururu with all his strength, and they both retreated backwards. They fell to the ground and hugged each other tightly. The car sped past Lee Moo's back, then hit a big tree in front of the school gate, making a loud crash. Broken glass and metal fragments flew everywhere, and thick smoke filled the air. Lee Moo held Sururu in his arms to protect her from harm. Sururu's heart beat rapidly, and she felt the tension of life and death. The people around cried out in surprise, and security guards came forward to maintain order. Classmate. Classmate. Are you okay? Many classmates came over and offered a helping hand to Li Mu and others. Thank you. We are fine. Li Mu struggled to get up, but found that his calves were in severe pain and he could not stand. The students around them quickly helped Li Mu and Sururu up. Classmates, do you need to call an ambulance? Li Mu waved his hand, indicating that it was not necessary. After a while, the smoke from the car near the tree in front of the school gradually dissipated, revealing a severely deformed car body. The driver panted, climbed out of the car, fell to the ground and shouted, "My brakes are not working. My brakes are not working." Fortunately, apart from the serious damage to the vehicle, no one else was injured. Li Mu and Sururu breathed a sigh of relief. The security guards maintained order, and soon the police arrived and took the driver into the police car. Li Mu, how are you? Are you hurt? Sururu looked at Li Mu nervously. Li Mu shook his head and replied with a smile, "It's okay, I just broke my calf, it shouldn't be a big problem." They were supported by their classmates and walked towards the school infirmary. Sururu still held Li Mu's hand tightly with lingering fear. In the infirmary, the doctor gave Li Mu a simple examination and confirmed that he only had minor flesh injuries and no broken bones. After bandaging him, the doctor told him to rest and try not to touch water. Sururu stayed by his side the whole time and asked with concern, "Li Mu, are you really okay?" Li Mu patted her hand gently and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that the situation was too urgent just now and scared you." Sururu held his hand, tears streaming down her face. "Woo-woo, if you hadn't pulled me back in time, I might have been, really in danger." Li Mu gently held her hand and comforted her, "It's okay, we are all fine. It was just an accident, don't think too much about it." But was it really just an accident? Li Mu didn't think so, because at a certain moment, he clearly saw that the car driver maintained a calm and composed expression, and did not look panicked after the so-called brake failure. He didn't want to make things too big before finding out the truth of the matter, but wanted to further lead out the murderer behind the scenes. "Okay, Ruru, be good." Li Mu stroked Sururu's hair gently. Sururu looked at Li Mu with tears in her eyes. Her heart was filled with emotion and guilt. If it weren't for herself, she wouldn't have involved Li Mu. She didn't want Li Mu to suffer these unprovoked disasters with her. On the other side of the road from the school, a strange man witnessed the whole incident and then took out his cell phone to make a call. "Hey, yeah, it went wrong. Don't worry, he won't tell anyone. His wife and son are still in our hands. Okay, I'll go back now." After learning that Sururu was safe and sound, the woman on the other end of the phone frowned and said coldly, "Bitch. I won't be so lucky next time." Chapter 33, Bringing a Girl Home for the First Time. "Ruru, are you okay?" 1111 and others rushed over hurriedly after receiving the message. "I'm fine. Li Mu saved me." Sururu said with lingering fear, "The car's brakes lost control. It was Li Mu who protected me at the critical moment. Fortunately, both of us are fine. Li Mu, thank you for protecting Ruru." Lin Shui turned around and thanked Li Mu. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. Hey Tilda, something's happening." 1111 smelled an unusual atmosphere. "You too." Sururu smiled awkwardly, and Li Mu came to the rescue. "Ruru and I are already together." "Oh my god." 1111 looked at Ji Yu Qin excitedly. "Xiao Ji Yu, WeChat or Alipay?" Ji Yu Qin rolled her eyes at her and scanned the code silently. 200 yuan has been credited to my Alipay account. Har ha har ha har ha, I'll take it then. Li Mu and Sururu looked at 1111 so excited and could only stand there in a daze. Lin Shui explained, "The two of them made a bet last night on whether you would be together." 1111 said immediately, while Xiao Jiyu thought it would take at least a week. After listening to this, Sururu knocked on 1111's head helplessly, wondering what he was thinking about every day. "Let's go," Li Mu said as he got out of bed. "It was just a scratch. It's no longer a big deal after being bandaged. Look, I can still kick, hiss." Sururu also burst out laughing when she saw Li Mu grinning. "Hey, let me help you." Sururu helped Li Mu out of the infirmary, and Lin Shui and others also said goodbye to Sururu. "Shall I take you back?" "Oh, no need. Li Mu wanted to refuse, but couldn't resist Sururu's insistence. Off campus. Do you know how to get there? Li Mu asked casually. Sururu was speechless for a moment. She poked Li Mu's chest with her finger and said, "Brother, it's only been a short time and it's already your home. I don't even know the way to my own home." Li Mu covered his chest awkwardly. Patient. Patient. Pay attention, Tilder. They walked along the familiar road, occasionally chatting about some irrelevant topics, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Well, I won't go up. Sururu stood at the bottom of the building and had no intention of going up. Li Mu also knew his concerns, nodded, and was about to go upstairs alone. "Hey, son, why don't you go upstairs?" Li Xiuwan's voice came from behind. Sururu answered subconsciously, Mom, I just came back and was about to go upstairs." "Little girl, what did you call me?" Li Xiuwan showed a questioning expression and looked at Li Mu behind Sururu. "Son, who is this?" Li Mu also reacted quickly. "Mom, you're back." "Ahahahar, this is classmate Sururu. My leg was injured and she sent me back." Li Xiuwan showed a satisfied smile, looking at Sururu. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Ruru, right, what did you call me just now? What about you and my son?" Sururu smiled awkwardly and said a little embarrassedly, Sorry, Auntie, I called you the wrong name just now, mainly because you really look like my mother." "Is this how my mother reacts when she sees her son bringing a girl home? My leg is still lame, why don't you care about my leg?" Seeing Li Xiuwan getting more and more excited, Li Mu quickly came to the rescue. "Mom, let's go upstairs. We are blocking the stairs." "Hey, okay, Ruru, come up and sit with us. I haven't thanked you properly yet. Li Mu is really troublesome. You sprained your hand and still bothered a girl to send you back. I'll talk to him later." Li Mu wanted to cry but had no tears. There is a saying that goes, when you have a daughter-in-law, you forget about your son. "Mom, I sprained my leg. It's my leg." The three of them went upstairs together. Looking at the familiar home, Sururu was also filled with emotion. Everything here was so familiar. Li Xiuwan asked Sururu to sit on the sofa, and she went to wash the vegetables, insisting on keeping Sururu for lunch. Li Mu was sitting on the sofa watching TV. For a moment, Sururu was a little dazed. She felt as if nothing had changed. "Ruru, eat some fruit first, the meal will be ready soon." Li Xiuwan brought a plate of sliced pieces and placed it on the coffee table. She sat next to Sururu and looked at her gently. "Ruru, I don't know why, but I always feel that we are destined to be together. I think you are really kind. Isn't he it? I'm your biological son, how can I not be close to you?" Sururu smiled and replied, "Yes, Auntie, I also feel that we are very close. Li Mu also often says that you are a good mother. I finally met you today." Sururu's words made Li Xiuwan laugh so hard that she couldn't stop. "Li Mu didn't bully you at school, did he?" Sururu was about to say no, but she heard Li Mu's tsk. "Yes. Auntie, Li Mu bullies me every day at school and makes me cry from time to time, woo." After saying that, Sururu covered her little face. Li Xiuwan was suddenly stunned. She had originally wanted to be polite and get closer to him, but the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Li Mu was full of confusion. "What are you talking about? When did I ever bully you? Hey, you're being rebellious, you little bastard, you've grown up and dared to bully girls." Li Xiuwan picked up the clothes hanger on the sofa and threw it at Li Mu. Of course, it was just a few symbolic waves. "Ruru, it's okay. If Li Mu dares to bully you again, just tell me and I'll help you teach him a lesson." "Thank you, Auntie." Sururu smiled, but her eyes were always looking in the direction of Li Mu. "It's so refreshing. So refreshing." At the dinner table, Li Xiuwan's face was full of smiles, and she enthusiastically served various dishes to Sururu. Before long, the bowl in front of Sururu was piled high with food. "Come on, Ruru, have some more hot soup." As Li Xiuwan spoke, she was about to stand up to help Sururu with the soup, but at this moment, she suddenly realized that she had forgotten to take the soup spoon. "Oh my! My memory is so bad that I dropped the spoon." Sururu was also a little embarrassed, and quickly said, "Auntie, let me get it." Oh, how can that be possible? Before he could finish his words, Sururu walked into the kitchen skillfully and took back the soup spoon in the blink of an eye. Li Xiuwan looked at Sururu in confusion, wondering in her heart. How come this little girl is so familiar with her own kitchen? But Sururu acted as if nothing had happened, as if everything was natural and she ate and drank as usual. After the meal, Sururu offered to clear the table, but Li Xiuwan said that since guests are the guests, it would be unreasonable to ask them to clean up the table. She forced Sururu to sit on the sofa, which made her feel a little at a loss. Xiaomu, come here and help me. Li Xiuwan walked out of the kitchen with a plate, and saw Li Mu, who was also sitting on the sofa, and called out, "Hey, here it comes." So Li Mu walked over, took the plate from Li Xiuwan's hand, and started helping wash the dishes. Li Xiuwan looked at Li Mu seriously and whispered to him, "Xiaomu, tell me honestly." Li Mu felt a little nervous. Was he discovered? Tell me the truth, did you take advantage of mommy's absence? I brought Ruru back quietly many times. Chapter 34. Who is the undercover? Mom, how is that possible? This is the first time he comes to our house. Don't think too much about it. Li Mu scrubbed the bowl in his hands helplessly. Really? Li Xiuwan stared at Li Mu doubtfully. Really? Li Mu nodded affirmatively. I think Sururu is a good kid. Are you two together? You are all college students, you are all adults, it is normal to fall in love. Li Mu sighed softly, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and said lightly, Mom. Then don't interfere in our affairs. We know our limits. I'm leaving. After that, he ran out of the kitchen. Just go to the door, I'll take a taxi back by myself. After saying goodbye to Li Mu, Sururu went downstairs alone. Sururu avoided the crowd and did not choose to take a taxi. Instead, she walked for nearly half an hour and came to a secluded path after twists and turns. If she remembered correctly, there would be an abandoned building area not far ahead. She walked forward quickly, and when she turned the corner, she saw a group of abandoned villas in front of her. It was supposed to be a luxurious and wealthy residential area, but now it has been abandoned for many years. The houses have collapsed, the walls have cracked, and the grass and trees are overgrown, giving people a gloomy feeling. Sururu walked carefully in this abandoned area, observing the surrounding environment and terrain. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, took out her phone from her pocket and opened WeChat. Come out alone to relax and feel the inner peace. Accompanied by a photo of an abandoned villa. Then I clicked send on the edited circle of friends. Sururu muttered to herself, Jiangshu, this circle of friends is only visible to you, please don't let me down. Walking on the desolate path, Sururu observed the surrounding terrain and found that the entire villa area was in the shape of an O, with a road in the middle dividing the villa area into two semicircles. One of the semicircular areas was still undeveloped, with only two scattered buildings and a small hill formed by piled soil, surrounded by weeds. She climbed up the hill and overlooked the entire villa area across the road, and the only asphalt road coming in from the main road was also in her sight. She planned to quietly evacuate from behind the hill and leave the villa area without the enemy noticing her. Sururu lay on the hill, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Within an hour, she found that except for the sound of some swaying grass and trees, there seemed to be no trace of people in the villa area. It was almost 5 in the evening, and the sky was a little dim. Perhaps I was being too suspicious. The uneasiness in Sururu's heart gradually faded away, replaced by a sense of relief. Just as she was about to get up, she saw a black car coming from the opposite side of the road and stopping on the side of the road. 3 people in black clothes got out of the car. Sururu knelt down again and observed carefully. One of the men was wearing a black coat and a cap, so her face could not be seen clearly. He seemed very cautious and alert at all times, and was communicating with the other 2 companions. A few minutes later, Sururu suddenly discovered that the man in the baseball cap was walking towards her. They seemed to be moving separately. The man walked into the villa at the foot of the hill, looking for something carefully. Sururu immediately became nervous. The villa was less than 300 meters away from her in a straight line. She did not expect the other party to go straight to this area. However, just as she was about to leave quietly, she saw the man walking out of the abandoned villa, seemingly observing the surroundings carefully. Sururu's heart tightened and she began to worry that she would be discovered by the other party. We have to leave here quickly, things are much more complicated than we thought. Sururu held her breath and lay motionless on the hill, waiting for an opportunity. The man in the baseball cap had his back to the hill. Sururu didn't know why he didn't move, but this was the best opportunity. Run! Sururu immediately stood up and walked quickly down the hill to the other side. She's over here. I saw her. What? The sudden shouting completely interrupted Sururu's rhythm. She subconsciously looked up at the sky and saw a drone hovering in the air. Hold! Sururu cursed directly. If there were drones, running out of the villa area would undoubtedly be a way to death. She made up her mind and plunged into the depths of the villa area. It was an undeveloped area, and it was not an exaggeration to call it a mountain forest. However, now she could only rely on the dense trees to hide her figure. She ran inside. Third brother, take care of the entrance and exit. Second brother, come with me to look for it. At this moment, Sururu didn't care about the shouting and cursing behind her. She could only run forward desperately, trying her best to get rid of those people as much as possible. After running in the woods for a while, Sururu found a relatively safe place to hide. She hid behind a big tree, panting and trying to control her breathing. Sururu panted heavily and subconsciously wanted to take out her cell phone to contact Li Mu for help. However, she only touched her empty pockets. Grass. What to do, what to do? Sururu was extremely anxious. If she kept dragging it on like this, she would be discovered sooner or later. Brother, this way. Hearing the shouts getting closer and closer, Sururu had only one way to go, and that was jump into the river. The sky gradually darkened and we had reached a dead end. Not far away there was a small river. As no one had interfered for a long time, the surface of the river was covered with green algae. Sururu jumped down and plunged into the water with a splash. The early autumn night was already a little chilly. The moment she jumped into the river, Sururu was almost frozen to the point of suffocation. Brother, I just saw her running over here, where did she go? The two stood by the river and looked around, but did not see Sururu. Damn, how should I know? This little girl can run pretty fast. Let's go and take a look over there. Sururu was not sure whether the two of them had gone far, so she stayed in the river for another 5 minutes, and after making sure that the two had gone far away, she swam to the shore with all her might. It's so cold. Sururu collapsed on the shore, gasping for breath. Her body was soaked. The cold penetrated into her bones and she shivered constantly. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from the grass in the distance. Listening carefully, it seemed that footsteps were approaching, but she was too weak to get up and could only listen to the footsteps getting closer. Who? Sururu's heart was also lifted at this moment. Ruru. It's me, Jiangshu. Chapter 35 Crisis. There was a hint of excitement in Jiangshu's tone. Ruru, I finally found you. Come on, I'll take you back. Jiangshu knelt on one knee and tried to help Sururu up from the ground, but she shook her hand away and refused. Jiangshu, why are you here? Sururu looked at Jiangshu warily and asked tentatively. I saw your circle of friends. After thinking about it, I was still worried that you were in danger. I sent you many messages but you didn't reply, so I wanted to take a look. But when I first arrived, I found 3 people chasing you. I also found your phone on the road, so I knew you were in danger. After saying that, Jiangshu handed the phone to Sururu, and she took it. Sure enough, Jiangshu sent more than a dozen messages, followed by some from Li Mu and his roommates. Taking advantage of the free time, Sururu quickly told everyone about the current situation. If Jiangshu was not lying, then why did those people know my whereabouts? Is Jiangshu really trustworthy? Sururu felt a little headache at this time. She shook her head as if this could relieve the uneasiness. Jiangshu, you go first. I can handle it myself. Sururu interrupted Jiangshu. Jiangshu looked at Sururu with some confusion. Ruru, what's wrong with you? I came here for you, don't you believe me? There was a hint of helplessness in Jiangshu's tone. Things are very complicated now. They are beyond my control. You can see that those people came for me. I can't take risks with you. And I have just contacted Li Mu and Lin Shui. I think he is on his way now. Jiangshu did not answer. He just looked at Sururu silently, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, Li Mu, it's Li Mu again, Ruru, why do you always mention that Li Mu? He doesn't understand that a person like him is not worthy of your mentioning him all the time. We are obviously a perfect match, why? Why did it turn out like this? Jiangshu's voice was a little hoarse. He grabbed his hair with both hands, seemingly unable to understand why things had developed to this point. Jiangshu, you. Sururu looked at Jiangshu in surprise. Suddenly Jiangshu turned around and looked at Sururu. He pounced on her and pushed her to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot and he kept muttering, why? Jiangshu, let me go. Jiangshu. Sururu struggled. Bang. A crisp slap sounded. Sururu pulled out a hand and slapped Jiangshu on the face, and then Jiangshu's eyes gradually regained rationality. Jiangshu quickly let go of Sururu. Ruru. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Get out of the way. Sururu's voice was cold and ruthless. Jiangshu stepped back in panic, looking at Sururu's back, his eyes full of pain and regret. Ruru, I'm sorry. Jiangshu whispered. He didn't control his emotions and hurt Sururu. There was some silence between the two of them. Sururu tried hard to adjust her mood. She knew how Jiangshu felt about her, but now was not the time to talk about it. Boss, over here. Oh no. Sururu was shocked. They came back again. Jiangshu, run. Sururu pushed Jiangshu with all her strength, as if wanting him to leave. Oh, good things come in pairs. Who is this young boy? Boss, the higher-ups only said they want this woman. What about this one? Asked the man called number 2. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just take them back together. It's all right as long as the mission is completed. The boss took out a folding knife from his waist. The shiny blade was particularly conspicuous in the night. Who are you? What are you going to do? Jiangshu opened his arms to protect Sururu. He would not let anyone hurt Sururu. Boy, I advise you to stay out of other people's business and just stay by the side. We are not unreasonable brothers. I only want this girl. The boss pointed the tip of his knife at Sururu behind Jiangshu, but Jiangshu still did not retreat. Fuck him, he has no shame. Second brother, go and destroy him. Let's see who dares to move. Jiangshu picked up a tree trunk as thick as his arm from the ground and waved it wildly. Sururu also stood up at this time and whispered behind Jiangshu, Jiangshu, thank you, but please go. I don't want to see you get hurt again. Ruru, don't worry, you'll be fine with me here. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get started. The boss watched the conversation between Jiangshu and Sururu and shouted impatiently. The second brother walked towards Jiangshu with a fierce look on his face. Jiangshu held the tree trunk tightly, and when the second brother approached, he suddenly smashed it on his head. But Lauer was an old hand after all. He turned flexibly and easily avoided the tree trunk. While Jiangshu was stunned, he punched him in the face. Jiangshu was hit hard, the tree trunk slipped out of his hand, and blood gushed out of his nose instantly. Jiangshu. Sururu hurriedly supported Jiangshu. Ruru, hurry up and leave. I'll hold them back. Har ha har ha har ha. The boss put away his folding knife and seemed to be watching the performance with great interest. None of you can leave. Jiangshu pounced on Lauer again. Lauer seemed a little annoyed and knocked Jiangshu down with a kick. He punched him several times and Jiangshu vomited blood. Seeing this, Sururu picked up a stone from the ground, aimed at the back of Lauer's head and threw it hard. The stone hit the back of Lauer's head, and he groaned in pain, and the arrogant momentum just now disappeared instantly. Fuck him, little bitch. Lauer touched the back of his head and it seemed that some blood was flowing out, so he let go of Jiangshu and walked towards Sururu. Sururu couldn't dodge in time and was grabbed by Lauer by the hair. She felt severe pain instantly. Several slaps on her face made her dizzy. Arr! The second brother let out a miserable cry, which echoed in the jungle. You stinky bitch, you dare to bite me. Lauer let go of his hand, and Sururu fell heavily to the ground, her consciousness a little fuzzy. Hey! Second brother. The eldest brother stopped the second brother who was about to punch Sururu. How are we going to explain to our superiors if we break something? Let's try another method, hee. He grinned lewdly, dragged Sururu to a tree stump, sat on the stump, and forced Sururu to kneel in front of him. Sururu seemed to have anticipated their next move and resisted with all her might. Ruru. Jiangshu was looking at the scene in front of him. He couldn't tolerate Sururu being bullied like this. He picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it on the second brother's head with all his might. The second one fell to the ground unconscious. Jiangshu threw himself hard on the boss's back and strangled his neck, but the boss was big and strong, and his strength was far beyond Jiangshu's imagination. The boss grinned, pushed Jiangshu away, and then fought back. His fists were as fast as the wind, hitting Jiangshu's body fiercely. Jiangshu immediately felt a sharp pain and collapsed to the ground. Beep! Beep! A siren sounded in the distance. The eldest brother was a little flustered. He cursed and grabbed Sururu, ready to take her away to avoid any further trouble. Don't go! Jiangshu climbed up with difficulty, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He hugged the boss's waist and refused to let him take Sururu away. Damn it, the boss was also panicking at this moment, and hit Jiangshu hard on the back with his elbow. The latter kept coughing up blood but refused to let go. Don't go! Jiangshu shouted with all his strength. His loud voice was like a guiding light in the night. The boss knew that he was pointing the direction to the police, but at this moment Jiangshu kept holding his legs, not letting him move at all. Boy, since you want to die, you can't blame me. The boss picked up the folding knife and stabbed Jiangshu in the back. Don't want. Sururu, who had just woken up, happened to see this scene, but she was still a step too late. Jiangshu's body trembled violently, and the hand that was tightly holding the boss' waist loosened and drooped softly. Oh shit! The sirens were getting closer and closer. The boss's face changed drastically. He put down the folding knife in his hand and hurriedly turned around to flee the scene. Chapter 36 Jiangshu's Bravery. Sururu watched Jiangshu fall down, her heart broken. She stared at him with pain in her eyes and kept calling Jiangshu's name. Oh shit! The sirens were getting closer and closer, and the boss's face changed drastically. He put down the folding knife in his hand and hurriedly turned around to flee the scene. He knew that this plan had failed and there was no time and room to take Sururu away. Ruru, it's okay. Jiangshu lay on the ground, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth with every breath. He looked at the safe Sururu and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangshu, please stop talking. Rescue will be here soon. Just hold on a little longer. Sururu knelt beside Jiangshu, already crying her eyes out. Ruru, don't cry. I'm sorry, just now. I didn't mean to. Jiangshu forced a smile and wanted to stretch out his right hand to wipe Sururu's tears, but his arms hung limply at his side. Jiangshu! Jiangshu! Is there anyone here? Several strong flashlights shone towards them, and the police, with police dogs, were approaching Sururu quickly. Soon the police found Sururu, Jiangshu lying on the ground, and the unconscious Laoer. The police immediately took control of the scene, and the medical staff lifted Jiangshu onto a stretcher. Limu rushed over and immediately held Sururu in his arms. Sururu looked at Jiangshu, who was carried on a stretcher, tears streaming down her face. If something really happened to Jiangshu, she would probably never forgive herself. Several policemen came over to ask about Sururu's condition, but she was already incoherent at this time. Limu silently supported Sururu. After leaving the forest area, the police took her into the police car and left the villa area. The night gradually fell silent, leaving only a desolate atmosphere. The police car gradually drove into the city, and Sururu gradually regained consciousness. She looked at the flashing neon lights on the roadside. Ruru, you. Limu hugged Sururu gently, his actions full of heartache. Why didn't you tell me? Don't you know how dangerous this is? His body trembled slightly. He was scared, afraid that he would never see Sururu again. Sururu leaned quietly in his arms, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Sururu's voice trembled, full of self-blame and regret. Limu patted Sururu's back gently. Jiangshu will be fine. Limu tried to comfort Sururu, hoping to calm her down a little. Jiangshu. Hello, I'm Jiangshu. Classmate, is this Nanju University? Ruru, you have to do this. Ruru, long time no see. The past scenes replayed in Sururu's mind, and the self-blame and regret in her heart became even more unforgettable. The police car drove into the emergency room of the hospital. Jiangshu was rushed to the operating room, while Sururu was taken to a quiet lounge by the police. She sat in a chair, staring blankly ahead. After a while, two people walked into the lounge. She looked up and found that they were a young female police officer and a male police officer. Sururu, right. My name is Liu Fangfang, you can call me Officer Liu. The person next to me is Officer Song. I know you must be very sad now, but we need you to provide some information about this incident to help us investigate. Liu Fangfang said. Sururu nodded. Although she was in a complicated mood, she still tried to recall what had just happened. Jiangshu and I are college classmates. I came to this villa area to relax, and then Jiangshu came, those people followed closely, and they started chasing me, as if they wanted to catch me. In order to protect me, Jiangshu, he was stabbed. You mean, you went to an abandoned and remote villa area to relax by yourself? What a coincidence that Jiangshu also came, and then that group of people also arrived at the villa area, and then rushed out to attack you. Sururu was shocked. In front of the police who were well versed in criminal investigation, her words were full of loopholes. A hint of hesitation appeared on Sururu's face, but she couldn't tell everything. Yes, I was in a bad mood, so I came to the villa area to relax. Jiangshu was worried about me, so he came to find me. As for that group of people, I don't know how they targeted me. It's possible that they had planned it in advance. Officer Song recorded Sururu's testimony and then asked. Do you know the men who attacked you? I don't know him. Have you offended anyone recently? Have. Sururu told the story of Hu Jiaojiao, but did not mention the hidden person behind it. She told the police whether it was Hu Jiaojiao's revenge. Officer Liu and Officer Song exchanged glances. That means Jiangshu came right after you posted on your moments, and then those people came. But you didn't know those people before this. Sururu, bring your cell phone and the electronic devices you usually carry with you, and go with us to the technical department. Officer Liu stood up and said to Sururu. Sururu nodded, followed Officer Liu and Officer Song out of the lounge, drove to the technical department of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and handed the phone to the technician. Don't worry, we are only checking whether the phone has been infected with viruses or malicious programs. It does not involve your personal privacy. The technicians began to check and analyze Sururu's phone, hoping to find some clues. Sururu was a little nervous, because she knew that the contents of the phone might reveal something she didn't want others to know. After a while, the technician returned the phone to Sururu. Have you ever received and opened some spam messages before? I can't remember exactly, but there were definitely a lot of harassing calls and spam text messages. The technician motioned for everyone to look at the computer screen. This is a positioning software. Although it is only the lowest level, it can only vaguely locate within 2 kilometers, but it is small in size and highly concealed, and is not easily discovered by the holder. What? Sururu looked at the positioning software on the display in surprise. This software can run in the background and use the phone's GPS function to obtain the phone's location information in real time and send it to the designated recipient, the technician explained. In other words, someone is tracking my location through this software. Sururu asked. It seems so. Officer Liu frowned. We need to investigate further to determine who is tracking your location.